1960. I've never changed that. And I belong to the Black Consciousness Movement. I never changed that. I believe the land must be fairly redistributed, fairly redistributed. Actually, I'm a victim of occupation of my grandfather's land somewhere. And I've dealt with land issues elsewhere. So I agree that the public protector should assist. As I said, the public protector should assist coming with ideas from all sides. We're nation building now. From all sides to say, this is what should happen. Talk to the people who are having the land. Try and negotiate. And try and see if you can't. I'm not saying you must repossess the land, but you must try and see, mediate, and try and find a solution to that. You can't just say, you are from Holland, you don't have land here. We've passed that. We're now trying to build a nation, as we said in our constitution. In other words, we're trying to get everybody into the club.
So you can move to the next question. And the member wants you to pronounce yourself on the powers of the public protector, especially in relation to the Concord judgments. What are your views?
To what?
Of your views on the powers of the public protector. Is the remedial, or probably you need to just unpack to us what's your understanding of the remedial action?
Well,
is it binding or not?
The remedial action is binding. I referred to the Constitutional Court decision. And there's no way of gainsaying that or challenging that. The remedial action with the president was binding. That's what the court, the highest court in the land pronounced. So the powers, the remedial action was endorsed, and the president, maybe I should say the public protector can prosecute anybody. When I say prosecute, can investigate anybody, regardless of their status. I said this, I thought, including judges, except that, in my understanding of the law, except that there's an exception made by the Constitution to the effect that only decisions are not the person. But there's nobody who's immune, in my view, from investigation. But the decisions of the court, magistrate or high court, cannot be challenged, cannot be investigated. There was something also?
The members, the executive members' ethics code.
Executive?
The executive
yes.
members' code of ethics, basically. Yeah. That's the question. The question is around it. Or you would like to rephrase it?
Yes, like...
I was just reminding him.
So the Public Protector's Office is established by Section 181 and 182 of the Constitution.
Yes.
And then it says that the relevant legislation will define the powers.
Yeah.
But additional to that, yeah, there is an act of parliament called the Executive Members Ethics Act, yeah, which establishes the powers of the public protector as in relation to the members of the executive of cabinet. And in most instances, there have been some conflict there in terms of where ultimately does the public protector report to, because it says she must report to the president. And in many instances, that had not been utilized to its maximal impact. So I wanted to understand what will be your role if we appoint you as a public protector in relation to the functions and powers of the public protector as contained in the Executive Members Ethics Act.
The Constitution of this country is the highest law. That provision doesn't exist in the Constitution. Where's my Constitution? It doesn't exist in the Constitution, but it exists in, as far as I know, it exists in legislation. Now, what is superior? The superior thing is the what's name? The superior thing is the Constitution. So, it might be written like that. It's like saying the power of in terms of the law, the deputy president, deputy protector can serve a renewable period. Whereas in the Constitution, we don't talk about the deputy president. We talk about a combination of people who are working with the public protector. Now, the public protector, for a reasonable period, for a reasonable thing, has been appointed for 7 years, is appointed for 7 years, which is unrenewable, non-renewable. But that of the deputy, protector is renewable after 7 years in terms of legislation. It's up to the court to decide on that issue. It's the Constitutional Court that will clarify the issue. But as far as I'm concerned, I think there's something wrong with that. It's like legislation says you can't investigate legislation. The law, Public Protector Act, says you can't, what's name? What did I want to say now? It talks about the public protector who cannot investigate the courts. That's not correct. It can investigate the courts, but not the decisions of the court. Have I answered you, sir?
I'm not satisfied, but it's okay.
Is there anything that you would like to say to the committee before we allow you before we allow you to go? Is there anything you would like to say to the panel?
I was cut short. My 10 minutes ran short.
Your 10 minutes. Your
Yeah.
10 minutes were long finished.
Yeah.
I wanted to know if there is anything. I'm allowing you an opportunity to say anything that you think this panel must know that probably you were not able to say during the process of the interview.
Yes.
In other words, your final word. What is your final word to this panel and to the South Africans?
How much time do I have for that?
You can be as crisp as possible. One of the things that I've been saying to other candidates as well, you know, the aspect of communication as a skill is a very important element of this position, because you've got to be able to communicate messages in a very succinct way, you know, and still get it across to the people that you are directing the message to. So that is why I am giving you that opportunity. And that is why we have these interviews, because we wanted to look at all those different aspects that are critical for this position.
It's very important for the person who occupies this position to be I don't want to say hard-nosed, but to be a person who is well-versed in the law and who knows institutions of government. Like a person who has studied public administration knows what it is all about, who knows labor law, knows when the labor issues are to be tackled. And the public protector should be an educator of the community, the public. He should be able to be accessed access of the public protector right now, I think it's quite poor, especially in the rural areas. There are 9 protectors in the provinces, but do they reach the people? They don't. That's why I wrote about access to justice. I'm thinking of that you can't say you are accessing the community if you are just having an office in some urban township or some urban area. You need to be where the people are, especially in this country where people are poor and depressed. They don't know what to do. The legal fees that we charge as lawyers are so exorbitant that the ordinary person can't afford them. The legal aid is not providing sufficient defense. In fact, very little defense for civil matters. All criminals are benefiting. That's one thing sure, benefiting. There's no guy who appears in court without an advocate from the legal aid. But many people lose their homes, lose their rights and privileges, land and etc., where the public or the legal aid refuses or is not allowed. I don't know what the position to do that. So we need a defender of the Constitution, which is the public protector, who can refer these people. If the public protector referred matters to the legal aid, for instance, they should be bound. If a person comes and the public protector thinks this person must get legal aid and sends this person to the legal aid, and the legal aid turns him down, the public protector must investigate the legal aid. I don't want to talk too much about my suffering and all that. All I can say is that having built this country, I think I was party to that, according to the preamble, I am left with some years, maybe few, to see it built the way I envisaged it, and the way the Constitution that we have all accepted says. There's been a lot of corruption in this country. There's a lot of crime. Many people are killed needlessly. There's a lot of protest. Why are these people protesting? Who knows why they are protesting? Who takes the initiative to see what solution can be found? Nobody. We are all sitting waiting that they must take us to court, or if they can. There's nobody who says, what are people you have banned 29 schools? What's the reason? Why can't we go and talk to the delimitation committee and see what really caused this thing to happen? We're not doing that. We can arrest them and send them to jail for banning schools. In my studies, I also suffered. I was expelled from 3 universities. Well, I was an activist. Only Wits. In Wits, well, I failed because I was too much involved in political trials, and I didn't have time, and I didn't care. I didn't care. I wanted to protect those people who were called terrorists. I would rather go from Johannesburg to Vereeniging looking for Jackson, a golfer. And it took time. That's how I sacrificed my life. And I think I'm not happy to see the house I built being demolished. I don't think I came to the public protector in 2002, was interviewed, but that time you had to be ANC to be pushed in until the last ANC was pushed in turned away from the whole thing. but you had to be. Perhaps it was good because they were building a nation without any rumblings. I could have used my grandfather's history and said, my grandfather was, what's the name? My grandfather in George Koch was chairman, was member of the ANC, my mother's father. And that my father's uncle, Letalo, who's well known in the ANC circle, my uncle, he's the one who paid Lobola to my mother, to the other ANC.
I think you've made your point, sir, and we've heard. Thank you very much. I would want us to, we would like to release you, sir. Thank you very much for coming, and I am sure you shall hear from us.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
On an unrelated matter, I'm seeing on social media that members of Rape Crisis are being prevented from entering this meeting. Can the Protection Services be advised that this is an open meeting and anyone is allowed to come and observe?
That has not been brought to my attention. Parliamentary proceedings are open, and as long as people, they come in and they are going to be observing the processes, there is nothing wrong with that. I don't understand why they should be creating an unnecessary sin. Can you make sure that those people are brought, they come in if they want to come? Please, let's not create unnecessary sins. Huh? You are in now. Now, Phantom, I think, when, you know, these are politicians. You saw that they are already in. Okay, they are here. So the next candidate, members, is Judge Desai. Thank you very much, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you. ma'am.
And thanks for accepting the nomination to be considered as the next public protector. Judge, you have 10 minutes from which to tell us why you think you are the best person for the position. You may also refer to other aspects of your expertise and what have you. We are not really going to restrict you. That 10 minutes is for you to communicate your key messages to this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for inviting me for this interview. Let me just simply, to those of you who don't know me, let me introduce myself to you. I've been a judge for the last 21 years, but more than that, I've been an activist in this town for almost 4 decades. I was born here down the road in Salt River. Those of you who don't know where Salt River is, that's the railway junction down the road. That's where I was born. And after that, I schooled at the Trafalgar High School in District 6. That was a very important event in my life because whilst I was at school, District 6 was declared a white group area. And whilst I was in Standard 7, 8, 9, and 10, I saw the disintegration of entire community, and that impacted on the rest of my life. Worse still, when I completed high school, I was unable to study at any university here in the Western Cape, not one. And I was compelled to study in Durban which was the ethnically correct university. But that in an event turned out to be a fortuitous event in my life, because studying in Durban in the early 70s introduced me to some of the leading intellectuals of the time. Not simply Steve Biko, but also people like Rick Turner and many others. And that continues to play a role in my life. The people I've met, the people I've interacted with for the last few decades. But immediately after I left school, after I left college, when I came back to Cape Town, I was articled at one stage to Dalla Oma, who was South Africa's first Minister of Justice in a post-democracy. And in that role, I met thousands of people who played an important and significant role in the development of South Africa. And more than that, I mean, I defended hundreds and thousands of activists from 1976 onwards. From 1976 until my appointment as a judge, I almost on a continuous basis defended people who were the victims of apartheid. And then when the new South Africa dawned, I was appointed a judge. And I've done my best to defend, protect, and advance democracy. What the job of the public protector, as we all know, entails is the defense of democracy in this country. Ultimately, if you look at the Act, and we're all familiar with the Act, the definition is a very wide one. It makes it possible to investigate any maladministration or prejudice in the public administration, sphere of public administration. Now, what I say is this, that my life experience as an attorney, as an advocate, as an activist, and my life experience as a judge makes me well disposed to being in a position to interpret the job of a public protector as it should be. It's a very, the legislation, the judgment of the Constitutional Court is a difficult one. It's a difficult one because it extends, to a great extent, the significance of the role of the public protector. One could very easily play down the role of a public protector into insignificance, or elevate it as a pillar of democracy. Now, my life experience, my exposure to what the public protector should be and what democracy should be makes it important, and I play a role in that. The public protector, let me just put it differently. The public protector is a unique institution. It's unique in the sense that it does not have any real comparison in the world. It doesn't have a real comparison because it's only 3 or 4 countries that have a public protector. They call it the Ombud. And in a sense, we're developing this institution here. But more than that, we're developing democracy as should be developed and strengthening democracy. The Chapter 9 institutions are simply directed to strengthen democracy in all its manifestations. And that's what we hope to do. And that's, I think, my own life experience, and you can ask me about that, predisposes me to being a preeminently good candidate for the job. Thank you, ma'am.
Isai, can I take other questions? I need to take the round of questions. Honorable Breitenbach, Horn, Van Dam, Korenhoff, Swart. I'm hoping that you are getting my thing, Bonani, so that you can assist me.
Sorry,
to-
ma'am, I don't have to remember the names, because I don't know. everybody.
Okay. Please, if you can say who you are before you ask the question to the judge. Okay. Let me go again to the list. I said Honorable Bredenbrock, Honorable Hon, Honorable Van Dam, Honorable Kurenov, Honorable Swart, and Honorable Masondo. Can I stop there? I will give all of you an opportunity to ask questions. Honorable Mwabe, I do note you. You will have the opportunity in the next round. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Judge.
Morning,
My name is Glynis Breitenbach.
I know the lawyers are.
Indeed. In the questionnaire that you filled in for this application, in the
Yeah.
questionnaire, on page 5, I don't know if you have one with you,
I don't have it with me.
page 5, question 2.1, please explain why you believe you are the right person to serve as the next public protector. In your answer, you made the following statement. The public protector has a very wide mandate and cannot possibly pursue all the complaints, especially in the current climate. An objective evaluation of each complaint, or as many as possible, is required on a day-to-day basis. Then on the next page, page 6, at the end of question 2, and question 2.2 refers to, in your opinion, the key challenges facing the country and the role the public protector should play. You say at the end of that answer, the other challenge facing the public protector is the multiplicity of complaints. The public protector must have a sharp eye to get rid of opportunistic complaints. Would you, combining those two statements of yours, please explain to me precisely what you mean by this? And then, just as an aside, you say you defended hundreds of thousands of activists?
Thousands.
Really? Hundreds of thousands?
No, not thousands,
Oh,
hundreds.
okay, thank you.
But I can say this, just on that question, that I defended more than most.
Okay. I also did not take it literally. Honorable Hon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, afternoon, Judge.
Oh, good afternoon.
The Nkandla judgment indeed has brought clarity as to the binding nature of the powers of the public protector, and you yourself say that there's the possibility of either elevating the position to be a pillar of our democracy or downgrading it to a situation where it will not assist strengthening of democracy. The court itself found that what we look for in the public protector is a zero tolerance for impunity. And
I didn't hear you. There's zero tolerance for.
for impunity.
Yes, of course.
And simultaneously, the Act itself says that the office bearer of this important institution should be fit and proper, and there's good case law which indicate that any indications of dishonesty must lead to a finding that a person is not fit and proper for such a position. Now I want to take you to what you yourself called in an interview the so-called Mumbai incident. And the fact is that whilst you were found not guilty, it bothers me.
Just put that on record immediately. That
Judge, let him finish his question. I will give you an opportunity to respond.
Yes. You were found not guilty, and I think you also...
object, that is not correct. I was never found guilty. Not guilty.
Judge,
That's not what I said.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond. Let the member finish his question. I know some of the questions can be very, quite emotional, but I would request Judge to just be a bit tolerant. Exercise your maximum tolerance, and can you proceed, member?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, again, you were found not guilty. I know there's an indication that indeed the complainant or the accuser in the matter withdrew a charge or complaint, but in terms of the penal code applicable, it had to be effected through a court. But what I want your comment on is that it was fairly widely established or reported at the time that at first there was a point-blank denial of any sexual intercourse on your part, whilst later your defense turned around consensual sex. And I want to ask you how such a vastly different version of the facts of this event must not lead us to find that you were not at the time, at one of the two instances, completely honest. Then, Chair, just as a second question, Judge, you also indicated in an interview after you were nominated, and I will quote from that, and you said, "My life has always been controversial. Everything I do is high profile." Will you not agree that what we are indeed in need of as South Africa now is for a public protector who will do his or her job without looking to be high profile? Thank you.
Honorable Van Dam, and you are going to be, let me rather limit this to only 3 of you. Ask your question, then I will give you an opportunity to respond, Judge, and I will proceed to other members. I just don't want to have too many questions piling up for you. I've just taken that decision because I think there are too many questions. Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Van Dam.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Judge Desai.
Morning.
You paying attention? So I'm sure you'll agree that in addition to having the requisite qualifications and the requisite experience to being public protector, the job also requires a number of personality attributes. It requires you to be able to handle stress. It requires you to be healthy. It requires you to have a cool head. Now, I think you have a number of health issues. Do you think those health issues will affect your ability to fulfill the task required as public protector? It's a 7-year term. Do you feel that your health issues may get in the way? And then, would you regard yourself as a person with a cool head? And the reason I'm asking this question is because you've been in a number of public spats with your colleagues. You had a public spat with Judge Hlophe. You had a spat with Judge Bozalek. You had a spat with a fracas, by your own words, a fracas with an attorney in 1992. You had an angry confrontation with Judge Foxcroft. You were accused of defamation by Oasis Property. Considering all these public spats with your colleagues, would you regard yourself as a person with a cool head? I think being public protector and having to deal with a lot of attacks and personal attacks, you really have to have a cool head. So do you regard yourself as a person with a cool head?
I am giving you the opportunity to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me first set out the Mumbai incident as it occurred. Firstly, I was never acquitted. I was not convicted either. What happened was that the allegation against me was withdrawn under oath. But in India, in terms of the Indian Penal Code, an offense such as that cannot be compounded. It means it cannot be withdrawn. But they do have a process by which you submit the state's case, and Ms. Breitenbach will understand that. You take the state's docket to court, and you tell them, look here, is there a case for the accused to, without him having to say anything, where there is the case for him to answer. And it is on that basis that the case against me was dismissed. It's an absolute lie to suggest that I changed my version. The press engaged in a great deal of speculation with regard to that, but I never gave any version at all. I was acting at legal advice right from the beginning, and I never expressed or gave any view, publicly or, well, publicly certainly, I never expressed any view as to what happened that night. Those of you familiar with Shantaram, the novel, would know that the police station where I was detained was the Kafri police station in Mumbai. And what happened was that the press were trying to buy a statement from the police station. And all sorts of events were occurring, and eventually a statement appeared. But let me say this very confidently. I never signed that statement. It was not my statement. That's the version you're relying upon for a contradiction. What happened was, you know, I've never been a popular judge with the white judges in the old order. And a judge by the name of, I forget his name, Monius Fleming, then came up with the story that I lied. That was a lie, because I never lied. I never changed my version. And then many of my comrades were very senior advocates came to my defense. But somehow the story has lingered on, as Monius Fleming said, and he found some reason to say that I was unfit to be a judge. But even he didn't pursue that. So any criticism of me or that Mumbai incident, if it's based on facts, I agree with you. But what you're saying is based on speculation and inferences from what appeared in the press. It's terrible for me having to repeat this, but this is what happened. And I say this with absolute confidence, that I did not contradict myself, that I've never given a version as to what happened, and the versions that are circulating around the statements which the police were selling on from the streets of the police station. The other more important question is obviously this. The question that Ms. Breitenbach asked. It obviously, the Office of the Public Protector has a very wide mandate. It is the extremely wide mandate, because the Act itself says that any act any act which prejudices the state can be the subject of an inquiry. Now, it calls, you can't investigate every complaint. You can't decide whether every complaint is a complaint worthy of pursuing, worthy of spending state resources on investigating. I absolutely stand by what I said. There's somebody who will have to stand by and objectively decide which are the issues that would need emphasis upon. The issues that will arise from time to time. There could only have been one in Kandla. There are other issues. History will dictate the emergent situation that will arise in the years to come. It calls for an objective evaluation. That I agree. I didn't understand you to say you disagree with that. Yes, of course.
You may.
Oh, yes, yeah, because, I know. Well, the current climate is tautologist. It's not really, but in the current situation, that one will have to exercise some discretion. And that makes the position of a public protector enormously powerful, because ultimately the public protector determines which issues warrant further investigation. Every single act that falls foul of the legislation would warrant investigation. But you can't do that. So in the current milieu, but what the position I really adopt is this, that the public protector must be independent from state authority. That the public protector must be independent, completely independent from the state. But to say that without coupling it to its logical next step is to lie, is to create a situation in which we don't recognize the reality for what it is. You don't only sing to the hymn sheet of the government, but you also don't sing to the hymn sheet of the opposition. You don't determine the agenda of the public protector is not determined by the hymn sheet of any party in this country, whether it be the government, whether it be the opposition, any other party. The independence in this country and independence of the public protector means independence both from the state and from the ruling class in this country. You must remember that the largest attack against me was launched by the Business Day, Mr. Tim Cohen. A lot of it factually incorrect. But I think he senses that I won't sing to his hymn sheet either. That we will be as objective as we can in determining what is in the best interest of this country and the objective social conditions in this country. So please, I want to put that very clearly. To the lady who asked the question about my short temper, I've had a colorful life, yes. The Oasis incident arose out of a community dispute in which we objected to them building a commercial enterprise in the living area. I'm sure you lived in that, my community would have supported me on that. The issue, I don't know about Judge Bozelic, I don't know where you picked that up from, it's not true. Just check that I've never had a fight with my friend. Sorry? Yes. Sorry?
Can I request the members of the public to please switch off their mic, and if they can also allow this interview process to go uninterrupted, please. Okay. You can switch off your mic, Judge, and you will switch it on when you are responding. Thank you. Over to you.
This was just part of the research we conducted. Desai controversially came to defense of advocate Nahima Balan, who swore at Judge Bozelic saying, I don't know if I should repeat that, your master man, you. Desai stated, I can only imagine what precipitated Balam's reaction, which implies that Bozelic had instigated the reaction. So in essence, you said your fellow judge was deserving of that very colorful language.
I remember that incident, but there's nothing to do with Bozelic and me. Mr. Bellum was a pathetic individual, actually committed suicide afterwards. He stood up in court one day and told Judge Bozelic uses expletives. But I don't think I criticized Judge Bozelic. What we were discussing there was the conditions which led a man to react as he did as an advocate. And I don't think that's a significant incident in my life or Judge Bozelic's life.
All right.
And I don't think that was a significant incident. If you want to talk about that, we had a fight, but we didn't really have a fight. Judge Bozelic and I are the best of friends. But what happened was this, if you want to talk about the incident involving Judge Foxcroft, if you want to hear it, I will tell you. What happened was this. Judge Foxcroft sentenced one of the heroes of our struggle, Alan Busak. And when he sentenced him, we were in a tea room. And every single white judge who walked in said, well done, John. They were celebrating the demise of one of the revolutionary heroes of our time. And each time they said that to him, he muttered under his breath. I acted for Alan Busak in his younger days, in my younger days. And they told me, he kept on telling me, but you know, your former client is a very arrogant man. And then he carried on. The next judge walks in, well done, John. And he says to me, your former client is a very arrogant man. So eventually I had enough of this. And I said to him, and became legendary in the legal world after that, what concerns me is not the arrogance of a former client. What concerns me is the arrogance of the white middle class. If you don't like that comment, it's yours. But what I did say, and you asked me to say it, you're restoring what you... Yes, but what you're doing...
Honorable member, can you please give Judge an opportunity to respond, and let's run this process properly. Judge,
yeah, thank you.
Proceed.
You see, in Afrikaans you say krap. If you krap, then it comes out. And I think you've krapped there once too much. But yeah, because these are parts of our history that will remain to be accounted for in time to come. Sorry, you can next question, please.
Members, are you done, Judge?
Yes, I'm done, thank you.
And I'm not going to go back. I'm going to be giving other people an opportunity. Van Dam, are you done? There was an aspect of your question which I didn't hear, Judge, you're responding to, the one around your health. Your health.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
forgot.
that aspect, I think it's the one that has not yet been answered.
Okay.
If you can respond to that, then we can move on.
Yes, sorry about that. Very embarrassing to discuss my health in public. But you know, ideologically, I'm a socialist. So as a socialist, you're supposed to die with your boots on. But besides that, I did have, it's probably public knowledge, I had cancer 5-6 years ago. I had a form of leukemia called the CLL. I've completely recovered from that. I'm diabetic. And in the course of this year, I developed shingles. Shingles is a nerve ending that leaves terrible marks on your body. It also itches, and it continues to itch to this day. But when I heard that this issue of my health is coming up here, I had a long discussion about that with my physician. My physician is one of the leading endocrinologists in the Cape, and I see him because of my diabetes. And he told me that at 65-year-old, I'm a 65-year-old. He can't predict what will happen to me unless something unforeseen occurs to my health. If nothing unforeseen occurs, then that's it. But if I develop some other form of illness that he can't predict, as he said, and I think we all know, that there but for fortune go you and I, whether I'm going to get another illness or not. That's it's an issue of good luck and good fortune. But other than that, Ms. Van Dam, I am in good health. Good health with all my limitations.
Thank you very much, Judge. Can I move on to other members? And Honorable Van Dam, I've given you an opportunity to ask questions. Would you allow all the other members to ask questions? Honorable Kuranov, you were one of the people who is coming in. Kuranov, Swart, and Masondo. Okay. I am going to take you, Honorable Shivambu and Honorable Mwabe. Mwabe was before you, Honorable Shivambu. So I am noting you. You will have your chance. Thank you. Honorable Kuranov?
Oh.
Let me try this one. Thank you, Chairperson, Judge Desai. You have attracted a lot of commentary, you know, after you've been, a lot of commentary in the media after you've been nominated. You know, maybe for good reasons, and some trying to indicate that you will not act independently, you know, when you are appointed. Now, you are an impeccable lawyer. There's no doubt about that. And if you are appointed, you know, you will become the public protector for the whole of South Africa. You've touched on the independence of that office. And I just want, again, to hear from your mouth, what do you understand about the independence of the public protector, and will you respect that at all time?
That was very good. That question was very short and crisp. Honorable Swart?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Judge. It's good to see you again.
Giving me the new status of being a judge.
Chairperson and Judge. I've known you for many, many years, and it's good to see you here. Could I ask you about the independence as you see it, and you would recall the relationship with the present public protector and Parliament. There was a lot of conflict for various reasons. We understand the independence you've elucidated, and you're going to again explain further in that regard. But how do you see the public protector liaising with Parliament, with the Justice Committee? Because of course the budget comes from Parliament, and there is that link that is very key. And that leads me on to the second issue, which is we all know the Public Protector has severe financial constraints at the moment. How would you resolve that? Again, considering that following the Constitutional Court judgment, there are going to be a lot of review applications by government departments where those findings are now binding. How would you resolve the relationship with Parliament, firstly, and then the budgeting, the financial issues? Thank you, Chair.
That was nice and crisp as well, Honorable Swart. Honorable Masondo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And of course, greeting to the judge. 3 short questions, really. The first one is in relation to your knowledge and skill. What do you bring? And how will this help enhance the office of the Public Protector? Secondly, in relation to intergovernmental relations, what do you think the role of the Public Protector should be? This is really being raised in the context of many out there who believe that the relationship between the Public Protector and the other institutions of the state should not be antagonistic. If you agree to this view, what should the balance be? And thirdly,
Sorry, could you repeat that?
what should the balance be in terms of relationship between the Public Protector's Office, or Office of Public Protector, and other institutions of government? The emphasis here is really that there is this thing called intergovernmental relations. Where does the Public Protector fit in the equation? Put in another way, intergovernmental relations has a very, very important role to play, and something that's reflected in the Constitution. How do we ensure that relations are at a level where one can talk of a balance in a credible manner? What's your view? That's your view, really, on this. The last part of the question is, there are many people who are concerned about the Public Protector not just protecting certain people, but protecting the people as a whole. Have you thought about this? And if so, what's your view?
Thank you, Honorable Masondo. Let me take you, Mwabe and Shivambu. Then I'm going to let Judge to respond.
But Chair, those questions are too many. I don't think it's going to reply. Can you please answer?
Or
and then we'll come
shall
back
we?
again?
Okay. If that's your feeling, committee, can you respond to those questions, Judge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me say lawyers like to be flattered, and somebody calls you an incredible lawyer, you're flattered more than most. Thank you, Mr. Kondo, for that comment. But I agree with you absolutely that the office of the Public Protector must be important. But I say that further than that, that it should not only be independent from government, it should also be independent from other interest groups that should actually operate on its own in the sense that it's accountable only to the Constitution and to South Africa. But there is no such thing as total independence, as you all politicians would certainly know. And that independence is often compromised by objective conditions. One can only hope that in the climate that prevails, and the climate, this is a difficult climate to be a public protector, that we'll be able to maintain not simply the independence of the office, but also maintain the ability to raise the stature of the organization. As Mr. Swartz correctly, and the question answers yours as well. There is this intergovernmental relationship which will have to exist, certainly for purposes of funding and so on. But as a lawyer, you'd know that this act is far too widely phrased. Every single offense would result in an investigation. You virtually face thousands of investigations of any complaint that comes to you will amount to an offense, would amount to an investigation. The problem with that, though, is that firstly, you won't have the resources. Secondly, who do you exclude and what do you exclude? And thirdly, how do you retain the efficacy of the organization, its credibility above all? It calls for a balancing act. What the forefathers, fathers of our Constitution, when they created this wide institution, and now with the judgment of the Constitutional Court, it not only makes its powers wide, it also makes its power very powerful because its order is an order, it is the effect of an order of a court. So it's a very, the public protector becomes a very important institution, a very powerful institution. And Mr. Sondo, it certainly would call for cooperation between various arms of government. Cooperation between various arms of government is of utmost importance, not simply to see the functioning of the office, but to prevent the office becoming exercise in futility. We must be able to raise the stature of the organization. That's the real issue before us. How does one do that? On the one hand, pandering to government, which is to give you funding. Does one pander? And if not, what does one do? Quite clearly, one can't pander to government because that compromises your independence. On the other hand, must have a working relationship to get sufficient funding to keep it functioning adequately. Mr. Swart, I must say that I don't have a clear idea of where the funding comes, say that it comes from the state. The Department of Appropriations, yeah. So one will have to work that out. You know, I'm not a novice in funding. I mean, I've been on the board of the Foundation for Human Rights for 22 years. And we dealt with hundreds of millions of rand, Ms. Plettenbach. We've dealt with that over 22 years successfully without any complaints. So I'm familiar with big concepts. But just to sell myself for 1 minute, I was chairperson of, and I'm not a bit unsettled that Mr. Self is not here because he would know, it dealt with me over years. I was chairperson of the National Council for Correctional Services. And there we deal with large amounts of people. It's a body that deals with the release of lifers. And as a judge, I dealt with that as additional to my day-to-day work to see to the effect of running. We did that very successfully for 15 years, that we managed to run correctional services for so long as an added job to my job as a functioning judge. I'm very proud of that. I'm proud of the fact that I released lifers eventually after serving 20, 25 years in jail, and few of them, or not one of them that I know of, reoffended. So it was a hugely successful and difficult job that I've done. But I understand money, Mr. Swartz, that I'm trying to say, and to some extent, not absolutely. I'm a socialist, so my knowledge of money may not be that good, but it's certainly good enough to manage an organization. I suppose one has staff to additionally help you. And could do what one can under the circ, Madam Chair.
Judge, are you done with
Yeah.
that response?
Unless I missed something out.
Okay. No, I don't see anything that is coming. Honorable Mwabe, then Honorable Shivambu, and Honorable Bongo. Okay, let's start again. Honorable Mwabe, Honorable Shivambu, Honorable Bongo, Honorable Msimang, then Honorable Motapo, then I'm going to come to you in the next round. We are going to run slightly late with this particular interview, but we will make sure that, you know, everybody has had their chance. Yes, Honorable Mwabe.
Oh, sorry.
It does, yeah, thank you. And can I ask the people who are observing the proceedings to please not touch this system because it does interfere with its efficiency? Thank you. Honorable Mwabe?
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to Honorable Judge. I will take you to the same questionnaire, Honorable Judge, page 5, section 2, 2.1. I think one of the members also quoted this section, where you were asked to explain why you believe you are a right person to serve as the next public protector. And towards the end of the first paragraph in your response, you said that Chapter 9 institutions are fundamental pillars of democratic state, and their interests are to be protected, advanced, and preserved. Now, I want to know from you, say you are appointed as the next public protector, what strategies will you use to make sure that the interests of this office are indeed protected, advanced, and preserved? Thank you.
Honorable Shivambu?
Thank you, Chairperson. You know, Honorable Judge Desai, in the past year or two, Advocate Thulima Donsela was the public protector, would come to Parliament to report about the progress of the office and ask for additional funding and so on and so forth. And in many instances, and mostly because of the Secure in Comfort report, which dealt with the Nkandla question, she faced a lot of insults. She was called a CIA agent, she was called a DA member, a counter-revolutionary, all sorts of things that were labeled on her. I don't think you've got the temperament that is stable to could handle the pressure if you will get criticized later on. If you're ever appointed a public protector. Even now, you just illustrated, a member of parliament points to the rape allegation that happens on you and you interject him. I expected far much better from a judge that allow a person to speak whatever allegation they make, whatever form and content of allegation that they make, at least keep quiet and then you respond later, but you come here, a member of parliament speaks and then you interject them. Is that how we're going to work with you if you ever get appointed as a public protector? I think that is a worrying point. You have identified in the questionnaire the challenges which you think are facing South Africa. You say it's crime, it's poverty, it's skills, and then it's inflated civil service salaries. What should we do with the inflated civil service salaries? Should we have in your questioning? It's a different one. Okay, that's fine. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. No, that's fine. That's fine. Then the other issue, the other question which we've been asking all the candidates that came here with struggled credentials and It's obviously your role. We appreciate your role in the fight against apartheid and everything else. But you keep on saying that you are socialist. What is this socialism that you're talking about? What is the socialist transformation of society that you're talking about that you aspire to have as a socialist? What exactly should we achieve? During the announcement of the results in the showgrounds in Pretoria, in Tshwane, there were a group of young ladies who were assaulted by the protection services of the presidency and of government for protesting against the rape or bringing awareness around rape. What is your opinion around those issues? And the second last question is on the fact that young women were assaulted by the protection services for raising awareness on the question of rape. The second last question is, do you think there was any wrongdoing on the part of the president in the construction of the private residence in Kandla? I'm sure you have read the Secure in Comfort report of the public protector. Do you think that there is anything wrong that the president of the ANC did that led to the construction of that particular house? The last question is the question that we have asked others as well about the enforcement of the Executive Members Ethics Act, because it outlines much more primarily the role of the public protector. How are you going to better that and make sure that it is implemented and enforced far much more appropriately, because it involves a president, it involves members of cabinet, including those that you must appropriate funds for the functioning of the public protector from their departments? Sure.
I think the questions that have come from the last two speakers are quite loaded, and I would give you an opportunity to respond. I will proceed to the next round after your response to you, Honorable Bongo, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Madam
Honorable
Chair.
Judge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first question, which relates to the question of being in a position to defend and advance the pillars of democracy, I agree with you. I'll do the best I can. But to be able to defend those pillars, you must be able to recognize which are more significant, which needs emphasis from time to time. And I think that I'm well placed to do that, and will do that the best I can. One can't give an assurance that will in fact happen, but what the assurance one can give is that we'll do the best one can to advance all interests of the Chapter 9 institutions. The question of I'm not quite sure what Mr. Shivambu meant by the President's office and were you talking of the Nkandla judgment? Yes. Oh, yes, of course. As a judge of the High Court and as the supremacy of the courts prevails, I accept absolutely the outcome of the Constitutional Court judgment. That judgment it's a correct exposition of our law. Is that what you want to hear? What do you want to hear?
Do you think there was any wrongdoing on the part of the president in all those? I'm saying that I assume that you have read the Secure in Comfort report of the public protector. Do you think that in all those happenings of Makanya and the Department of Public Works, do you think that there was any wrongdoing on the part of the President of the Republic, or of the ANC, I mean to say?
I accept that there was. There's quite clearly wrongdoing on the face of that judgment, and I accept that there was wrongdoing on the part of national government, certainly. The question of socialism, Mr. Mkshandu, I raised that because of my own past. I did not grow up in the ANC. I mean, you may know that, you probably don't know that. If you're long enough in Cape Town, you know that many of us didn't grow up in the traditions of Oliver Tambo and so on. One is rooted in the history that goes far back. And it's a history of socialism. And I was schooled throughout my life in that way of thinking. I make no bones about it. I'm not afraid to say so. I'm actually proud of my past, the training I have in political thinking. That's why I may react strongly to people, which I shouldn't. I agree with you that I should not have reacted strongly to the gentleman who asked me. But you know, if you're facing this accusation day in, day out, and you know there's nothing you can really do about it, that you do react. And if you found that offensive, I agree with you. And I agree, and if I must apologize to Mr. gentleman in the blue suit, I would do that. But, sorry? Honorable Van Dam, yeah. So I apologize for that. But you see, everybody is the product of his own life experiences. And in my case, I've lived intensely in the events that have occurred in South Africa, and I've been part of all these events for the last 5 decades. So I'm virtually alert to every nuance that occurs in the political life of this nation. I make mistakes, you know, but I don't think my political thinking has been wrong in the vision they've had for the future. I think we still need to work out how the country develops and how we find a solution that's acceptable to all South Africans. But that is something which will lie outside, not my field as if I'm a public protector, but in other fields of human endeavor and human thinking. But what I do say this, Mr. Shivambu, is this, that if you look at the world today and say that's it, then it's a world without hope. It's a world without vision for any revolutionary thought. So I believe in that we need to change. That's why I talk of a ruling class. I talk of a system where they try to dictate to you a hymn sheet to determine how particular people should react. Independence in South Africa means independence from all of those adverse influences that occur from time to time. And if one can't do that, then take a walk. Don't try to be public protector. Because the next public protector is not going to have an Inkandla, which will define its role. The next public protector will have a sequence of events which may or may not make it a successful institution. And I said right at the beginning that we're working without precedents here. There are no other public protectors in the world. There are 1 or 2 ombudsmen in Norway and Sweden and New Zealand. But those 3 countries, the objective social conditions are different than what they are in this country. And in this country, the challenges are far more challenging than any of those countries. So the public protector in South Africa has a much more difficult role to fulfill because of the objective social conditions. Thank you, Madam Chair. Please tell me if I speak too much.
No problem, Judge. I will tell you. So far, it's going okay. Honorable Bongo? There's something wrong. I don't think it's the members of the public, but there's something wrong with our system. It just comes on its own. I've just been observing that. If you could advise the IT guys so that they can assist us with this challenge. Honorable Pongo?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Kondo Wesizwe. So on those bases, they think that may impair your fitness and properness to hold this office. I'll wish you to comment on that one. And then secondly, when you were nominated for shortlisting, I think the DA has raised a matter about the judgments. I want you to just comment for the benefit of the public. But what are those judgments? Is there any such a thing?
And if it's there, what kind of judgment did he refer to? And thank you, Chair.
Honorable Tseke? All right.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Mine is somehow related.
Mang, you will come after Honorable Matapo.
Yes.
Sorry.
Mine is somehow related to Honorable Bongo. Good afternoon, Judge. Muramadi Mutapo is my name. Judge Desai, there were objections on your nomination, especially in relation to impartiality. Some political parties raised that during 2001, there was a commission of inquiry which related to DA, New National Party / ANC. There were findings against the DA. So the DA is doubting your impartiality. You know, one of the personal attributes which an ideal public protector should possess is impartiality amongst others. So may you kindly comment on that. Secondly, there was also an issue of delayed judgments, although none were reported to JSC or NEEC, National Enhancement Efficiency Committee. There were judgments which were said to have been delivered 9 months after being heard, 6 months. Can I refer to Victoria and Alfred Waterfront versus City of Cape Town judgment, which was delivered 6 months thereafter? HEG Consulting judgment, TAC versus Rath over 9 months. I'm aware that the 2014 norms and standards for judicial officers came into effect in 2014, and these judgments were delivered prior to these norms and standards coming into effect. So, and I'm also aware that you were one of the panel of judges which were dealing with all these cases. So may you clear the air on the issue, taking into consideration that the Office of Public Protector has got a huge load of cases. So what is your take on that? And again, may you kindly comment on this garnishing order case, which brought joy to the most vulnerable. Thank you so much.
There are a lot of questions that Honorable Mutapo asked, but I wanted to give Honorable Msimang an opportunity to ask so that, Judge, you can respond to both the sets of questions. Yes, Honorable Msimang?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll only ask one question. My name, Judge, is Themba Msimang. Judge, you have emphasized the extremely wide powers that are conferred on the public protector. You have even pointed out that these are unprecedented in the world. And yet you have maintained that you are the best candidate for the post, which could be interpreted to be contradictory. But my question is, if you had your way, in what way would you trim down the powers of the public protector as they stand? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other member who had a question? Shivambui, I gave you the opportunity to ask the question.
Not Chair, I'm not going to ask any additional question. I think the Honorable Judge had forgotten to answer the question about the IEC incident of the women who were protesting about the rape there. So I'm sure if he, when he
okay,
answers, he
alright.
must cover that as well.
Okay.
Sure.
Judge, you are requested to comment on that IEC rape matter. The member would like you to comment on it. Okay. Can I give you that opportunity? Probably before, maybe let me ask my own question, because for consistency, because I want to give you the last, you are going to respond to all the questions. Judge, one of the biggest threats that we have, not just in South Africa, but in the continent as a whole, is the threat of corruption in as far as it undermines the developmental agenda and developmental path of the continent. Now, Judge, obviously you will be, as a public protector, if you become successful, you will be required to, you will be required to take action or in actually mitigating against these cases. However, we have a challenge that you have your high-profile cases, but you have the cases that are cases from ordinary people, ordinary citizens. It could be about a house, it could be about, it could be about, property rates, especially with the local government environment, because we are beginning to see a lot of those cases in the local government environment. Now, Judge, how are you going to balance the cases, the high-profile cases, and those cases that are speaking directly to the people on the ground, your poor people? How are you going to balance that? The other thing, Judge, I also wanted you to know, are there any strategies that you will think you will come up with that will assist the state to recover monies that are accumulated wrongfully? Is it something that you are also considering? And you will have to forgive me. I don't belong to the justice cluster, I belong more to the finance cluster. And I tend to worry more about issues of fiscal prudence. I tend to worry more about issues of financial viability, and I also tend to worry more about how best do we save the PES, the national PES. Thank you, Judge. Oh, finally, that's the one, because I have to be consistent. Given the linguistic landscape in South Africa, we have a linguistic landscape in South Africa where you have your block, which is your Afrikaans, English, which is your colonial descent kind of block, and you have your African origin block. Now, given the importance of this position to building social cohesion, how are you going to make sure that you are actually, your messages and your whatever actions that the public protector takes filters down to the ground and reaches to all the segments of society, not only one side of society? And probably it does speak to what you had said earlier on the independence of this office does not necessarily only refers to the state, but independence in its totality, including inferences of the ruling class and whatnot, and the most influential. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much to all the people who put questions. Let me start off with the first batch of questions. Put the objections from the AfriForum that somehow I've lost my objectivity because I acted for Umkhonto we Sizwe. Let me tell AfriForum that I did not only act for Umkhonto we Sizwe, and the Mtsunyana Commission acted also for Umbogodo. Umbogodo is a stone that crushes the internal security wing of Umkhonto we Sizwe. Throughout my life, I've acted for the PAC, SASO, its predecessor forms. I acted for my own political organization, which I grew up in the Unity Movement. And I've acted for the UDF in that period of my life. And then I acted for hundreds of, many people were involved in serious political acts in the state, against the state. I never acted for anybody who was part of the stooge system of that time, the pro-government elements. Nobody asked me to defend them, and I did not defend them. My entire life was spent defending if I've sinned by defending Umkhonto for Visizwe, I plead guilty to that sin. If I've sinned by acting for Umbogodo, I plead guilty. I defended those who were the victims of the system of apartheid, and I resented the fact that those who opposed us in the courtrooms and elsewhere were living on the fat of apartheid. So you must remember that in our background, in our mindset, we had two sets of people, us and them. And they were them, and we were us. So AfriForum can rest assured, not only did I defend the people, but I'm proud of the fact that I defended them. You asked me about the issue of judgments. The lady, Mrs. Matkata, asked me about the issue of the, I don't know if she picked up the judgment of the waterfront. That's a very significant judgment because that deals with, you know, the waterfront doesn't have a zoning. Municipal regulations, Mr. Swatsi will know, don't apply to the waterfront. And that is because of that judgment I gave. It's a very complex judgment. It took 8 or 9 months to deliver. It's a full bench of 3 of us who wrote it. So any lawyer would know life has its complexities. Judgment hurried is often justice buried. So it's not a question of simply issuing judgment like you issue orders. Judgments sometimes take time. Sometimes judgments have to be evaluated properly before they're delivered, and the impact on the lives of many people. But what is important is this, that we do have a process. If anybody oversteps the mark now, we go to the Chief Justice, and then the Judicial Service Commission then takes steps against you. That hasn't been done against me. So you can rest assured that's not a problem. But I want to emphasize that those who talk about judgments must also remember that if you present a complex case to a judge, you're going to take some time before you get a mature judgment. I never done tax in my life. The university I went to, for some reason, never taught us tax. And one day they decided to give us a tax matter. And I mean, the judge president allocated the matter to me. It's one of the largest companies listed on the stock exchange. And the receiver was the risk of losing R500 million. I sat with that judgment. I first read up every tax law I could. And I then produced the judgment on tax, which actually was against the state. It was in favor of one of the big boys in this country. And the state then took that to 10 to 6 of the most senior counsel in the country to see whether they could take it on appeal. And they advised to rest it because there is nothing further that could be done about it. So the point I'm making is it's not simply justice, delivering justice as a judge. It's not simply issuing judgments. It's issuing mature judgments when the situation warrants it. My greatest contribution as a judge, and it probably be written in my epitaph, was the garnishee order judgment. That comes once in a lifetime to a judge case, which impacts on the lives of millions of people. And when I saw that judgment, I knew this was it. The day I issued the judgment, it immediately affected the lives of millions of people. Millions of people who've been wrongly charged, wrongly, not charged in the criminal sense, but wrongly charged excessive fees and were wrongly made to pay off amounts which they weren't owing and so on. Fortunately, the case was backed by a woman of substance who then brought the matter to court. The matter stands, it's the Constitutional Court hasn't given judgment yet, but I can tell you there's no way they're going to interfere with that judgment. So, you know, there's certain things you're proud of. I'm proud of defended people in the apartheid era. but I'm proud that I was able to deliver a judgment which actually remedied an evil. The garnishes system, as it prevailed, was an evil. It's an evil in the sense that, you know what happened in that case? If you live in Stellenbosch, you were made to pay, you signed a consent to judgment in Piketberg or somewhere else, thousands of miles away. And then they implemented that judgment there against you and then brought it back. It was clearly, I shouldn't say this, but it was clearly an act of, let me not use the criminal term, but it was clearly an act of total inhumanity that prevailed. That millions of rands being made on the backs of poor people. And that, and surprisingly in a democratic state, the state was not able to pick up that the system was evil, if not unjust. So
Honorable Judge, I don't like doing this to you, but I would like you to try and be crisp
Yes,
with
I will do that now.
your
Thank you.
responses, because I'm now having two other members who would like to ask us something.
just
I
finish-
have two more members that would like to ask something.
Could I just finish the question of,
Yeah, let's
the question the
get-
gentleman over here asked that I can't
Pardon?
really,
I'm saying, I'm saying to the judge, can he try to be very short in
Let me
his
just-
responses? That's fine.
let me just
We
answer.
did the same thing with Judge Wena, and I think I wanted to make sure that we are consistent with what we do. May proceed.
Can this question the gentleman asked over there, one can't really trim down the office of the public protector. One doesn't really want to trim down the office of the public protector. But what one has to do is to find a way, modus vivendi, how it survives optimally while taking into account the realistic conditions. How does one do that? I mean, Madam Chair, you raised the issue that corruption is endemic, not only in this country, but throughout the current world. And one must be able to curb corruption if one wants to have a developmental state. Corruption, corruption corrodes the developmental state. So I agree with you, absolutely, it's the biggest threat. But once one is aware of that, one is able to deal with that. So what you said, I actually agree with you. And I agree with you that one should be able to focus on that in working towards a solution. The public protector, it's a difficult office. It is going to be a difficult office, but I'm sure we can try to deal with it the best we can.
Very much. I think I'm going to, I've allowed every member an opportunity to speak. Is there anything that you would like to say, Judge, before we can release you? Yes.
Thank you very much for affording me a hearing, and thank you very much for such entertaining discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Judge. You shall hear from us. Thank you. There is food here, but I wanted to say to you, you know, the reality of the situation is that you have more interest in other candidates. And it's only fair if I give all of you an opportunity to ask the questions. And I don't want it to be too rushy and end up not giving you an opportunity when you wanted to speak. And please do bear with me. I also did this thing with Judge Wena. It was the same thing where I kind of allowed you to get the benefit of the entire interview. Please, you can help yourselves, members. We are going to break for lunch for about 25 minutes, members. 25 minutes, go to the ladies, do whatever, those who are allowed to go to the ladies, and then you can have your lunch. And yeah.
Honorable.
Thank you very much, everyone. Can we resume? Welcome, Professor Blamola. First of all, let me apologize for not sticking to the schedule. Members have a lot of questions, and you shall see as well, because you are here. And I have to make sure that this is a multi-party process. I don't want to jeopardize that. I want all of them to have an opportunity to ask whatever questions that they have. So without further ado, Blamla, my name is Makosi Koza. I'm the chair of this committee. And the members, when they speak, they will be introducing themselves as well. You have 10 minutes from which to make your case as communicated with you. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kosa. It's a privilege to be here and to meet the committee. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation because I want to tell a story about the journey of how I got here and why I should be here. Let me begin with one simple and core premise. I believe that the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa is supreme. We cannot compromise on this. The role of the public protector is to ensure that the people of South Africa receive what they are promised in this Constitution, a better life and more dignified life for all. Despite atrophied optic nerves, I was the youngest female full professor in the country at the age of 32, with 3 postgraduate law degrees. My doctoral thesis was on developing a new jurisprudence of gender equality in South Africa at a time when such a jurisprudence did not exist. In 1996, I became work as a law lecturer at the Missionvale campus of Vista University until the university was unbundled in 2003. Whilst serving on the Vista Council, I provided legal and strategic advice to the acting Vice-Chancellor on the consequences of the unbundling of the university, including staff retrenchments. And this is something that was very difficult to deal with. Vista instilled in me a social consciousness. Most students who studied at the Missionvale campus lived in extreme poverty and sacrificed much to study and improve their lives and the lives of their families. It was also during this time that HIV and AIDS claimed the lives of so many of our young and talented students who were literally dying before our eyes. Some of them slept on campus as they had nowhere else to study. During the 16 years that I lectured, I sat on 4 boards, namely the Board of Control for the School for Legal Practice, Vista and NMMU councils, and then the Board of the Africa Institute of South Africa. In addition, I practiced as a presiding officer of the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority for a period of 10 years, presiding over approximately 1,200 matters during that time. The role was to ensure that the regulations of an industry that employs 500,000 active security guards were upheld, so as not to allow the exploitation of individuals or the system. In 2011, I moved to Tshwane to take up the post of Research Director at ISA. During this time, I was headhunted, and now I'm at the Human Sciences Research Council, Executive Director of a program called Democracy, Governance and Service Delivery. As Executive Director, I manage a program budget of approximately 30 million per annum, 37 million per annum, yielding clean audits for the past 6 years. During this time, I secured 12 research contracts amounting to about 50 million rand, served as principal investigator on a number of these projects. A high-profile example, and I'm sure most of you know about this, is known as the Constitutional Justice Project. And this project comprised of a team of 32 researchers from the Human Sciences Research Council, the University of Fort Hare, and other universities across the country. This was quite something to manage and to lead. This politically sensitive project was successfully completed and will be presented to Cabinet shortly. The focus was on socioeconomic rights and service delivery, and the connection between socioeconomic rights and service delivery, which is very pertinent to the work of the Public Protector and a personal passion of mine. Other large research projects, the assessment of the Foundation for Human Rights and the status of state-owned enterprises, focused on investigative and evaluative research methodologies. I'm proud to say that my talented team has just completed the pre- and post-local government election surveys for the IEC, the results of which the IEC used to declare the elections free and fair. I'm a adjunct professor at the Nelson R. Mandela School of Law at the University of Fort Hare. My determination, drive, and unwavering belief in justice and fairness make me an internationally renowned scholar and expert in these areas of constitutional law and human rights. With 57 academic publications, I manage sustainable networks ranging from government departments, institutions supporting governments, universities, other science councils, NGOs, CSOs, through an open, consistent, and attentive communication system. Internationally, I've experienced in Track 1.5 and Track 2 diplomacy as a country representative for both BRICS and the Indian Ocean Rim Association. As the chair of the national chapter of the EOR Academic Group, I lead the Blue Economy Core Group. This is related to the work done in the presidency's Operation Pakisa, with the focus on sustainable development of the oceans. Trusted by colleagues to be rational, objective, decisive, and fair, I was seconded as acting executive director to stabilize incorporation difficulties between ISA and the HSRC. I therefore am relatively good at crisis management and ADR skills. Deemed a fit and proper person, I was admitted as an advocate in 2001. In 2017, the Minister of Health appointed me to serve on 2 working groups related to national health insurance, also a passion of mine. I was assigned the task of providing legal advice on the proceedings of the Competition Commission's private healthcare inquiry, where I met Chief Justice Sandile Ngobo and the chair of the Public Service Commission. We are now conceptualizing interventions around constitutionalism, democracy, and the rule of law in Africa, and we are registering a foundation to this effect. I'm familiar with the mandate of most of the Chapter 9 institutions, having worked with the Commission for Gender Equality, the Human Rights Commission, the IEC, and the FFC, and have a strong enough character to work with diverse individuals and groups, people with strong personalities. With no party political affiliation, I would be impartial and fight patronage in all its forms. The mainstreaming of gender within the Office of the Public Protector would be a priority, as well as the protection of the rights of the public without fear, favor, or prejudice. On a personal note, both my parents, journalists at the Rand Daily Mail, lost their jobs at the newspaper when it was banned by the National Party government for exposing the evils of apartheid. Today, I'm proud to be living in a post-1994 democracy and wish to play a role in strengthening and nurturing it. We have a long way to go. Over the past year, the Office of the Public Protector has changed to accommodate softer skills. I'm interested in this. During the time of Advocate Madonsela, there's been an increasing emphasis on alternative dispute resolutions to solve problems. This has allowed the office to become less confrontational.
You have 2 more minutes.
Thank you very much. To become less confrontational and for people to trust the office more and fear the office less. A real challenge is that people are not fully aware of the mandate of the Office of the Public Protector, and there need to be outreach programs. And this should really be done by the provincial offices. The provincial offices are a real opportunity for outreach programs, and we should utilize them more. Like other Chapter 9 institutions, there's a resource problem. And this resource problem has actually led to a case backlog and also led to the Public Protector having to ask National Treasury for additional funds to investigate the issue of state capture. And this is a bit tricky because it can lead to political interference. Often it is forgotten that the office is there to assist the state in improving on delivery of its constitutional obligations and not merely about righting wrongs. Good practice shows that institutions that develop networks of integrity in protecting democracy and holding the public administration to account are more sustainable and effective. The Office of the Public Protector is moving in this direction. This will ensure its sustainability and not render it vulnerable when a strong personality such as Advocate Madonsela leaves. The institution lives on and must further build on the successes of the past and consider innovations for the future. And I want to end with a quote, also to explain why I'm here. Courage is the most important of all the virtues, because without courage, you can't practice any other virtue consistently. You can practice any virtue erratically, but nothing consistently without courage. Maya Angelou. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. There you are, members. Can I take the first round? Honorable Pongo, Honorable On, Honorable Tseke, Honorable Swart, and Honorable Van Dam. In that order, please. I will take you. You will be the first one, Honorable Maisela.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good afternoon, Prof. Prof, I have two questions. One relates to the independence, because you also keep on saying the Office of the Public Protector must be independent. So I want you to share with the panel your understanding of this independence. If possible, use examples, and how do they relate with the other spheres of government. And then the second one, this panel is expected objectively to assess whether you are fit and proper for the position. Now, you were given a questionnaire to fill in. And in that questionnaire, there's a space which says, is there any other thing that you want to bring to the attention of the committee that we may not know or that you wish us to know? It will appear we have ticked no. But the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University has written to us to say that you have been found guilty on several counts of misconduct, which impact directly on the professionalism and impact also directly to fit and properness of your candidacy to can hold this position. So I want you to share with the panel on what will be your comment to what the university has written to us about, and your failure to disclose to the panel that you have some such issues hanging against you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Hon.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Professor. My question relates to your being the project leader of the Constitutional Justice Project. Now, the Public Protector, I think, apart from dealing with the high-profile cases, deals with thousands of what the current Public Protector calls the ordinary Gogo Dlaminis. Now, this Constitutional Justice Project was announced in, I think, first 2012, and then you and your team was awarded the contract to commence in September 2013 to a value of 10 million rand, and it would have spanned over 18 months. So on your own version, it now having been completed and about to be presented to Cabinet, there was a delay of more than a year. So can you explain to the committee why we should not draw the conclusion that swift justice will not necessarily be at the top of your agenda if you become the Public Protector? Thank you.
Second.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, Prof. And my first question will be, suppose you are appointed as a public protector in this country, how would you respond to a complaint and an allegation of a financial impropriety against a public office bearer of the national legislative arm? And my second question, I think you have briefly touched on the role of the provincial offices of the public protector. And my question is that if you are appointed as the public protector, what is it that you can do to make sure that provincial offices and regional offices of the public protector are strengthened or capacitated so that people can get a better services in those offices? I think you'll agree with me that there is a public perception that the people can't access those offices, others are too far, and actually most of the cases that are done by the public protector's office are high-profile cases. It seems as if the people on the ground are not accessing services from the office of the public protector because offices are too far, others are not, others are not strengthened, you don't have enough manpower to deal with those cases. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Fanda.
Afternoon, Prof. I see in your CV that you also serve as a part-time presiding officer for the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority and have done so for 10 years. What are your views on the private security bill, particularly the clause that allows for the expropriation of 51% of ownership of foreign-owned security? What are your views with that? Do you agree with that clause? And then just a general question, if you could amend any section in the Constitution, or let me limit it to the Bill of Rights. If you could amend any section in the Bill of Rights, what would you change? Thank you.
Prof, let me give you an opportunity to respond to those questions, and I will move to the next round after your responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will respond to the questions in order, and thank you for very challenging questions. With regards to independence, I think that being independent means that you are not populist. You can stand up to anyone, the public, the media, politicians, people in power, and as long as you have your evidence and your facts, and you have made a decision that you believe is right according to the law, and that decision has been tested, then to stand up and to say, this is the decision that has been made, would be an independent decision. So it's relying on the law and the Constitution. There is no other reliance that should be made in terms of the work of the public protector, and there should be no influence, undue influence, allowed with regards to the office. I also think that independence needs to be protected. So, in other words, the office of the public protector should be respected at all times, and she should be allowed the space to work in terms of both the law and the Constitution. With regards to the issue of fit and proper person, I would like to challenge the fact that I did not declare it. It is declared in the questionnaire. I indicated that there was a disciplinary hearing at the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University, and that I had submitted a medical certificate to the incorrect person, and this was led to a verbal warning. There was another charge in which I was found to have been ethical in terms of assisting a doctoral student with editorial work. But I have declared it, and I do question the fact that the university has contacted this committee on a matter that has been declared and was taken off of my record 3 years ago. With regards to the Constitutional Justice Project, yes, a passion of mine as well. When we looked at the court cases, we focused on socioeconomic rights and service delivery. We then looked at where the government departments were actually implementing court cases, and that leads to the issue of access to justice. So it wasn't an ordinary project by any means, and that is why we had such a multidisciplinary team. Because it wasn't an ordinary project, it took longer than we anticipated. Excuse me. We were given a no-cost extension by the Department of Justice, and we actually submitted the report only in September of 2015. The Department of Justice then sent the report to all the Director Generals of the departments that were mentioned in the report to allow them an opportunity to give feedback on the report. This feedback was then sent to us, actually only from the Department of Environmental Affairs and Mineral Resources. Those were the only two departments. And we included the feedback into the project. We then resubmitted the project in close to the end of October. And I think that we've been following up with the department since then. And it's had to go through all the political processes. But I can assure you that I have been placing a lot of pressure on the department to release the report, because I believe it is very important for the public to see the outcomes. And it was a very controversial project to begin with. And what I did, and I must admit to have doing this is to shape the project in such a way that it was less harmful and less political than originally. So there was a delay, and that delay may explain some of what you have mentioned. If there was a complaint against the national legislature, I'm assuming a member of parliament, there's a Code of Ethics Act, as far as I understand it, of 1998. In that particular act, it states that the public protector must act against any breach by cabinet, an MEC, a member of parliament, a member of the NCOP. A report must be compiled, and in this particular act, it says it does not detract from anything else that's already in the Public Protectors Act. So she does have powers to investigate and to report on an individual within the national legislature. I think the next question was around the provincial offices. This is a very important aspect, and I actually mentioned it in my opening remarks, that the provincial offices, there needs to be upskilling. In the 2014 annual report, it was indicated that there are 314 members of the OPP, and there are 100 trainees. So these trainees need to be trained quickly, and they need to be absorbed into the system, and we need to get more trainees. I mean, we're looking at serious unemployment in the country. So it is very, very important to upskill people in the provinces, and to ensure that there's good technology that links the provinces with national. Because at the moment, systems are slow, they can be frustrating, and we need to employ modernity and technology in order to ensure that things happen very quickly, and even have outreach programs and clinics that we can apply. However, there are resource constraints, as everybody knows and as has been mentioned very often. With regards to the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, I stopped working there in 2010, so this was before the suggestion of the bill, the whole issue of expropriation. I'm in two minds about this. You know, this industry employs 500,000 South Africans, and 1.8 million South Africans are registered as security guards. So one wouldn't want a situation where there is a withdrawal of any kind with regards to the security industry. Although I do understand that it is quite controversial, the regulations protect the guards, and I think that, you know, the issue of minimum wage and the kind of treatment at work and the training that needs to be done, I'm quite a fan of the way the industry is regulated, but we'll have to see what comes from that. And if I would amend any section of the Bill of Rights, which one would it be? No, I wouldn't amend any section of the Bill of Rights, not one. We can reinterpret sections of the Bill of Rights through going to the courts, through going to the High Courts and the Constitutional Court, but I would not change one single word.
Chair.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Bongo, you want to follow up?
Yeah, I think my question is not properly answered because I said my question relating to the fitness and properness of the candidate. So into the questionnaire, he has only disclosed that he received a verbal warning for failing to submit a medical certificate. That is what is disclosed. But the fact that there was a material breach of her obligation as a senior academic staff member, disclosure of confidential information of students, is not what is disclosed here. So I want a comment in terms of what is here, because I have a signed letter by the acting Vice Chancellor of the university. Whether is the acting Vice Chancellor lying, or we need to take this matter up in a different way.
Prof, I think I actually understand the Honorable Bongo there. It appears as though you are either watering down the seriousness of the question on your state in terms of fit and proper. Remember, we are sitting here, we are elected office bearers, and we have civil society here, and they would like to see that we are actually carrying their mandate, which was very unambiguous. They were very clear, especially on fit and proper. I have Corruption Watch sitting there looking at me, and I'm scared now, because they are going to say, hey, you are not answering this question. In terms of what the university has submitted to us, it's not about your medical, it's not about that verbal warning. In terms of this includes even disclosure of confidential information to a student. It also includes your failure to report to the head of department when she was ill against an ill-expressed instruction, warning issued to her by the head of department, and you were found guilty on all charges. This is what the letter is saying. Now, I think it's important for you to come clean on this. In financial terms, there is this thing called understatement. And that may constitute that possibly, if not misleading. And I think it's important for you to explain this so that we can move on the same level. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pity that we don't have the record of the disciplinary hearing with us today. I don't want to downplay the fact that I sent a medical certificate to the incorrect person. I sent it to the secretary of the law faculty and not to my supervisor. There were some tensions within the faculty between myself and my supervisor. And that was probably one of the reasons that caused the agitation around the medical certificates. And it was for one day. I mean, you can go into the records and check. I'm not kidding. So there was a form of, if I could say, intimidation involved here. With regards to confidential information disclosed, I don't understand that part of the report. What happened was that I was working with a doctoral student, was Mr. Angus Hornigold, and Mr. Hornigold requested that I edit his work. And I agreed to do so, and I wrote a letter to him a day later saying I no longer think that this is a good idea because it may be seen as an unethical practice. But because he wasn't doing very well in terms of his doctoral studies, he went to the faculty and he reported the fact that I had assisted for him to pass his doctorate by assisting in editing of the doctorate. So disclosure of personal information, I have no idea what the university is referring to, quite honestly. And also the report, even though I was found guilty and there was a verbal warning, the report indicated very clearly that this did not affect my integrity. And I would very much like to submit that report to the committee.
Thank you, members. Can I take the next round? Honorable Floyd Shivambu, Honorable Swart, Honorable Mwabe. Oh, Honorable Maisela, I am so sorry. You must blame her because she's really blocking my okay, no, you will come, you will definitely be the last one during this round. Honorable Shivambu, can you come in?
No, thank you. During your introductory remarks, you spoke about your parents' resistance against apartheid. What was your role? Did you support apartheid during the struggle against apartheid? That is one. Two, now when you are responding to the question about the Executive Members Ethics Act, you say that it provides for the investigation of members of parliament. Where do you get that? Because the act does not speak about the public protector investigating members of parliament. It speaks about investigation of members of the executive, that is inclusive of the president, deputy president, cabinet ministers, deputy ministers, premiers, and members of executive councils. But in your response, you seem to be saying that even members of parliament are included there. Is that what we're going to do when a public protector is start investigating us as members of parliament? That is, and then the other question which you did not respond to.
There is a conflict of interest in your question.
No. The second last question is accessibility of the Office of the Public Protector. I think it has got currently about 20 different site offices. What would you do to increase the accessibility of the Public Protector's Office of people of Tabazimbi, of Mtubatuba, where there's no internet connection and there is no nearest? How are they going to have access to the office of the public protector if you were to become a public protector? Last is in relation to the response you made now with regards to the Bill of Rights. Would you support a constitutional amendment of Section 25 of the Constitution to empower the state to expropriate land without compensation, in light of the fact that land is still controlled by those who controlled it under the colonial apartheid domination? That the land was stolen from the black majority, was violently taken from our people. People were beheaded for the land to be dispossessed from majority of our people, would you support the constitutional amendment that says that collectively the state should be able, in a democratic manner, expropriate land without compensation for equal redistribution? Could you support that if you're a public protector? Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Swardini.
Thank you, Chair. In your responses, you make quite a lot about some of the challenges facing the Public Protector's Office, and you do refer to lack of resources, which is one of the big issues. You refer to the funding from National Treasury on the state capture issue of 1.5 million, and you indicate that this is problematic to fund the office on a case-by-case basis, as this opens up the process to political interference, which is a very valid point. But then how does one deal with resource shortages of funding? How would you deal that? Advocate Madonsela has really struggled in that regard to persuade National Treasury and Parliament to allocate more resources, particularly, in fact, or following the decision of the Constitutional Court, where there will be far more reviews of government departments, the deep pockets that can take the Public Protector on review. That's the first issue. And then just generally, the relationship between Parliament and Chapter 9 institutions. The Public Protector is accountable to Parliament. How do you see that? You also, how do you see that working? You indicate that there are issues that are taken to the Speaker of Parliament as well as the Portfolio Committee. That's presumably the Justice Portfolio Committee, but there's also the office within the Speaker's office that's dealing with the Chapter 9 institutions, and it's not functioning as well as we would like it to function. How would you improve that? But then how does that impact on the independence of the Public Protector? Where you're accounting to Parliament, you need your funds from Parliament. So it's a tricky question, but it's an issue which we are all grappling with. Thank you.
Prof, I can see you are writing down. Can I just take those last two? Honorable Maisela and Motapo. You are going to be given a chance, member. Just taking this first.
Thank you, Chair. Prof, in your presentation here, you mentioned that, among other things, that poverty, inequality, unemployment, which are the three fault lines in society, are plaguing South Africa within the politically, economically, and social environment. Now, what would you do if you are elected or appointed as a public protector? What would you do to help contribute in the building of a national democratic society? That's the first question. And again, you mentioned that the Public Protector's Office is there to address corruption, maladministration, patronage, which threatens the constitutional democracy, the rule of law, and the legitimacy of the state. Is that the only way you view the office, the functions of the Public Protector's Office, just to fight corruption, administration, maladministration, patronage? And what would you do to contribute in the constitutional obligations of enhancing the objectives of developmental state? I think that is more important than the adversarial way of looking at the Public Protector's Office as its essence, as the essence of its function. Thank you.
Honorable Mwabe, Honorable Motapo has decided that she will forego her opportunity to allow you to speak. And that's a very commendable
In
action,
this Women's
Honorable
Month,
Motapo.
in this Women's Month, Chair, I must really thank Honorable. Oh, yes. Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Mine is a very short, brief question, Chair. Prof, I've just gone through your CV, and I picked up that you've got more of an academic experience in law. Now, I'm checking whether, have you practiced as an attorney or an advocate. Because at some time you'll find there's a huge difference between an academic understanding of law and the practical practice of law. Some of us were students of law, but after graduating and go to legal practice, you find quite different interpretation and understanding of the legal profession. That's my question, Chair, because it's not covered in your CV whether we have practiced law in it. Thank you, Chair.
You may answer the questions. I'm sorry there are so many questions, but unfortunately you've got to try and answer all of them and whilst managing your time well as well. Thank you.
I will try my very best to do so. The question around, the comments, by Honourable Shivambu is quite correct. The Executive Members Act does not apply to members of Parliament, so please forgive that mistake. And it basically deals with Cabinet, with MECs, and those kinds of issues all around the executive. You also mention the issue of accessibility. There are 20 different sites and offices around the country. I think we need to be quite creative and innovative about how we reach people, and people who are normally not even aware of the fact that there is such a thing as a public protector who can uphold their rights. One of the things that could be done is there could be a roadshow where the provincial members of the offices go to various areas that are less accessible, to talk to people in church halls and community halls around the issue of the protector, what the protector's office is all about. There could be use of smart phones as well as normal phones, because we all know that there's deep penetration in Africa and in South Africa. But that wouldn't help with the poorest of the poor. So I really think it's, put your boots on and go from door to door, speaking to people, as some of the political parties actually do during the election period. There were so many questions asked. Your very first question, I've written here, resistance. Could you remind me what?
I said you spoke about your parents' involvement
yes,
in the
thank you.
struggle.
Yes, yes.
What was your role? Did you do anything? Did you raise any voice, or it didn't matter to you?
Oh, heavens, how could it not matter? Well, I was only 5 in 1976, so I wasn't at school yet. And I was very young when my parents worked at the Mail and Guardian, but as I grew up, I became far more aware. We had a very political household because of the fact that my father actually reported on the Rivonia trial, and a lot of what he wrote was redacted. So because of the political environment that I lived in, I was very sensitized to issues like the Dompas, where the women who looked after me, her husband visited her and he was arrested. And when you're young, you don't fully understand those things, but you do understand the pain and the vulnerability that comes with that. As I grew older, I became more conscientized. I became a member of SASCO. And I'm proud to say I was on the first multiracial executive council of the Student Representatives Council at the University of Port Elizabeth. In fact, it was one of the first multiracial SRCs in the country, and we actually agitated for that. So that is something else that I did, and throughout my career, if you look at my writing, I've always focused on vulnerability, on poverty, and on issues around inequality. But, when one talks about writing, it's not just writing. about me. So if you read what I write, I think you'll get an idea of who I am and what I care about. So I couldn't take up arms. I couldn't train in Russia. If I had been older, I would have. You have to resist the evils of a system such as the one we had. The next question was around section 27, to amend the section to expropriate land without compensation. I mean, my question is, how do you do this in a democratic manner? How it was done and it's you know, rhetoric, how it was done in Zimbabwe, what has happened in Zimbabwe, how can we prevent what happened there? I would much rather see some kind of compromise system. Look, there's a lot of land claims that have not been processed, and we have to ask ourselves why. And then we have to make sure that this is fast-tracked, because of course land is about wealth, and it's about culture, and it's about history. But I must say I am very reluctant to change the wording of the Constitution, but I would recommend that we look at creative ways in which to deal with this matter, because constitutions are usually interpreted in a purposive, value-orientated way, and you can't use mere words to stop progress. The state capture issue, yeah, this is, you know, things that I think everybody's thinking through. I think the public protector asked National Treasury for 3 million. She received 1.5 million, and for such a huge public issue, you know, we need more money to do these kinds of investigations. I mean, it was mentioned earlier, the Constitutional Justice Project was a 10 million rand project. And we did a lot of investigation. It costs a lot of money to interview people, to move around, to get what you need in order to reach a conclusion. So it's a major problem, and I know that the public protectors in the past, in particular Advocate Madonsela, has tried to sort this out. What one can use, I suppose, and something in the arsenal, is Chapter 14 of the National Development Plan, which basically focuses on the importance of the role of the public protector, and emphasizes also what was in the ASMAL report. I don't recall when the ASMAL report was released, but in his report as well, he was making recommendations about the mergers of some of the Chapter 9 institutions, but definitely, again, the Office of the Public Protector was emphasized. And I think the important thing for National Treasury to understand is that this office is necessary in order to make development work. In many, many ways. And the relationship with Parliament, yes, there's a relationship to the Speaker, to the Portfolio Committee. There's a petitions committee, as far as I understand it as well. The office of Chapter 9's is not very, you know, well known, and I don't know if it is functional. But there's a forum for institutions supporting constitutional democracy, which seems to be operating relatively well, and that kind of overlaps with anti-corruption machinery within the country. But because of all these complexities and overlaps, sometimes it is difficult to separate out the various issues. And we find this in a project that we're doing for the Human Sciences Research Council at the moment, trying to work with the DPME on an integrated justice system, because so utterly fragmented. And so we need to think about looking at kind of an integrated system when it comes to institutions supporting constitutional democracy without losing the independence. The issue of development, look, it's known throughout the world really that maladministration and corruption do cause tremendous damage to development, sustainable development. When developing societies started in the East, there was a huge crackdown on corruption. But it's not the only thing that we need to look at. There are small, everyday things that people complain about. And the top complaints at the moment are around RDP housing, not only corruption, but things like delays, incompetence, and so on, pensions, social grants. And this isn't all about corruption. It's about everyday slippages and the fact that people feel that they aren't being helped, that there's no responsiveness. And I feel very strongly about the fact that there should be responsiveness. Yes, I have been an academic for most of my life, but I think I'm relatively unique in many ways because I've been involved in academia, I've been involved in management, and I've been involved in the practice of law. I'd like to state, clearly that I have not practiced as an attorney or an advocate. I'm an admitted advocate. However, there are other ways to practice law. And as I've mentioned, I practiced as a presiding officer for the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority. And I have been very active with the Department of the Department of Health on issues around national health insurance. I was only gazetted as a member of the working group last year, but in fact I've been providing legal advice for the last 5 years. And also when I was at Vista University, I was the legal advisor to the Vice Chancellor. So in that sense, I've definitely applied what I've studied and what I've taught.
From members who would like to speak, I saw your hand, Honorable Bredenbach. Is there any other person? This is going to be the last question, members. Ask your question, Honorable Member, and then you will have to respond. And in your response, if you could also try and summarize some of the key messages that you want to leave with this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon.
You have a very impressive list of qualifications and an impressive list of institutions with which you've been involved. But as you say, you've never practiced law in the robust sense of practicing law. And my assessment of what you have done so far is that it's been relatively protected in that sense of the word, not having practiced robust law. The Office of the Public Protector is a very public office. It attracts a lot of attention and a lot of interaction, sometimes negative and sometimes positive. What it is a very robust institution. And you would have to be able to deal with very robust interaction. What makes you think that you're tough enough to do that?
Yes, Professor?
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. Well, first of all, I don't think only practicing advocates and attorneys have the character that's necessary to be robust. I think that characters differ. There are different ways of dealing with situations. Not all of it is confrontational. However, when one is doing something one believes is right, there's virtually nothing at all that would make me move. And I've been that my whole life. I'm quite stubborn when it comes to the fact that When something needs to be done and it needs to be done the right way, I'm not going to compromise. And I say that a lot to the people I work with, my colleagues. I'm known to be collegial, although at times, a bit pushy. But I always say to people, it's the iron fist in the velvet glove. There's a line you don't cross. And that's basically my philosophy. To sum up some of the issues?
Yes, Professor, and if you could, I thought that you were going to mention it for all these members to hear, that you were actually, you got your full professorship at the age of 32. And maybe some of the mistakes that maybe you might have made, maybe it's because when you became the full professor, you were not mature enough, is that so? But you can summarize the way you want. It was on a lighter note.
No. It's a good question. I've always moved quite quickly because I'm very determined, very effective, efficient, and in a way blinkered when it comes to things. When I want something, I really go for it. So yes, I have, advanced very quickly. However, when you are put in a situation of responsibility, you have to learn to take that responsibility on. It's not a matter of a slow learning curve. It's something that must happen, and it must happen quickly and effectively. What I would like to leave you with is really what I started with and what I ended with. The first is the supremacy of the Constitution and the fact that I believe that the public protector's job is to ensure that the promises in the Constitution are fulfilled. That's to me sort of core. And the whole issue of courage, in the sense that you need courage in order to exercise other virtues. And I'm sitting here, and I believe I'm being quite brave and courageous by sitting in front of all of you and disagreeing with some of you and agreeing with others. But I do think that I have what it takes, and I would like to say to the committee that you most certainly wouldn't be disappointed.
Are you done, Prof? Okay, finally, before you go, how soon are you going to forward us the information you promised us on your misconduct at the university? Because it appears there's some aspect that you said as the committee will have to take into account.
Yes, I will do that within the next 2 days.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you.
Good luck, and we shall be hearing from us. Thank you. Now waiting for Advocate Mamiki Goodman. Thank you very much, Advocate Goodman. Welcome and a happy belated Women's Day. No, I've wished even Professor Wena, and I did say something you didn't hear. Don't worry about her. I'm wishing you a happy Women's Day. How? Even Prof. Wena, Judge Wena. Okay, thank you. Advocate, the way the procedure is going to go, you are going to make your own presentation, which could be in the form of, if you have a speech or the notes and so forth, you did receive a communication from us, and which is 10 minutes, strictly 10 minutes. Then after that, the members will be asking you questions. And I tend to be very flexible on how I'm going to run that part, because sometimes members ask too many questions. And I also have to be fair to you so that you can answer all their questions, okay? Over to you, ma'am. Thank you. Oh, you have a point presentation? Yo. Bad news for you, Advocate. Bonani is telling me that our equipment is too old for is not going to be compatible with your. If you can do that, and I know my members, they've received your CV long time ago, they've done their work, so go on. Yes? Thank you
I
very
was
much.
thinking, Chair, that if she possibly wanted to utilize that facility, let's do everything so that she's not prejudiced, because the other person who came here to do a PowerPoint, we tried to do it. You can save that information from that computer to put to a different computer so that she illustrates what she's speaking to. I don't think it will be fair on her.
Yeah, you see, I have members that are serious about issues of fairness, and I will oblige. Okay. I will oblige. It's important that we do that. We did that. You must remember earlier on, it's just that Judge Wena also had the hard copies, and that is why it was easy for us to say, let's go on, before it was sorted out. To do this, want them to sleep, please. Staff, assist us, make sure that the temperature is okay. I don't want them to sleep.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. Yes. I have looked at the public protector's role and functions, firstly from the perspective of the public. My question is that what does an ordinary South African understand the role and functions of the public protector to be? Through stakeholder orientation and outreach, I came to understand that the majority of South Africans understand the role of the public protector to be to alleviate and relieve them from inequalities, unemployment and poverty created by the injustices of the past, primarily in respect of the adequate provision of basic socio-economic rights, human rights, guarantees and freedoms. These demands, I understand that they are not far-fetched because the government is mandated by the Constitution to deliver on those needs in a consistent, fair, effective, and accountable manner. And this is, at the end of the day, to create a very harmonious relationship between the citizens and government. The Constitution, the other part is that the public protector that I believe you'll find in me will be the one that is concerned about linking the symptomatic complaints that come to the office to the needs of the society at large. I gave a little sketch of showing you that I understand the Constitution and the Public Protectors Act. In terms of the Constitution, the Public Protector is a state institution that is meant to strengthen constitutional democracy. And the rest is the function, which is investigating any conduct in state affairs and in public administration in any sphere of government that is alleged or suspected to be improper or to result in impropriety. And this already tells us that the public protector can receive complaints or can initiate investigation on the basis of suspicion. The roles of the public protector are entrenched in Section 182 of the Constitution, and there are three folds: is investigation, reporting, and then taking remedial action. When the public protector does that, the public protector is guided by the principles of independence, impartiality, and exercising the functions, the powers and functions without fear, favor, or prejudice. And the public protector is subject to the Constitution and the law. I will just move quickly to the other slide. Let me just mention a little bit, because I'm just going to say just one sentence about the relationship with other state organs and the obligations towards the public protector. The Constitution has already indicated what the responsibilities of other state organs are: to support the Office of the Public Protector so that it is effective and that it is independent. This is how I have unpacked what I understand practically, the strengthening of constitutional democracy. Through the investigation, through taking remedial action, and through reporting, the public protector is able to protect the human rights, the needs of the community, and the rule of law. Through outreach and through stakeholder orientation, and also through mediation, the public protector is able to be a change agent and transforming both the public administration and also transforming the people in the understanding of their rights. Also, we see that when the public protector investigates ethical breaches in terms of the Members' Ethics Act and put into life the Code of Ethics, the public protector becomes the guardian of ethics. The other part that is very important for me is through that exercise of investigation, of stakeholder orientation, of mediation, the public protector is able to free, also the advising of public administration is able to free the general public from corruption, from inefficiency and undue benefit. We also understand that the rights of people and also the powers of the public protector, also the duties of the state are entrenched in the Constitution. When a recommendation is made, an advice is made, and the state organ implements that advice, the supremacy of the Constitution is upheld. In that way, the public protector has that role of promoting the supremacy. The last thing here is that when a government has passed policies, there is an expectation that those policies will be implemented in a fair manner and in a proper manner. When the policies are not implemented or they are adopted and implemented in an improper manner, then the public protector is able to advise, and in most cases, then the state organ can then change or review the policy. The public protector also serves as an extra checks and balance. I want to demonstrate a little bit quickly that when the policy is adopted, for instance, the National Development Plan, it is expected that every state organ will then start, when people are planning, during the strategic planning, in the initial steps of planning, those important policies are taken into account so that there will be an impact at the end of the day, and then there will be a relationship between the major government policies and the mandate of that institution. Let's assume that a certain state organ fails to implement that policy. The citizens are then deprived of that benefit of that policy. And we know that citizens have no control of the public body. Seeing that the public protector, it's a free access for everyone, then we assume that they report the grievance to the public protector. The public protector investigate and take remedial action, recommending that a policy be implemented. And then at the same time, what I'm believing is that at the same time, then the public should be orientated and about the policy to respond positively to that policy. The citizen will then be satisfied. The state will be satisfied because there would be a harmonious relationship between the citizen and the state. That is briefly what I think the public protector does. The other part that is important, I've already mentioned the guiding principles, but I just want to pick one of them, especially the independence of the public protector. The public protector's office needs to be functionally autonomous. This does not mean that the public protector's office cannot rely on the support regarding the resources from the state organ, but it only means that the state administration cannot influence the functioning of the public protector. And the other factor is that it has to be external to the administration and also operationally independent of the three spheres of government. The one part that is sensitive, some may not agree with me, is that it is an agreed factor in all ombudsmen that the public protector is assumed to be an expert in the field of ombudsman. And therefore, one can use consultants, but not to the point where they usurp your function as a public protector.
Okay, you have 2 minutes more to go.
Okay. I'm going to rush to what I can contribute. One of the main contributions that I will make to the office is the following. And it's something that I have done when I was appointed as a deputy, was to introduce a very speedy resolution of complaints, establishing the early resolution and making sure that there is no backlog, a vigorous resolution of the estate. The other one is transformational remedies. In my current job, that's what I've been doing, designing remedies for compliance. And I just want to state that there is a relationship between the problems that come to the Office of the Public Protector, and most of the time there is an underlying factor, which is abuse of power. The abuse of power also can happen because probably we don't have adequate policies or we don't implement in a proper manner. Honorable members, I'm just going to the my conclusion, and I'm saying that my contribution in a broader sense, is that I will be able to ensure that the burden of government to provide grants, houses as an example, are lessened, because South Africans should be able to find employment. There are wonderful policies of government. If they are implemented properly, then the government will be able to provide employment, and therefore preparing our community to be equal and have equal participation in the economy of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There you are, members. Let me start with Honorable Kuranov, then Honorable Van Dam, Honorable Platenbach, Bongo, and Tseke. And you are going, okay, you are going to come first, Honorable Swart, in the next round. Did you have your hand up? How come I didn't see it? Okay, that's fine, don't worry, you'll be given a chance. I will give you, let's go for that round for now.
Thank you, Chairperson, Advocate, I'm here. I have looked at your employment record, and I think since 1986 you had 11 jobs. And on average, they've lasted between 1 and 2 years, with the exception when there was an appointment linked to a term, the Deputy Protector, and when you were at legal aid, it was slightly longer. Now, I would like your comment on that. You know, you've been with the Gambling Board 1 year, and you are here again trying for a new job. So is it not too inconsistent? I really would like your comments on that. And then secondly, what is your views of the independence of the Public Protector's Office? You know, just your views on that, you know, in terms of the present circumstances.
Thanks, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Advocate Goodman. In your CV, you say that you are currently, sorry, I just need to find my page, the Executive Manager, Chief Compliance at the National Gambling Board. Am I correct? That's currently your job. You're not suspended.
On that point.
You can just, are you suspended or not from that job? Are you currently working at that job?
Member asked the question.
Yes.
She will answer the question when she has the opportunity. Can you just proceed? Is that your only question?
Okay, so in your, I have a follow-up question. Okay, so you say
ask the
that you are
question.
currently employed at the Gambling Board as the Executive Manager of Compliance. And then in your questionnaire, you have listed that, I can't remember which section it was, I think it's 3.4, that you've never been subjected to any internal disciplinary proceedings or anything of that nature. Am I correct in both those points?
I think we have to be fair to you, member, because some of the question that you were asking, you wanted that question answered so that you can proceed to the next question. Maybe, do you want to respond to that one? I'm just allowing her because I can see that she is constrained now from what she wants to ask. Yes, you were asking her if she is. Are you currently on suspension? I think that's what the member is asking.
My answer is the following. we had an altercation during a meeting with my boss. Then I had immediately after nomination, then I received a letter that says that I have said that my boss is biased. I apologize and we try to resolve the matter. I am in terms of the notice.
So in terms of the notice, you are not currently serving in that position, you are suspended.
Yes.
Why did you not inform this committee? I mean, in fact, in your questionnaire, you say that you've said no for the question of, have you ever faced internal investigation, disciplinary inquiry, or been dismissed from employment? You've said
in my
no.
former employment, yes, that's true. That was true when I said that. The issue with my employer, I apologized, we resolved. It was just, I will send the letter. It says that you have said that a particular person is biased, really for someone to be suspended on that. So you will see the facts in the letter.
Okay, sorry, I just need to be clear about this. As we sit here, are you currently suspended?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's answered, member.
I have
Okay.
answered.
All right. I have Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Madam
Yeah,
Chair.
then Bongo is you after her.
Good afternoon, Advocate Goodman. Just to follow up on the previous question, when were you suspended?
I received a letter in June.
In June?
Yes, but we then discussed the matter, apologized, and for me it was over.
Well, you see, the date on your questionnaire is the 8th of July 2016, so...
It was referring to previous employment when I read it.
I don't think so. In any event, that's not my question. My question is the following. You are now suspended because you have accused somebody of being biased.
Yes.
Not sure who. You have a history of confrontation with your superiors. You accused Advocate Madonsela of being biased. You had a run-in with her on several issues. You accused Advocate Mushwana of sexual harassment. And all of these claims were found to be baseless by various committees or whomsoever investigated them. You now are applying for the job of public protector in a climate where the public protector has an office that is fully behind her. And given your history in that office, how do you propose to take over that office from Advocate Madonsela without causing absolute mayhem?
Okay, thank you very much. I must say that conflict is necessary, especially when there is a wrong committed. And in everywhere I'm accused is when I'm trying to rectify the wrongs. The other part that I want to emphasize is that it is unfortunate that people view the people who are raising the wrongs to be the ones that are wrong. There was never any investigation undertaken for sexual harassment or anything, so there was never a finding around that. And during, as I remember, according to my record, the Parliament has never found me wrong on what I have raised with Parliament. It's not really as strong as you put it. The second part about Advocate Madonsela, I just want to emphasize that as a deputy public protector or even as a responsible member of a servant of the public, when there is anything that is wrong, conflict becomes necessary because what was the result? The result was change. If you remember very well, the issues that brought Mr. Mushwana and I to Parliament, we have resolved on our own. Once we sat down, we realized that the media took things out of proportion and so, and we have resolved. And I just, the other part is the issue with Advocate Madonsela. When the office was opening a door for political battlers in that office, I had to stand for that office. When something, the mandate was not complied with, I had to stand for the Public Protector's Office. And what happened? We started to apply the Act as it was in terms of appointments, in terms of promotions. We did policies, and we worked in harmony. When Ms. Advocate Madonsela realized that I'm questioning the acceptance of invites to a political party, which for me at that time was opening a door for inviting politics in that office. She then corrected that, isn't it? So for me, I think that those conflicts are always necessary. It is just my character. When something is wrong, I talk to a person. Let me address you on this last one. I had instituted a labor matter, and naturally when you institute a labor matter, an employer cannot charge you and suspend you. An employer has got to resolve that problem first. That is why I'm saying that I will share with the committee all the documentation so you can read my complaint and see that a suspension is a response of the complaint.
Advocate, I think at this stage, because you are responding to the questions of Honorable Bredenbach, you might wish to respond to the questions raised by
Yes.
Honorable Gornanov.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that question. My employment started in 1986. I was studying still, and then I was just registered for one course. So I thought, let me get employment. I got employment at the Standard Bank, and when I was there, then I completed my degree, then I went to serve articles. It's not really for me employment as such, the serving articles. So I served articles, and while I was serving articles, I got appointed as administrator in a law firm. I'm young. A position of an administrator was wonderful because it introduced me to management, and I went to serve there. But during that time, I remember very well that I wouldn't want to stay 3 years in one position. I always wanted to grow. And then after that, I was appointed a public defender. That was a real job for the first time. And I stayed there. Remember that it was a pilot project, and we have to make sure that it becomes permanent. When it became permanent, it was time for me to leave. But there was an attorney who was sick and who ran a very successful firm. I was recommended to take over the firm for him until he came back. That is why you saw it is not hoping. Then when he came back, I opened my own firm. Then I ran as Mamikishai attorneys. There was my belief that time was that, especially from the experience at the Public Defender's Office, was a feeling that I have to be part of government to advise at that time, because it was important to have lawyers who can understand the Constitution and who can advise government during that time. So I joined government. And my journey of government, going from education to science, if you can see on my CV, it was a transfer because I had to assist in the writing of bills. And then I was appointed a deputy public protector. This position of ombudsman for me is a position. It's a position of ombudsman. When you are an ombudsman, you are an ombudsman by character, and then that is the reason why I accepted the nomination. It's not hoping.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I, Honorable Bongo, Honorable Tseke? Oh, you have a follow-up? Okay.
Sorry, Advocate Goodman, I just have a follow-up question. Because, my question was really, how do you think that you could possibly go back to this office without causing absolute mayhem? Bearing in mind that amongst other things that you've said, you said about Advocate Madansela, to tell the truth, she's somebody I wouldn't want to work with or even be friends with. Now you want to go back to that office where she has great support and lead it. Tell me how you plan to do that.
Honorable member, I don't cause any mayhem. I just raise wrongs.
Can you speak through your mic so that you can be more
I do
audible?
not cause any mayhem. I just raise wrongs. I feel responsible in whatever position I am. At that time, I was not happy that we have opened doors for politics. And I felt that I either align or I go. And my position was at the end. And then my letter was very clear. It was just 7 years. And then I left in a nice way with a farewell.
Thank you. Honorable Pongo?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Advocate. I've been listening to you with great interest as you explain your understanding of independence. And I should say this, that I appreciate your understanding. I have two questions. One will be, what is your understanding of Section 182 of the Constitution? Because it gives some wide powers to the public protector, that of investigating, reporting, and taking a remedial action. So what would be your broad understanding? But secondly, I also sympathize with the response that we're giving around what you provided to the committee. Because generally, we're not a tribunal who can want to get into what may have happened at your workplace. But it will appear, I want you to comment about what seem to be facts here. That you, at this employment workplace, you always had a case or two around either it's issues of personality or so, because it is reported that you accused the former public protector of sexual harassment, which case you did not win. And later on, you accused Mr. Mtetwa of forging your signature, which case you also did not win. You accused Advocate Madonsela with also a lot of allegations, which allegation could not stand the test of time. So I want you to just clear and share with the public on your comments around all this issue, because now it is what is brought to our attention that we are also suspended at work. So I want you to share with the committee and the public about these specific cases with a clear conscience.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Some of the...
Just hold on. If you could just record the questions so that you can answer them all together now.
All right.
Thank you. Honorable Tseke.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, Advocate Goodman. My first question relates to what you have raised in your questionnaire, and I want to agree with you that the Office of the Public Protector represents the poor and the rich, the strong and the weak, the vulnerable and the previously disadvantaged individuals, and those previously advantaged. And as we're speaking, there are few regional offices that are closed. And how would you make sure, if you're appointed, that the people at the grassroots level access the services of the public protector? Because you know most of us are staying very far from the provincial offices. And how are you going to make sure that there's enough capacity and in the provincial offices? And secondly, suppose you are appointed as a public protector, how would you respond to a complaint and an allegation of financial impropriety against a public office bearer of the national legislative arm of the state? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chair. Some of the issues that Advocate Bonga and others have raised were canvassed in Parliament, as you are aware. And the incident with Advocate Mshwana that you've been asked to comment on, I'm sure you're also aware that there was an ad hoc committee that found that your claims were unsubstantiated. So when you comment on that, will you just bear that in mind as well? And when we were on the Justice Committee and there were a number of issues relating to the Office of the Public Protector during Advocate Madonsela's tenure when you were there, the Justice Committee also labeled your allegations as office politics and indicated that it appears that you've, to use the words, have not been a happy camper during your tenure as Deputy Public Protector. Would you, when you comment on Advocate Bonga, just please comment on those aspects in particular as well, that the issues were canvassed at length and there were findings brought out. That's the first issue. The second issue relates to more general philosophical independence of the Public Protector's Office and your relationship with Parliament. when you were Deputy Public Protector? How would you improve that should you be appointed to that position again? Obviously, with the issue of financial constraints, the finances are a big constraint. So that's a more general question. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Shivambu, do you want to go to the next round or would you rather? Okay. You know, Advocate,
Yes.
I'm sure you are already picking up the pattern in terms of the questions that members are asking. It appears as though members have some fundamental questions to you around issues of your leadership style and how you conduct yourself in a work environment. And one of the things that jumped to me in your questionnaire is that you define the public protector as the mother of the South African nation. Now, I want you to comment on that because sometimes as women, we tend to stereotype ourselves and we end up downplaying or underplaying the role and the authority that we are commanding. And I'm not sure if your statement is speaking to that. There is also a point here where you make a point about, you know, that you serve as the first woman to bravely enter the office of the public protector. And I wanted something that can speak to somebody at home. What is it that you did when you were in that position? You are saying you entered there, and I want that woman in you to tell me concretely, like saying, this is exactly what I did, and give us practical examples of what you did so that we can see that indeed you are the mother of the nation.
Honorable Chair, there was a question that I didn't get a chance to respond to, the first one by Honorable Gurenov, around what is your views on independence of the public protector. Do you still want me to? Okay. My view is that the independence of the public protector, both as a person, as an institution, and also the independence of those who are assisting the public protector, should be free from influence, free from control, and should be able to focus on the fact that it is only the law that can influence in terms of the public protector, the ethics that the public protector must comply with, and the mandate, and nothing else. That is the way I understand it. It means that the public protector cannot be pressured and cannot be manipulated in any form, in the manner in which she receives the complaints, she investigates, she reports, and also orientate the community. Okay, thank you. The question of mayhem and the situations in my life as a deputy public protector, I will tell you the foundation of this. When I joined Advocate Mushwana, he then appointed me as an internal ombudsman dealing with all the disputes that happens inside. Every complaint would come to me, whether it's against who in the office. If it is against the office itself or if it is against management, then I would deal with those internal disputes in the office. I would become a mediator between management and staff. And we even improve the policies to say that instead of grievances, we can mediate, and then it's only when it fails that people can then approach the grievance policies. Those whole thing came from there. When there was an anonymous letter against Advocate Madonsela, she gave it to me to deal with the matter, and initially it was matters against the CEO. And when she was also implicated, I thought that it was beyond me, and then I couldn't deal with that because I couldn't investigate her. So that is just the foundation of, and I don't want to leave you with an impression that I cause any mayhem. The situation at the National Gambling Board, if you may have read in papers, there has been a dysfunctionality. The board was suspended, and I was a greater part of reconstructing that institution. And I'm still a greater part of reconstructing that institution. And since I took over from where they gave me, I got only 100% achievement on my targets. So there is the good thing that you will find in me if you let yourself understand me for who I am, not how the media has described me or how people twist words to describe me. And I would like this honorable ad hoc committee to try as much to understand me for who I am. There is another question raised by Honorable Bongo about Section 182. My constitution has fell, but Section 182 is the one that gives the powers to the public protector. The first power of the public protector is to investigate conduct, I know it by heart, to investigate conduct in state affairs or in any sphere of government that is improper. And if you look at the Public Protector Act, the Constitution was already saying that it regulates these powers. But when you look at Section 4 and 5 of the Public Protector Act, you will see that it was attempting to define what maladministration is in the context of our country. It was saying capricious, unfair, improper, all those sorts of things. That means wrong. It's just wrong things that happen. So the powers are very clear that the public protector can initiate an investigation. If you read my questionnaire, one of the things I wanted to do if appointed was to look mostly on the backlog in matters that reflects the needs of the community. For instance, the basic socio-economic rights, the issues of land claims, they don't get finalized. There's the backlog in the Office of the Public Protector. One can prioritize those issues that has to do with the basic socio-economic rights. Coming to the reporting part of the power of the public protector, it says may report. It means may report on what? On the findings. And the reporting of the public protector, there are twofold. One, the public protector can table the report with the National Assembly at request, or when she feels that it is necessary for the National Assembly to look into the report, and also when she feels it's necessary to intervene. The rule around the report of the public protector is that if the report becomes public, but we must talk about it because the report must become public when it is finalized, because during the investigation, the public protector has to protect the confidentiality of the affairs that are accumulated or collated through investigation. So when she feels that the report has got to be held confidential, then the public protector will inform the committee and then give reasons why the report should be confidential. The last part, which is interesting, which took a long time for everybody to understand it the same way, is remedial action. The remedial action of the public protector was never meant to be like a court order. The basic rule is that it is not binding. However, because of the constitutional imperatives for state organs to be accountable and the fact that it has to be appropriate, when it is appropriate, and the state organ at the same time has a responsibility to comply, to be accountable, or to do certain things, then the state organ cannot just reject it without without a judicial review, because that will be refusing to perform a function in terms of the act. So that has been a debate for a long time with the ombudsman all over the world around the force of the recommendation, but it is not having the same value as the court order.
Okay. I'm going to give the members that have not had a say in this round. Let me take,
There are other questions that, about regional offices. Okay. The regional offices of the public protector, in principle, they have to function in the same way as the national office is functioning, effective. What is important is that what I used to do with the regional offices was I used to visit all provinces and then study how they operate, trying to improve the quality of the investigations, the quality of reporting, and also evaluating why the files are finalized. So what is important is to make sure that there is quality that is improved there, and also there is an extension, because most of the challenges that people face are faced in rural areas, in semi-rural areas, where people are not able to access justice. So it is important that we emphasize and strengthen the regional offices, because they are mostly very far from the cities. The other question was how do we respond to allegation of financial impropriety? Remember that if it is a member of the executive, a cabinet, we know that we will then apply the Members' Ethics Act. The code is very clear about gifts, that one must declare and must get a permission to accept them, and then it's very clear that the members must disclose their financial interest, and then it's very clear on what in summary, the Members' Ethics Act, it's saying that the cabinet, the MECs must act in good faith when performing a public function. And I want to add that in addition to the Members' Ethics Act, we will then apply the Corruption Act, because it's more giving effect to making those ethical expectations criminal when they are deviated from. The stories about the previous public protectors have been settled during that time, and I must say in a nice way that both of them, the public protectors, brothers and sisters, and I wouldn't want to be divided with the people that I've worked with. We have good relationship, and they understood my point of view at that time. The other important question relates to the improvement of financial constraints. I think one of the best things in an ombudsman is that it was intended to be informal, cost-effective, speedy. That is why when I joined the public protector as a deputy, the first thing was to design a mechanism, a unit, where we can just receive, call, resolve in one day, within 1 month. But that for me is what the original intention of the Ombudsman Office was to try to resolve the problems in a speedy manner, so that the public administration is not distracted and it can function smoothly. The Honorable Chair, I have used, because I'm a woman, I have used the term mother. But the mother I'm talking about here is just an umbrella body that looks after the Constitution, representing the constitutional values. It is not a mother in the sense of a female part. I was trying to find a better word that shows that when one is a public protector, what one should do is to look at the constitutional values first and see and use the mandate, because the mandate it gives you the drive to make sure the constitutional values are realized. When I went to the Public Protector's office, the first thing for me that I realized, obviously, Advocate Mushwana was not even having a CEO, so there was too much for him. The first thing I did was to set foundations, write the policies that are not there, rationalize those that were there to be compliant with the Constitution. I drew manuals like investigation manuals, I drew remedial action framework, a protocol, in a way that we should be consistent when we are working, and those instruments are still being used at the Public Protector's Office. I also studied the mechanisms that investigators are using, record them so that we can train, and indeed, I trained, we called people from Canada to sharpen the investigations. We also train all the investigators on fraud in examinations. And then the other thing that I did as well was to change the manner in which we were writing the reports, to write a report that can inform the strengthening of democracy, so that at some stage in the life of that office, we're able to have a barometer where we can measure whether what is the movement of the constitutional democracy, whether we are growing around it or whether we are going back. That was very important to me, to have a report that reports impact, the strategic plans that are aligned with the Constitution, with the mandate in the Constitution directly. Today we have the National Development Plan. Every strategic plan must start there as well, aligning so that at the end of the day, we can see that we have contributed to unemployment. One of the things I did as well with unemployment was, instead of using consultants, I was preferring to use interns. We were paying less than what we would have paid if one is using lawyers, because if you use me as an attorney, I'm going to charge you maybe $500,000. But if you employ somebody for a year as a temporary, you'd pay much less than that. So that was an option I brought there, and we were using interns from Tshwane University of Technology, and that helped a lot. Chairperson, I also want to emphasize that around the issue of what I said in the questionnaire as the first woman that went there, remember that the times are different. At the time of Mr. Mushwana, the foundation was still needed to be built. Women were not holding these positions that much, and it was an appreciation to say that I got an opportunity to be the first one that went into that office, and then contributed a lot according to the records that I have. I also uplifted women. We only had seniors as male people, and then during that time, we trained women, we changed policies, acting policies, so that women can also get an opportunity to higher positions, and we ended up appointing women in higher positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Just an observation before I move on. I can notice that when you are responding to some of the questions, I observe my members, sometimes they give some gestures of shock or something. I'm just saying it's an observation that I've just observed when you were giving some of the answers. Members, I'm taking the last round. Honorable Shivambu, Honorable Honyo, I was actually referring to you because I saw that you wanted to ask a question almost immediately when she responded. And Honorable Maisela and Honorable Motapo. Is there any other person other than those? This is the last round, members. Oh, Honorable Mwabe, you will be the last one. And same procedure. Honorable Masondo. Okay. No, my members are awake. That's a good thing. Okay. Honorable Shivam.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm not comfortable with this candidate because she served as a deputy public protector before, under Advocate Mushwan, accused him of sexual harassment. They threatened each other with litigations and taking each other to court and suing each other 3 million. Even if such is settled out of court, it means that she is irresponsible to not act against sexual harassment. If it did not exist, she's still irresponsible. I think that is one thing that must be clear here, that we cannot be taken, like, you cannot drag the institution of public protector in the mud that easily. I think that we must take issue with that. We'll discuss it when we deal with assessment later on. But two, even with the public protector advocate Thuli Madonsela, when she was deputy, like lots of public spats and writing of letters to parliament about internal issues that drag the name of the public protector in the mud. And what happens when you do that? It leads to the public losing confidence in that institution, because one of the senior people, a deputy public protector, is saying that this institution is political. These DA matters which are not being handled, there's this and that. And then how is the public expected to trust such an institution when a deputy public protector is busy muddying it in that fashion? And that person comes here and says that we must rationally appoint her as a public protector. I think we would have degenerated if we do that. It's one of the things that we must never, ever consider when we're dealing with those issues. She's suspended from her current work. And she wants to be a public protector who must be trusted by all of us, must adjudicate over very contentious issues. I think that is one of the things that must be looked into. I know she applied to be a secretary of the Pan-African Parliament as well. Out of the 11 jobs that she had, she wanted to be a secretary of the Pan-African Parliament. Click. These are some of the issues. Like then let me come to questions. That if
Shavambu, can you try to be crisp?
Yes.
Because most of what you've said now has already been said by other members.
If the unthinkable thing of appointing you as a public protector happens, how are you going to increase its accessibility? There is more than 200 local municipalities in South Africa. How are you going to make sure that those people who are in those local municipalities that do not have access to internet, do not have telephones, have access to the public protector's office? The second question.
Bambo, how do you expect her to answer that question when you say, if the unthinkable? Proceed, honorable member.
Oh yeah,
I'm just saying
that's
I
fine.
don't
Yeah,
know
she'll respond. She'll respond. Then the second and last issue is, Chair, quickly, is when the public protector, the advocate Thuli Madonsela, came here in Parliament. I think one of the last appearances, there was discussion about the funding model in recognition of the fact that the money that is appropriated from Parliament is not adequate for the public protector's office. And there were a variety of ideas that were tossed around, and because you know the internal systems and you have been there for a very long time, what do you think should be the much more durable funding model for the public protector's office that goes beyond the appropriation process that now the office is dependent on? And lastly, what is your view of the public protector report on Kandla? Do you agree fully with that the president of the Republic, of the ANC, I mean to say, acted outside the law? And that, as said by the Constitutional Court, that he failed to uphold, to defend, and respect the Constitution. Do you agree with that observation?
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Before you move on, I just want to take all that whole round. And if you can just jot down those so that we can allow her to respond. Honorable Hon? No,
No, it was me.
After.
Always. Thank you, Chair. It was indeed me.
Honorable Motapo, I'm sorry if you thought it was you. I thought I recorded it down here that it was you, Honorable Member.
Thank you.
If you can try and be crisp, because most of your questions are very much the same, move the same line.
Yes, I'll try and steer clear
And
of
be
that.
like Honorable Van Dam, she's a very good member.
Okay, I'll try my best. Thank you. Advocate, my question relates to the binding nature of the remedial action of the public protector. You stated in one of your answers that the debate amongst the ombudsman of the world has been going on, and that ultimately the view was that judicial review is the route to go for state institutions because they can't just leave it hanging in the air. So my question is very simple. Have you read the Nkandla judgment of the Constitutional Court? And if so, why don't you then agree with all other legal scholars of this country that this issue has been clarified in its finality by the Constitutional Court to state that indeed it is not merely recommendations, but it has actually the effect of a court order which can only be set aside by a judicial review? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Advocate. Emanating from your responses to questions by honorable members. Okay. I was saying emanating from your responses to questions from honorable members, Advocate, how would you explain your interpersonal and communication skills then and now in respect to personal attributes which are relevant to this position which you have applied for? Thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you very much. That is commendable. Honorable Motapo. Honorable Maisan.
Thank you, Chair. With your experiences at the Public Protection Office, the perception is that it looks like it's a crime-busting entity instead of a nation-building entity. What would you suggest should be done to transform it into a nation-building entity? Thank you.
Honorable Mwabe.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Advocate. My short question is, since you have been in that office before, and now I'm here, Advocate, this side. Yeah, I'm here. You have been in that office before, and now we have applied for this committee to consider you as well. I just want to know, in your own view, what is lacking in that office and how that can be solved? And why do you think you are the best person to solve that or address it? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Masondo. And on that note, Temba, please do organize some coffee for my members. Please. Okay. No, Honorable Masondo.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chairperson. Given that the advocate has been there, seen that, and did that, what are the three key changes that you would bring about were she to be appointed as the public protector? I'm done.
Thank you. Advocate, over to you. And if you can make sure that you respond to all the questions, and at the end, just make sure that you say your last and final comments. Thank you.
I would like to raise the issue of conflicts and I would like to address it, Honorable Shivambu. In the context of every conflict that I found myself in, whether I've caused it, whether it was caused where in my midst, it is where the interest of the entity I'm representing is colliding with the individual interest. Where the values of the organization, the vision or mission is threatened by individual personal interest. The mandatory requirements during Mr. Mushwana were not applied in full, and my insistence caused a conflict. And I want to just correct the facts that you found. I did not report Mr. Mushwana of sexual harassment, the media did. The people reported sexual harassment. I just informed him of what the people are saying in the office. It was not that I went anywhere to report Mr. Mushwana. And as the DPP is also a statutory office bearer, was delegated function of administrative nature, and it was important for me to bring the function closer to the statutory functions. And as I say that, when we sat down, we realized that it was a misunderstanding caused by media and other people who twisted the facts. That is why our relationship carried on in a better position than before. The second part that I want to address relates to the rural people, which is also my concern, because I have been in rural areas where we are making outreach on the role and function of the public protector. But the questions that people are asking are about where are we going to get water? When are we going to get electricity? So it shows that before one can get the basic needs settled, people would then become interested in other things. So in the rural areas, what we used to do, which was an initiative of Advocate Mushwana, was mobile offices. They used to work very well because we would go to the far remote areas and then establish mobile offices maybe every Wednesday here and so on, and people would go there and assist people to complete the complaints so that we can investigate the matters in the rural areas. And that was also enabled by the relationship we had with traditional leaders who always afforded us free venues to do that. I did read, in terms of the Nkandla judgment, I did read the judgment. And I'm still saying that a recommendation, a remedial action is not a court order, because the public protector and the court are not on equal standing. If the public protector was a court, then we would have a problem because it would not be as accessible as the remedial action. You cannot not comply with it unless you are saying that it is irrational. And the judgments are clarifying the position that you have to look at the nature of the remedial action that is taken, the language, and one of the other important factor around the remedial action is its implementability. If it is not implementable, it doesn't qualify as an appropriate remedial action and it can be challenged. So that is what I'm saying. I'm not saying state organs should not. I say they must obey it because they are bound by the Constitution to be accountable, to support the office, to make sure the office is effective. But if the remedial action is irrational, and then we say everybody must just apply it, then there will be disaster. That is why we have to look at the nature of it, the language of it, and to see that it is binding. Honorable Mutapo asked, how do you explain the interpersonal relationship? Everybody who knows you will tell you I've got integrity. You'll never find me accused of anything that has to do with dishonesty, with good faith, or with untrustworthiness. If a person is uncomfortable with me, I've already answered. It's if the personal interests are clashing with the interest of the institution where I'm responsible as well. The skills that I can bring as a deputy as well. Oh, there is a question about the crime, the perception that it is a crime-busting entity, and how do we bring it to nation building? Nation building for me is a very, it's something that I align with. I prefer to have a public protector whose remedial action will will reconcile the state and the citizen. And this we have achieved during my time when we do the mediations and settlement agreement. One of the requirements in the settlement agreement is reconciliation. Because if you have the state and the citizen living in a divided manner, we would promote division instead of unity. So I would say that the public protector should focus on mediation, on dispute resolution, and also attend to issues that has to deal with the basic socio-economic of individuals, so that people are having equal opportunities, they feel equal, and maybe to inculcate what I can call the equality complex instead of superiority or inferiority complex. The equality complex for everybody so that they can function properly within the democracy. The other question was that since I've been in that office before, what is lacking? What I observed at the moment is mostly a backlog. And what causes backlog? It might be the problem of regrouping of the cases. Because during the time when I was a deputy, during the last quarter of the year, I would go in provinces. I would group, say, the cases relating to water affairs, cases relating to health. I would go with, say, 50 cases, one department. In 3 days, we reach a settlement, they're gone. So I think the regrouping is needed to try that model again to see if we can use that office cost effectively. The second thing again is that I can say that during, after the launching of the early resolution, almost 80% of cases were resolved in that manner. 1 day, 2 days, 30 days, and so on. And the experience of being an ombudsman was inculcated. It was never meant to have a case ranging for 4 years and so on. That will be disastrous. Honorable Masondo was asking me, what are the key changes that you'll bring? It's transformation. It's transformation. The most important thing about the Ombudsman's office, because it needs speed, it needs rigorous, is to make sure that there is quality investigations. People are trained, people are experts. And one of the other things that I would want to reduce, which perhaps people will not agree with me, is that to make sure that we promote the independence. And promoting the independence is never to use consultants on the core function, because the core is investigation. It has to be done as independent as possible. The reporting, it has to be done as independent as possible. So that influence comes through consultants and so on. For me, it doesn't work. The other part that I'm sensitive about is the use of donations. The donations will never come without a condition. And if the condition comes, from my experience as a deputy public protector, we would have a donation and then we are obliged to share the strategic planning and get inputs from the donor. In that way, the office can be influenced. For me, I think that one of the things is to review the donation. And then the last part for me, I will emphasize, is my story from the beginning, is to prioritize the cases that has to do with the basic socio-economic needs of the community. In that way, I think in 7 years, one can stand and look back and say at least maybe 50% or 20% of people are working, queuing for Gautrain going to work, advertising for people to work for them instead of them applying for jobs. That is just the hope in my mind, that if I'm given the position, I will be able to do that. The last thing is that I have done social responsibility, doing transformational work, outreach, called by women to talk about the constitutional rights and human dignity and so on. That office gives me that opportunity as well to orientate the stakeholders, not only about their rights, but to orientate them about their responsibilities, that they must take part in the process of passing legislation, take part in all matters that affects them, so that they understand what they are fighting for and why government cannot provide this now and will provide it tomorrow. So also to focus on state organs in terms of transformation, to look at one particular department at a time. For instance, pick the department that has got more cases, to deal with it for the whole year, to make sure that the policies are intact, and then there is implementation plans for everything. Chairperson, I would like to conclude. Honorable members of parliament, if you look at my CV, you'll see that one of the strongest things I am and I want to be is a peacemaker. I don't cause problems, I highlight problems. So I'm a peacemaker, and that's how I want you to accept me and understand me. Thank you.
That concludes our interview with Advocate Goodman. Thank you very much, ma'am. We shall hear from us. Thank you very much. Members, you can use 1 minute to just go to the ladies or something like that. Stretch for a few minutes, for 1 minute or so. I want to go to the... oh, you need to do this. You are the ones that said on the 11th. They said on the 11th, and I said, members, do you realize that we've gone past 10 members? Okay, members, let's go. Let's go.
Go to the side. Yeah. Put your back so it's sitting on the side. Right. You want your bag here? Maybe on the floor, ne? Yeah. It's okay. As long as I will remember it. Memory stick.
Breitenbach, we are reconvening. Okay? You are going to get your coffee. I keep promises. It's gonna come. Just be patient. Thank you very much. Welcome, Ms. Busisiwe Mkhwebane. Number one, let me apologize to you. We are running behind schedule a bit, and we do owe you an apology. We don't take your time for granted, and we appreciate that you were able to make it to this interview. Ma'am, as communicated with you, you have 10 minutes to present your story. And remember, you are talking to the members, but you are also talking to the viewers at home. So I'm just going to hand over to you. And thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, members of the panel. My name is Busisiwe Mkhwebane. I'll be presenting on myself. I'm a person of prestige and influence, a believer in Christ, who operates with objectivity, competence, and efficiency. I'm an admitted advocate of the High Court. I'm a professional woman with strong leadership capability. I have a clean criminal record, and I would be purely transparent in my dealings. I'm apolitical and unbiased. Therefore, my judgments won't be biased. I have acquired exceptional reporting, analytical communication, negotiation, problem-solving, and relational building skills over the years of services. I served on different portfolios and management levels over 22 years within government of the Republic of South Africa, as well as promoting the Republic globally and building international relations with the People's Republic of China. My current portfolio involves a strong active record of 11 years in senior management within Immigration Branch at the Department of Home Affairs. I know the operations of government, including policies like the Medium-Term Strategic Framework, the implementation, which is the implementation plan of the National Development Plan 2030. I've got 8 years working experience within international law, human rights, and governance environment. Therefore, I'm a human rights law expert, including immigration and refugee law. I worked as a prosecutor for 3 years. I was part of the delegation which visited China in 2004, when, with the then advocate Mushwana, because I was working at the Office of the Private Protector by then. I presented papers internationally on refugee policy in Germany and within Southern Africa. Participated at various UNHCR or EXCOM meetings in Geneva, Switzerland, and at the African Union meetings in Ethiopia relating to refugees. One of the key achievements there was the adoption of the AU Convention relating to displaced persons in Africa, and as well represented South Africa at various SADC refugee commissioners meetings. Whilst in China, I facilitated the establishment of visa outsource centers, both in Beijing and Shanghai. This included standardization of operations at the 2 missions. I improved customer service and service delivery to deepen political relations between the 2 countries. I also negotiated the opening of more offices. Due to excellent service delivery and the impact I made with the country, I promoted better relations between the 2 countries, and that was also published in the local newspapers. In South Africa, I led various humanitarian and counter-xenophobia projects in conjunction with providing strategic and leadership to refugee services across the country, especially Gauteng, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Limpopo, where refugee reception offices were based. Some of the achievements include participating at the signing of the tripartite plan of operation for the repatriation of Angolans, refugees, and also I was appointed as a board member of the Refugee Relief Fund Board, by the Minister of Social Development, monitored the rollout of integrated biometric system for the 5 refugee reception offices, made sure increase the capacity of the offices and manage the budget of the offices. Due to political instability in Zimbabwe around 2006 and 7, I managed to give strategic direction for processing applications for asylum, which spiked from 50,000 to more than 100,000 in that particular year. Introduced same-day adjudication of asylum claims, managed to reduce the approval rate recently by making sure then that we have good quality country of origin reports and make sure that whoever deserves to be granted refugee status gets that. I was currently the project manager to revamp the Maraba State Refugee Reception Office. Whilst working at the Office of the Private Protector, I managed to establish the Gauteng office, which is based at Constitution Hill, as well as making sure then that I liaise with various municipal offices around Soweto to make sure that there are clinics which are open there. Recommended ways to improve service delivery to the Compensation Commissioner on complaints received, investigated disclosure of HIV status of patients without their consent and steps taken by the Health Professions Council, and produced a report, investigated undue delays in the payment of unemployment insurance fund. Other experience include serving on the task team that drafted the country report on the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which was submitted to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in 1998. I was the member of the National Action Plan on Human Rights Coordinating Committee, which was assisting the drafting of the National Action Plan on Human Rights, which was deposited to the United Nations High Commissioner in 1998. I drafted the chapter on management of asylum seekers and refugees in the current immigration green paper, which is currently out for consultation. Given an opportunity to hold the Public Protector's Office, I will assist all spheres of government to improve service delivery, assist in the implementation of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy to eradicate corruption, assist in improving South Africa's ranking in the Transparency International Perception Index, which to below 50, because currently is around 72 out of the 177 countries. Introduce innovative ways to deliver services promptly within the limited resources. I'll end my presentation, Chairperson, and before going into the role and functions of the Private Protector.
Okay, thank you very much. You are happy with ending there, because I'm going to now take the questions from the members. You are happy with that, Busisiwe?
Yes, I have some expertise which I've mentioned under the Office of the Public Protector, or what solutions I'll bring to the table if I'm appointed to the post of the Private Protector. Maybe then as well to make sure then on speedy resolution of investigations by the investigators. I know that they are capable investigators at the Office of the Public Protector currently, but making sure then as well that do they have service delivery indicators? Are they performing according to their the agreed upon service delivery indicators? And then to increase access of the Office of the Private Protector, because a lot of people are not aware what role will the Public Protector play. The Public Protector will make sure then that a person who doesn't have a voice will have a voice in the management of the government or in the running of the services and promoting good governance in government. Public Protector only investigate any conduct, undue or improper conduct, which is happening in the public sphere. Therefore, the Public Protector doesn't have any role to investigate court decisions, but it's purely on the maladministration, abuse of power, and make sure then that people enjoy the democracy which is provided. But then in making sure as well that the services are accessible to all persons and communities. That will be done by making sure then that the office is extended through all. In fact, the main important thing is to make sure that if a person can go to a district office, for instance, a district magistrate court, the person can be able to be assisted there. Though I know currently the Office of the Private Protector, a person can lodge a complaint by phoning and getting advice, But some people, you'll find that they can't have access to telephones, but they would have access to a local district office where they can lodge their complaint. I mean, is to utilize those district office or be in partnership with government. And the key important thing is that the role of the public protector is to make sure that is accessible to the community, but again is there to strengthen the constitutional democracy. It's not there to fight against the state, it's there to assist the state, especially members of the National Assembly who are supposed to be giving voice to the voiceless, is to make sure then that as the public protector, you assist that people enjoy good governance and enjoy democracy. But then again, going forward, engaging government and on all structures to make sure that when there is foresight meetings, SALGA, you engage and make sure that even traditional leaders and traditional heads, they know what role can the public protector play to make sure then that people who can't access the services can access the services of the public protector. I think I'll end there, Chairperson, and wait for the questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mkhwebane. Can I take the first round of questions, members? I see Honorable Breitenbach, I see Honorable Msimang, Honorable Swart, Honorable Kuranov, Honorable Masondo, Honorable Van Dam, Honorable Bongo, and Honorable Maisela. I would start with you in the second round, Honorable Mutapo. If you can remember your sequencing members, I will appreciate that. Ms. Mkhwebane, if you could kindly just take the notes as members are asking you questions, and if at any stage you don't, maybe you forgot the question, you are most welcome to ask. I will assist if you didn't get the question. Thank you.
Definitely.
Over to you, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Mkhwebane.
Afternoon.
You're currently employed as an analyst at State Security Agency, is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Forgive me because I'm not familiar with the job descriptions, but is it not a demotion from the director at the Department of Home Affairs?
Must I answer immediately or
No, you
I
can write it
wait?
down.
Okay.
And then my second question, you describe yourself in your questionnaire as a person of prestige and influence. Would you just elaborate on that for me, please? And then finally, your master's research has been outstanding for some 6 years now. Have you completed your master's degree yet or not? And if not, why not? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Mrs. Mkhwebane. My name is Themba Msimang. I would like to know if you have been engaged in the robust practice of the law, either as an advocate or as an attorney. I'm asking this because this is an essential requirement. I am aware that you have had 3 years experience as a public prosecutor, but I want you to please cite other instances where you were involved with the practice of the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Advocate. Just to ask you a little bit, you were with the Public Protector's Office for a number of years. I think it was from 1999 to 2005, is that right, as an investigator? And at that stage, what caused you to leave to go to, was it a promotion? I presume it was a promotion or something, but just at that stage, the dynamics around the Public Protector's Office already going back then, with financial constraints, number one, and we understand it was a long time before the court judgments about remedial action. But if you could just explain your experience there and how you would now do things differently if you were the public protector, in as much as we've now got jurisprudence that is very clear about the remedial actions of the public protector being binding. Going back then already, you would have experienced financial constraints as well. We know that the public protector has got severe funding constraints. How would you deal with that now if you were appointed as the public protector? Now, interestingly, you also have experience in the Human Rights Commission. Do you see that there is a lot of overlapping between the work of the Public Protector and the Human Rights Commission? And that was referred to in the CADA ASMAL Commission as well. And how would you address that overlapping so that one carefully uses the limited resources of the Public Protector's office should you be appointed to that position? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just two questions. The one, I'm here, just in front of you. Advocate?
Okay.
Do you have any active business interest that might have a conflict of interest if you are appointed to the Public Protector office? First question. And the second one, in your opinion, what constitutes the independence of the Public Protector's office?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Well, I must say that through Chairperson, I've heard the mention of local government, in Salga in particular, after a long time. I'm sure the issue of intergovernmental relations really kicks in. In what way would you envisage working with organized local government? Just an elaboration on that. And given the fact that you have had some interaction with the Office of the Public Protector, what are the key changes that you'll envisage where it become a real possibility that you get appointed as a public protector?
Masondo, Honorable Van Dam.
Thanks, Chairperson. Afternoon, advocates. In your questionnaire, you say that you believe that the public protector can assist the state in monitoring the implementation of the NDP to institutionalize long-term planning, forging a people-centered government. The reason I'm asking this, I just want to understand what you see the role of the public protector being. Is it an oversight role over government, or how else do you understand it? I just want to understand how you see the role of the public protector in South Africa. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Bongo.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Advocate. The Public Protectors Act envisages that the person who must be appointed must be fit and proper. So in discharging some of your responsibilities, you are expected to take decisions that are without fear, favor, or prejudice. So I want to know what is your general understanding of this that I have said. But secondly, that fit and proper is also related to business interest. And in the questionnaire that we have gave you to fill, we have requested that you provide any information that relates to financial or otherwise that the committee may need to know, and you said no. I want you to comment, to give a general comment on that. I think for now, Chair, I'll just stick to that until later.
Maisela?
Thank you, Chair. I would like you to explain how you are going to sort this problem that you have mentioned in your presentation. That I quote, our country is faced with the challenges of poverty and unemployment and inequality. This is a result of the scourge of apartheid, and it is still a young democracy to redress the imbalance of the past. Government is not taking a radical approach to redress the economic imbalances between races. Now, this is a very mundane thing that everybody is quoting now and then. How do you expect to use your experiences if you are appointed as a public protector to redress this thing, and what radical steps would you envisage taking? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If I can just add on those questions, just to complete this round. You said that the relationship between the public protector and the state shouldn't be antagonistic, and it should be a supportive and an assisting in the process. Now, I just want you to share with this committee, how would you deal with a situation where that relationship becomes antagonistic? How would you handle it? And what steps will you take to ensure that you are still fulfilling your mandate as the public protector, but at the same time striking the balance with ensuring that the relationship does not necessarily become antagonistic? I know that it's a very difficult, there is a very thin line in that, but we would like to hear what you have to say. But the good news is that we've received comments from members of the public on a variety of people, and there was nothing bad about you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, panel members, for the questions. The question by Advocate Breitenbach, analyst, demotion. It's not a demotion, ma'am. It's a different kind of expertise or experience. Yes, I've worked as a senior manager in the Department of Home Affairs for 11 years. And in that process, I was the director, even acted as a chief director in that particular process. But then, yes, I was dealing a lot with immigration law and even refugee law. But then going then to work in the State Security Agency is to make sure then that we protect the Constitution. I mean, it's still constitutional matters, it's still making sure then the Constitution is protected. So it's not at all, and again, working there is to make sure that I use my expertise, which I got at the Department of Home Affairs, of refugee law and immigration law, since you know that the country sometimes we are faced with challenges of immigration, challenges of refugees, and to make sure then that I use my expertise in that aspect. It's not. So yes, it's a specialized field. It's not a situation where you are a manager or a chief director, then you are having subordinates and working. But then here you strictly a professional. So the issue of prestige and influence, prestige is meaning my integrity. I've made sure then that as well, I do my work with integrity, making sure then that as a public servant, I serve the public, making sure then as well that whatever I initiate or implement is indeed achievable. In my work in the Department of Home Affairs, I've acquired a lot of achievement, being the National Director of Refugees, and as well not having the capacity, as I've indicated earlier, that with the limited capacity I had joining the Department of Home Affairs of 20 officials, increasing it to 300 officials. And again, as I've mentioned, that the number of asylum seekers from Zimbabwe increased drastically when I joined the department, but then, and again, the challenges of foreigner attacks during those times. But then I made sure then that I work with integrity and making sure as well that there is issues of influence, making sure that you use your influence as a person of integrity to make sure that the concerns of the vulnerable people are addressed. On the issue of MBL, I was standing for 6 years. Yes, I was supposed to complete 20 years, submit my research. I was deployed to China, as I've mentioned in my CV. I was a counselor there for 4 years. Unfortunately, moving to China, never realized that when I write my final exam in Beijing, I had to change with UNISA to be a foreign student. Therefore, I never did that. Then that was the problem, because then I was deregistered. And I had to have a process. Unfortunately, I couldn't submit my dissertation. With the work challenges as well, being in a foreign country, I couldn't do that. I came back in 2014, and I hope I'll find time to finally, but I've finished with my coursework. It's just that is the issue of the research. Professor Msimang, robust practice as a lawyer and an attorney. Yes, as you've seen in my CV, I've practiced as a prosecutor. The fortunate or unfortunate part is that I think the government paid for my bursary during the Kwandebele government. And then the condition was that come back and work for the government, which was a good thing, because then you wouldn't struggle to say, I'm coming back as a qualified graduate and having to look for employment. Therefore, my stream was then into government. I did that. From there, then I worked in the Department of Justice, drafting a lot. I mean, I work in the international directorate. By then it was a directorate dealing with extradition law. That's where I started dealing with a lot of human rights issues, drafting the country reports. So my engagement, or robust engagement, was based on making sure then that you defend or you speak for the defenseless, in making sure that whatever legislations we have, whatever conventions we've acceded to as a country, is to make sure that as a country we comply to, and whoever is meant to be protected is protected. Whilst working at the Department of Home Affairs, we had a lot of litigation cases against the department, especially on refugee matters and a lot of delays. But as well, making sure then that on the administration part or the management part, then we didn't have backlogs. That was my efficiency. But then again, making sure then that I give information based on law, what the department or what government is expected as far as international conventions are concerned. So that was my involvement in making sure then that I portray, or I make sure that the law which is supposed to be protecting the vulnerables are protected. Yes, I've never practiced. I was admitted as an advocate in 1997 based on my experience within the Department of Justice then. Mr. Swart, on the public protector, what caused me to leave and the financial constraints, definitely it was a promotion. I was a senior investigator, and a senior investigator is at the level 12 in government, which is a deputy director level. So I was getting a promotion to be a director level. And the issue of financial constraints, and explain how differently I would make sure that I work then with the current jurisprudence. The most important thing is that with the current constitutional court case, it has made sure that South Africans are aware of the powers and role and functions of the public protector. It has also made us public servants or government officials and politicians what is the role of the public protector and the functions of the public protector. And it also made sure then that the remedial actions of the public protector are not just recommendations, but they are enforceable unless you take the public protector for review. So therefore, that has made the duty of the public protector very simple. And simple in the sense that if you've got a remedial action as a department, you either enforce it, or if you take the public protector to court, then that's a challenge because it will drain on the financial implication of the public protector. But the challenge then was that you find that there's a lot of recommendations or the remedial actions which government departments or state organs never implemented. And you'll find that it takes resources from the office again to follow up on those, because, I mean, it's not clear in the Public Protector Act what to do if, yes, you need to then enforce or have more resources to make sure that you oblige that state organ to enforce. In this instance, the EFF and DA took the president to court. But then you'll find that the public protector didn't have the resources to maybe say to the court of law, can you enforce this on my behalf? So that's the difference. And I think now it will be very easy to work with government. And as I said, that as a public protector, you are there to support and strengthen. And as a government department, a state organ, you need to understand that the role is there to support and strengthen. So making sure how to deal with financial constraints is coming up with innovative ways of doing work, because, as I said, innovative ways in making sure that why should I spend a lot of resources going out, approaching media to say I'm buying a space to make sure that you educate the public about this particular information? Why can't I partner with state organs like your SABC? Why can't I partner with even independent media? I mean, I'm not promoting Power FM, but during Women's Month, they called on public protector, the AU chairperson to come and speak. Why not use those platforms to make sure that we disseminate the information? Why not as well use the local radio stations? We've got a lot of them which are accessible to a person in the rural area. My mother is listening to Ikwekwezi throughout the day. Why can't we use that platform in her language to understand what is expected from her, or what can this office, important office, can do for her? So I think it's using innovative ways and make sure then that we deliver our service. I mean, we have investigators who will deliver on time, who will have service delivery indicators, who are trained, and as well, possibly, if it means engaging government to get more internship, we've got a lot of qualified graduates who we can empower, or as well, working through the Department of Justice to make sure that how can we also utilize their offices. I mean, all those magistrates' court which are available even in the deeper rural areas, to make sure that as well that is accessible, instead of maybe carrying the burden on our own. On the issue of Human Rights Commission overlapping with the public protector, I think on that particular aspect, the public protector is more on good governance, issues of maladministration, issues of abuse of power, issues of undue benefit, issues of undue delay. I mean, if you've applied for your UIF or you've applied for your SASSA, why must it take longer than 3 months when you are promised it to be processed within 7 days? Therefore, if you cannot get any joy by yourself engaging, why not come to the public protector? But the Human Rights Commission is more on your human rights related issues. I mean, being discriminated based on being on your gender, on your race, on issues of racism, issues of inequality. So that's where they come in more. And I think there is a Kada Asmal report where he also proposed that if we can take all the other institutions like your Gender Commission, your Youth Commission, and the commission which deals with languages and culture, and make it one, because, I mean, it makes sense because it deals with all human rights related issues. Whereas the private protector is more on service delivery, because then when it comes to delay in providing a service, then that's where they come in. Mr. Korenov, business interest conflict. Being a government official, I mean, you declare your interests every year before April. Therefore, the business which have been directors anyway, they lapsed long time ago, when you were still trying to say, I'm working, but possibly I can, but I have never had any business outside of getting my own salary, being a government official, being paid the salary which was sufficient for my existence, and again, being exposed to being a counselor in China, issuing visas and permits. That's where you are exposed to a lot of conflicts, but then being a woman of integrity, then I managed not to. The only one which was possibly, if you check from DTI, CIPC, was only one where you find that you are women, ladies, you need to open a social club, you need to put money in, it's like your stokvel, but it never had any interaction or any business. Independence of the public protector is independent, is only subject to the constitution and the law, but then the independence doesn't mean the public protector is not accountable. Public protector is accountable to the National Assembly. For instance, you are given a budget, you need to indicate out of the 20 million you got, what activities, what investigations you conducted, and did you do those investigations on time? Is it benefiting the persons which they're supposed to benefit? I think there is a thin line there, but the issue is the public protector needs to account on what the state or its people's money, which they need to indicate that this is what we've investigated, this is how we dealt with the money. It doesn't mean then that the issue of accounting to the National Assembly, then the National Assembly needs to dictate you investigate this case, you don't investigate this case, or on the content of their work. Mr. Masondo, on the issue of intergovernmental relations, that's a challenge we're facing in government, being a public servant for so many years, where you'd find that we operate a lot in silos as government, though there is a provision in the Constitution which encourages intergovernmental relations. But it's to make sure then that, as I've said, that, I mean, there's a structure called, like SALGA, involve them in their planning, in their engagement with local municipalities, make sure as well that if we can work together, the public protector can participate, because there would be, for instance, their summit where you need to come and present. There are investigations. For instance, there are other partner chapter 9 institute like the Auditor General. I mean, look at how many findings against some of the municipalities, the violation of the Municipal Finance Management Act. How do we make sure then that we work together with structures like your SALGA, making sure then that they need to comply to the law, to the regulations, and as well make sure then that when there are service delivery challenges, because sometimes you find that the issue of service delivery challenges at local government level, it leads to a lot of violent protests, which are not necessary, because if then we can learn to engage and be responsive to the communities as quickly as possible, then we wouldn't find such challenges, or listen and respond quickly. But then I think it's to engage them, go to present to their summits, to their strategic planning, to make sure that how can we make sure that in their planning they are also involved and understand the role which the public protector can play and support them. key challenges envisaged when appointed. I think, as I've said earlier, that a lot of people now are aware what role the public protector needs to play. Again, it might still be the challenge of not enforcing or implementing the remedial actions, but then it's a question of saying, in our approach, is to be very conciliatory or even make sure that there's a lot of engagement, people to understand, or public servants to understand what role we need to play. I think we'll overcome any challenge as long as you discuss and sit down and discuss issues and understand what is your role, what is my role, and how we can serve the people who are voiceless or people who cannot defend themselves or cannot engage on themselves. Ms. Van Damme, on the issue of the National Development Plan, the provisions of the National Development Plan is to make sure then that we eradicate corruption. And we've set as government, these are the plans we're having for 2030. Not to say monitoring, because there is a ministry within the presidency which is responsible for that. But again, not to sit as a public protector and say, government, we're sitting behind, we're watching what you're doing, and when you don't reach that, then we investigate. But the fact of the matter is, by strengthening constitutional democracy, is to make sure then that people we address the issue of the challenges of poverty. If, for instance, you are allocated or you plan to have developed this particular area, for instance, infrastructure development, by this particular period, and this is the budget which is allocated. Because at the end of the day is to engage with government to say, we've seen, because the National Development Plan is also saying, can you allocate more resources to make sure that institutions like the public protector can make sure that governments or taxpayers' money is utilized for the people on the grassroots level. Therefore, let's, for instance, because the issue of undue delay or maladministration or corruption, there is a lot of money allocated for a certain project, and that particular money is nowhere to be found, or that particular project is no longer happening, because as a public protector, we also need to know what is supposed to be happening to empower our people. The public protector can conduct own initiative investigation as well to check, but okay, Department of Trade and Industry, this was supposed to have happened, and this was what was allocated. We can conduct that own initiative investigation, even if there's no complainant in that particular case. So I think I was meaning in that particular respect to say it's for us to be exposed to that and making sure that what government has promised to be doing, and again, in the medium-term strategic framework, because then it's utilized to make sure that the outcomes which are mentioned there are implementing what government is committing to be doing. And Mr. Bongo, Public Protector Act requires a fit and proper person without fear and favor and prejudice. What is your understanding? Being a legally qualified person, you have to be unbiased in whatever you are doing. Well, it means you are not subjective, but you are objective. Whatever you do it according to the letter of the law. Therefore, you don't favor one person above another person. You don't favor a certain department or organization on behalf of another organization. If there is a complaint, you need to be fair. You need to be without any bias. Therefore, that's what it means. But then a fit and proper person as well is a person who is not involved in any shady dealings, because if then you are not fit and proper, you have criminal records, you have been found guilty of some offense, or you have stolen some money. Therefore, how would you make sure then that whoever poor person who's supposed to have benefited from the service which is supposed to be provided, will you be able, because that will cloud your judgment as a person. I mean, it's like a father saying to a child, don't drink alcohol, but you come home every day, you are drunk. So I think it's something like you need to be that person who's making sure then that you live or you portray a very credible life. So I think then the question of business interest, for instance, if I have a business and that business is doing business with a government department, let's say Tembisile municipality, then all of a sudden you receive a complaint about Tembisile municipality, then you see it would cloud my judgment then, because how would I investigate Tembisile municipality if my company is providing cleaning service at Tembisile municipality? I think then that's where then you need to be making sure then that you don't have any business dealings. And then on the issue of Mr. Maisel, explain the triple challenges: employment, poverty, and unemployment. I think I've mentioned as well that we've got the best constitution in South Africa. The unfortunate part about our constitution, I know it might be a very challenging thing to mention, is that our we had democracy, and our constitution was in such a way that Chapter 2 of the Constitution was providing for the rights, human rights. And the challenge there was that it was saying everyone is entitled to the following rights, to the following rights, to the following rights. Therefore, making it impossible, because it says within the available or realizable resources, especially the socio-economic rights of government. Then you find that when I'm saying the imbalances of especially a lot of our people are very poor, they are unemployed, and the living conditions are so not so good. And worse than that, you find a certain municipality is supposed to be providing a certain service, and the budget allocated for that particular service is not utilized for the benefit of that particular community, because then you find that it's not enough for us, because we need to address those imbalances. We need to create an environment for the locals or for the people to be able to exercise their right to not to be unemployed. For instance, come to issues of utilizing the local. We need to be seeing that more often. When I'm saying to redress the economic imbalances, for instance, in a local municipality or a school feeding scheme, for instance, where you find that you'll get somebody who's coming from Gauteng to be providing a feeding scheme to a school in Mpumalanga. Why not use the local community, form a cooperative, assist them to be the ones who are assisting that particular school in their vicinity? That's what I'm saying, to address that, right? Because sometimes people are not going all out on their own, but they need government's assistance, like your local councillors or your local municipality, making sure that they are assisted in that particular respect. Therefore, going down to that particular level and making sure that the resources allocated to empower that community is utilized effectively. Again, it still links to the issue of maladministration, because I'm saying if then we have proper administration of our finances, we don't have any undue benefit. Therefore, we will be able to redress these imbalances. Chairperson, the relationship between the public protector and government, which needs to be supportive, is clear. The Constitution says public protectors and institutions which to need to support and strengthen constitutional democracy. But then what steps do you need to take to fulfill the mandate and make sure that it is not antagonistic? Again, it goes back to the person who is unbiased, who is not prejudiced, who will do her job without any fear or favor, because at the end of the day, it's not a question of saying we must have now that cozy relationship. If work needs to be done and investigation needs to be done, because again, it's not an issue of saying you are being accused. I mean, the way it's done is you give us your side of the story. There is this allegation, give us your side of the story. It's discussed and we find a solution to that particular issue. I think it's more of making sure that we use our expertise of how can we resolve that conflict in a very amicable way. I mean, as South Africa, we've managed to do that instead of maybe throwing stones at each other, but then sitting around the table and saying, these are my findings, and as government or whoever is being investigated, then you indicate. I think it's a question of being transparent and as well acknowledging where we are not going in a proper way, and saying, but here we thought we were on the right track, or this is what the law is saying. But then as a public protector will say, this is our role, this is our function, and this is what the law is saying. I think finding an amicable solution to work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mkwebane. I must say that the way you've been answering, it's been very straight to the point, and I think we must appreciate that as a committee. Let me take the next round of questions. Honorable Bongo, Honorable Tseke, Honorable Hon, Honorable Shivambu. Who else wants to speak? Honorable Motapo. I wanted to take everyone who wants to speak. I can see Honorable Mwabe is nice and relaxed now. Thank you, Honorable Mwabe. So I'm going to take that as the last round. And after they've asked all these questions, you will do like you did. You did very well. You will answer, and then if you could also try at the end to make sure that you leave us with those punchy marks that you want us to remember when you leave. Okay, over to you, Honorable Bongo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I have two questions. One question, I would want a comment from the advocate. In the report before me from Corruption Watch, it says that she has 7 active business interests. I wanted to comment on this investigation by Corruption Watch, because this investigation, it may either prove her to be wrong, or it may less authenticate submissions that we get from Corruption Watch. Then the second question, it is not a...
You have read that sentence and you did not finish it.
No,
you deliberately did so.
Yes.
Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Bob.
And then out of my own investigation now, I'm unable to confirm the Bachelor of Laws from the University of Limpopo. Can I get a comment? Because from my report here, on my investigation, the degree is still pending. They can't confirm whether she got that degree at the University of Limpopo. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Bongo, the next member.
Thank you very much, Chair. Advocate Mkwebane, good afternoon. Suppose you are appointed as the public protector in this country, and how would you respond to a complaint and an allegation of financial impropriety against a public office bearer of the National Legislative Arm? A national legislative arm, bearing in mind that the public protector is accountable to either to Parliament, actually. So how would you respond to those allegations of financial impropriety? Thank you very much.
Honorable Shivambu.
Thanks.
It's like I took you by surprise.
No. I'm always ready. I'm always ready to ask sensible questions. The operative word in your self-description of who you are, well, it's prestige and all those things, but you say you're apolitical. What is that? Are you not a member of any organization? Have you never been a member of any political organization? You've never even been organized in any organization that is in pursuit of political struggles. I'm also interested in knowing if you've got proximity to any politician who serves at the national level, so you'll clarify that. And in terms of the apolitical, when you are answering the question of what are the key challenges that are confronting South African society, you make the following 3 political statements, and I want you to explain them. Number 1 is that government is not taking a radical approach to address the economic imbalances between the races. What do you mean by that? And what would be the radical approach in your own vision? And then the second statement that you make is that the Constitution, though being the best in the world, never assisted citizens to enjoy the benefits of democracy as citizens, but it was open to everyone. That is what you say. It's a political observation. What is the meaning of that? What are the limitations of the Constitution in addressing the conditions of the people? And then the other statement that you make is poor service delivery, especially in local government sphere, and lack of responsiveness to people's concerns is part of the major causes or the major challenges that are confronting societies. I want you to dwell on that and give context to your apolitical nature. Then the second kind of question is, how are you going to decidedly deal with the question of accessibility of the public protector's office? Because earlier when you responded, you asked questions. You responded by asking questions. Why don't we? Why don't we? Why don't we use Power FM? Why don't we do that? Why don't we use magistrates? I want a definite answer of what are you going to do if we can appoint you as a public protector to make sure that all local municipalities where lots of maladministration happens and misuse of public resources occur. What are you going to do to make sure that all ordinary people who do not have access to internet, who are in far-flung places, in Umhlaba Lingana, in Malamulelo, or wherever, what are you going to do to make sure that they've got access to the public protector's office? And the other issue will be on the funding model. When the public protector, the incumbent public protector came to her last appearance in the portfolio committee, she was speaking about a new funding model because there was recognition from everyone else that there isn't enough money that can be appropriated for the functions of the public protector's office due to a variety of things that define the sitting government. What funding model are you going to look into that is not entirely dependent on the state? And lastly is the issue which we have asked everyone on, the Executive Members Ethics Act. What will be your role in enforcing that, in light of the fact that when the public protector made findings with regards to violation of the Executive Members Code, she faced a lot of hostility from members of the ruling party. They called her a CIA agent and a variety of things. So you have to give us a response in that regard. Sure.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Shivambu. Honorable Motapo, I do agree with your question preceding the last one.
Thank you.
I agree with your question that precedes the last question. Thank you. Honorable Motapo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good
Honorable Horn, you want to ask a question as well? Was it up? Okay, you must raise your hand. I
never
must
up.
see it.
Al-
Okay.
always when I'm just
Honorable
about to
Motapo, you are on the floor. I've noted you,
Okay.
Honorable Horn.
Afternoon, Advocate Mkhwebane. Okay, thank you, Chair. In your CV and presentation, you made mention of the skills that you have, leadership and management. You overemphasized that. But what you didn't mention is the qualities or attributes which are needed for such a very important position. And again, I'm very much concerned on page 20. Yes, Busisiwe Mkhwebane, yeah, it's you. On page 20, despite the attacks, they still come. Is in bold. Then there are statements whereby at a forum, you advocate said that the department didn't know about the Musina Refugee Detention Center. Then the following day, the DG, the Home Affairs DG, Mabuso Msimang, released a statement confirming Home Affairs association with the center. And then working as a team, teamwork, according to me, is very, very important, especially in relation to the position of a public protector. So taking it from that background, where you come from, can you then comment on this statement, taking into consideration your non-mentioning of the qualities, attributes that you have in relation to this position? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Horn, I'm just going to give you a moment to ask the question. Just be crisp so that she can respond quickly, and then we can bring another candidate. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, my question actually relates to the question of the Honorable Bongo. There seems to be a difference between the dates in the questionnaire of the different qualifications of Advocate Mkhwebane and her CV. So if she can just explain that to us, please.
Those questions are straightforward, and you've been taking notes, and I'm giving you the opportunity now to respond. Over to you, Advocate.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Bongo, I think I've indicated earlier that as a public servant, every year you declare there's financial disclosure. I think what Corruption Watch found, because if you can patch my ID number on the CIPC website, the way I mentioned earlier when Mr. Korenhoff asked, I said I was a member of several other companies which never had any dealings, because if you can check, all those companies are deregistered. I think when the amendment to the company law came into being, there were a lot of companies which were deregistered, which were never active. I think I didn't see any reason for me to mention those companies. And I indicated to Mr. Korenhoff that there's only one company which was active because it was a social club to open a bank account, and then that company as well doesn't have any dealings with government. That's one element. I never mentioned that for that particular reason. And I don't have a BA law. I have a BProc degree with the University of the North, and I'm surprised why it's never confirmed. And I wonder why, how can I do an LLB with the University of the North and then not having a BPROC, which is highly impossible. I studied from the University of the North from 1989 to 1992. After that, I studied my LLB from 93 to 94, which then we had to study BPROC for 4 years and then LLB for 2 years. Therefore, I'm wondering why it's like that, and I wouldn't have been able to study at the University of Joburg, which is Rao by then, to do the higher diploma in corporate law if you don't have a junior degree, and I wouldn't have done higher diploma in tax law if I don't have a junior degree. So I think then, because the student number is the same for both BPROC and LLB, that is my submission. And then on the issue of financial impropriety,
I thought I should just clarify the thing. You see, when we verify qualifications, we go from source. So your status is saying pending. It's not saying you don't have. In other words, maybe your source, the source, the university, has not yet responded to us. Yeah, that's what it means. It doesn't mean that you don't have. You may have, but they just wanted to get confirmation from you.
okay, because I've also, yeah, I can also submit it's so strange why they did that. But the LLB, it means they confirm. Thank you, Chairperson. And then on the financial impropriety, national legislative arm, accountability to Parliament. So if a member of the national legislature, the Public Protector has a legislative mandate to investigate in terms of the Executive Members Ethics Act, to investigate members of the executive, which is the president, the ministers, the deputy ministers. Therefore, if there's any complaint as far as them are concerned, which relates to maladministration, abuse of power, undue enrichment, impropriety, therefore the Public Protector will be able to investigate that. And on the issue of being apolitical, meaning I don't belong to any, I'm not a card-carrying member of any political party. Being a South African citizen, I've got the right to vote, and my vote is my secret. Therefore, writing the statements to say, oh, whether I'm having any proximity of any politician, no, I don't have any politician who's the proximity, I am not sure in which sense, but I don't have any member of the family who is a politician. I've worked with a number of politicians whilst the Department of Home Affairs presented amendments to Refugee Act, engaged on when traveling with the minister, but then not the, I don't know which kind of proximity, but then I don't have any which is not proper, but then it's a question of being a public servant, doing my work, which I'm appointed to do. Political statement, radical approach. You know, I'll mention an example. I told my child to say, or my children to say, I think government needs to stand in the gap for the communities. Well, being in China for 4 years, it also has taught me that you bring the services, you make it possible for ordinary people to enjoy whatever you are providing. The radical approach, unfortunately, I'll use an example which is sometimes not, which is controversial. The 90% access, like the issue of SABC introducing 90% for local content. For me, that's a radical approach because you are saying, I'm making the environment accessible for you as local artists So that's what I was saying, that can we then make sure that we have that? Citizens, like the issue of the constitution, it was drafted and we said everyone, because if you check chapter 2 of the constitution, it's only the right to vote and the right to exercise trade, which says every citizen. And if you check a lot of constitutions of the world, you find that it says every citizen. So unfortunately, as South Africa, we said everyone. And everyone, remember, being an asylum seeker, yes, we need to make sure that we protect you. But you might be an asylum seeker who's an economic migrant and you have primary health needs. You are protected in terms of our constitution. Yes, we've acceded to all the conventions. We need to provide that. But what I'm saying is that there are issues where we'll find ourselves where we never made sure that we only provide this to citizens. For instance, a lot of countries, like China, for instance, you won't buy land. You won't not being a citizen. So that's why I'm saying we still a country, a democracy which is still growing, which we can learn a lot of this. And it was not mentioned based on the issue of political, but it was mentioned on the issue of what one is experiencing. Poor service delivery, it was more on the challenges which we are facing. Again, being the National Director of Refugee Affairs, having to deal with a lot of challenges of foreigner attacks in 2008, because then, or even when there are service delivery protests, unfortunately, you find that they are impacted. Therefore, I think I mentioned it in that context to say sometimes we don't need to leave things until the last minute, but we need to deal with them as and when they happen. Accessibility, yes, as a public protector, I'll make sure that I engage the SAPC, I engage community radio stations, I engage them to make sure that they deliver the information directly to the people by saying, making sure as well that in every magistrate's court, because it's available at Umhlabuya Lingam, that magistrate court should have an official. If it means Department of Education, Department of Justice, seconding or availing one of the clerks to be able to take that complaint of Ugogo Emakaya, then that needs to be happening. That's the strategy I will do. Again, engaging churches, because churches are in our local communities, making sure as well, how can we utilize them and work with them to make sure that they assist our communities and utilize civil society as well. The financial model, which we can use because we are dependent on the state and government's constraints and cost-cutting measures. The main important thing as well is that because the services we are providing as a public protector are services which are provided to the poorest of the poor. Again, we wouldn't expect to say, let's charge any fee for us to raise our finances. But it's to make sure then that, for me, it doesn't need us to raise any funds. For me, it's to make sure that the very same available resources which is allocated to government, as I said, why do we need to employ more investigators or people to take complaints if we can make sure that we utilize the clerk in a court to make sure that they accept the application? For me, it's coming up with innovative ways of making sure that the minimal resources we are having are the resources which we are using. Unless, yes, there's a special investigation where we need additional funding to approach possibly the National Treasury to make sure that they fund us for that particular need.
Can you move towards closure?
The executive members' ethics.
Advocate.
Okay. Okay, I'm closing, Chairperson. Executive Members Ethics Act, the hostility I think that I've addressed to say the public protector has a mandate. It's there in terms of the Executive Members Ethics Act for the public protector to investigate or to make sure that executive members are complying to the code. The qualities and attributes, I've mentioned them because on my presentation, I also mentioned that with my expertise and I've got a lot of experience implementing or enforcing the law. I've mentioned the issue of being a good communicator, being a proper and fit person. The Musina Detention Center, I think that's again the question of saying, how was that placed into putting it into context? Department of Home Affairs was not running the center. The center was established by the SAPS by that particular time because a lot of Zimbabweans were running into the country or they were arrested along the borderline. They were placed there. But then with the negotiations, it was an issue of saying the communication between SAPS and the Department of Home Affairs in making sure that whoever is kept there is processed by the department because a lot of them were kept. I don't think it was an issue of saying possibly I've mentioned one thing and the DG mentioned something which is totally different. Unfortunately, again, he's not here to say I mentioned this in what context. Finally, different dates. I don't know whether Chairperson, can I clarify which dates were mentioned because my CV was submitted by a person who nominated me. And there were issues where she changed several things into another format, and possibly then there is instances where there was a unfortunate dates confusion. Possibly that's why. So finally, I'm the ideal person to be the public protector with my expertise and my experience and being a public servant because I know how it is to serve. Therefore, I will serve my country with all my might. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mkwebane. That concludes our interview with you. We will be in touch with you as soon as the committee has deliberated. We thank you very much for your time, ma'am. Thank you. Members, the next person is going to be Miss Jill Claude Oliphant.
Can we take a break for 5 minutes?
Yeah, we are going to take, we can take a break.
Yeah,
No,
5
don't
minutes.
worry, don't stress. We have the tea there. We can take a break, but can you guide me? How long do you want it to break for, members? When yes, we are okay. You have 5 minutes break, members, and please reconvene here after 5 minutes. And do serve yourself some tea so long.
this my, can I sit, can I leave my bag here?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this, and then? Yes.
Is it fine next to you?
Hi.
Or can I put that out here?
You can put it there, it's fine.
Here, next to you?
Yeah.
Okay. But they're having, you can set your thing, there's a break, just one break now.
Okay, thanks.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Is it this side? Do I, oh, you can't see very clearly. I don't even, I don't know how to do that, my dear. Oh, yes, slideshow. It's not working. And then I just use the arrows? You have to do like that? Should have done it in white, but anyway. No, they didn't. Okay. Thank you. I don't know if they just left it now. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it was sealed. No, it was somebody else's voter. Thanks. Easier said than done. That's not what I was told. I am too.
Thank you very much. Can we resume the proceedings, members? Ms. Oliphant, I have to sound like a scratch record because I have to keep on apologizing that we are running behind schedule. And I hope you will accept our apology as the committee. Unfortunately, this is a multi-party process, and I have to make sure that all the members are given adequate time to ask their questions and to get answers from you. So we apologize on that, and these processes do tend to take time. Ms. Oliphant, what we are going to ask you to do is, as communicated with you, you have 10 minutes to present your case. And after that, the members are going to ask questions. And I shall use my own discretion. Sometimes members can ask too many questions at the same time. And the intention is not to confuse you. So I would sometimes, get you to respond if I feel that, the answer is required for the member to be able to probe further. Okay. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Thank you very much. As you all know by now, my name is Jill Oliphant. Back. In terms of the instructions that we received to present on the objectives of this presentation is to demonstrate an understanding of the knowledge, the role, function of the public protector. Against that background, the governing legislation is the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and the Public Protector Act.
Chair, can you request her to speak up, please?
Your voice is very soft. So if you can speak direct to the mic so that everybody can hear what you are saying. Thank you, ma'am.
Would you like me to repeat what I've said earlier? Is this better? Is this clearer?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
I've simply highlighted the provisions I regarded as important for purposes of this presentation in terms of the relevant legislation which I identified earlier is the Constitution and the Public Protector Act. In terms of Section 181 of the Constitution, it provides for the establishment of institutions known as Chapter 9, institutions of which the Public Protector is one, and provides for the impartiality and independence and prescribes that all functions are to be exercised and performed without fear, favor, and prejudice. The functions of the Public Protector are prescribed in Section 182 of the Constitution and states and provides for an investigation into any conduct in state affairs or the public administration in any sphere of government alleged or suspected of being improper or which will result in prejudice, also to report on that conduct and to take appropriate remedial action. It's not mentioned in the slide, but I believe it important to mention that Section 181(3) of the Constitution also prescribes that all organs of state must be accessible to protect Chapter 9 institutions to ensure that they retain their independence. The next piece of legislation is the Public Protector Act, which provides for the establishment of the Public Protector and is read together with Section 193 of the Act. Section 6(4) of the Public Protector Act provides for the additional powers, and this is read together with Section 6(5). It also provides for additional powers to investigate maladministration in relation to affairs of government at any level, abuse or unjustifiable exercise of power, unfair, improper conduct, or undue delay by a person performing a public function, improper or dishonest act or omission of offences referred to in the Prevention of Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, improper or unlawful enrichment or receipt of any improper advantage or promise of such enrichment or advantage, an act or omission by a person performing a public function which results in unlawful or improper prejudice to another. Section 6(5) of the Act is very similar, except provides for the same investigation, except that extends to any entity in which the state is has a controlling a majority shareholder, or any other public entity which is defined in the Public Finance Management Act. Having identified the legislation which I believe to be important, I've just a synopsis of the role and function of the Public Protector. I've stated that underlying the powers of the Public Protector as provided in the Constitution and the Public Protector Act is the need to ensure that we live in a country where there exists a practice of authentic democracy. And when I talk about authentic democracy, I'm talking about where the principles of fairness, equality, responsibility, accountability, control of abuse of power, and an awareness and acceptance that nobody is above the law prevails. The creation of positive change towards the protection of our people from abuse of power, unfair and improper decision-making, encouraging and promoting of ethical and authentic leadership, and an effective and efficient administration, and an institution whose primary focus is to eliminate corrupt practices, abuse of power, improper conduct, so promoting the development of a society which lives true to the principles upon which our Constitution is founded. The expectations and needs to be fulfilled, and acceptance and belief by our South African citizens that the Office of the Public Protector will properly, fully, fairly, and timelessly investigate complaints and concerns reported or referred to the office, is positively contributing towards crime prevention, crime reduction, elimination and reduction of corrupt practices, activities, and abuse of power, is contributing towards building a society where integrity, honesty, social justice, and ensuring the maintenance of fundamental rights are primary, so ensuring that the needs of South Africans are met and not the achievement of personal goals and objectives of any individual. Enforcing the principles of fairness, transparency, accountability, and responsibility. Is promoting and ensuring that high levels of ethical conduct is practiced in every sphere of government. And I believe that once such acceptance exists and is present, this leads to the rebuilding of confidence that we are all equal before the law and that nobody is above the law. How do we fulfill those needs and expectations? It's a complete acceptance that our people come first, an acceptance that the office is available and accessible to all who feel or believe that they have been aggrieved, prejudiced, or that there's been an injustice, a willingness and passion to contribute towards positive changes and the enhancement and betterment of our country to ensure economic growth and sustainability.
Ms. Oliphant, can you also try and bring it closer to you, the mic?
Sure. Demonstrating true impartiality.
That's better.
And independence to ensure that the confidence and trust in the institution is maintained. A willingness to understand the diversity within the country, the different needs and expectations, and an appreciation of the differences which will enhance collaboration and cooperation amongst all organs of state and public entities while still maintaining independence. Meeting those expectations, meeting everybody's expectations is always a difficult challenge and sometimes impossible, but nonetheless, I believe armed with passion and commitment to complete all tasks assigned, enthusiasm towards challenges, big or small, because challenges feeds growth, development, and learning, self-awareness and an ability to evaluate individual strengths, weaknesses, limitations, and influence, an ability to fully assess and evaluate situations, viewpoints, and opinions before making a decision, making decisions premised on ethical behavior with due regard and consideration to the greater whole, for the greater good, and to act in accordance therewith. Believe that the above attributes will contribute positively to the achievement of the objectives of the Office of the Public Protector, ensuring the functions and duties are completed efficiently and effectively. I've made much reference to ethical behavior and ethical leadership, and I thought it important to mention that definition of ethical leadership is defined by the Center for Ethical Leadership is knowing your core values and having the courage to live to them in all parts of your life in service of the common good. And believe that one cannot more aptly state what is required from the public protector to ensure that his or her role and function is fulfilled without fear, favor, or prejudice. The moral and value system, I've been requested to address it. In addressing this question, consideration was given to what guides and drives me and what I consider meaningful and purposeful. My driving force has always been to make a difference, to find solutions, and to add real value. However, I do believe that we all have an obligation to contribute to society and to the country in which we live. I believe this goal has been achieved in many different shapes and forms, largely due to my moral and value system being based on integrity, doing what is right and honorable, respect for others, rules, law, and society, a belief in equality, fairness, and justice, responsibility and accountability, commitment to growth, development, and motivation of others, courage, and resilience. I've also been asked, and ensure that I haven't missed a slide, to deal with my skills and experience. I've been in the profession since 1995. I was admitted as an attorney in 1997. I was admitted as a conveyancer in 1998, admitted as a notary in 2000, completed my LLM in 2005. I'm in the process of completing my MBA through Genesis Business School. I completed my BProc at UNISA as well as my LLM. And I've been in practice with the current firm since starting my articles in 1995. We've been very fortunate in the firm in which I've practiced, in that we've been exposed to a wide range of law ranging from litigation, commercial and business law, labor law, liquidations, insolvency, business rescue, property-related matters, and public administration law. As mentioned, I started my articles on the 1st of October 1995. Prior thereto, I was employed within the Nedbank Group in various departments and divisions. I also serve as the Registrar of the Anglican Diocese of Johannesburg.
Excuse me, Ms. Oliphant, you have 2 more minutes to go.
One of the founding members of one of the first solely black-owned companies formed to assist and promote the development of women in business. I'm an advisor and previous director of Grayston Preparatory School. Sat on various tribunals for the Anglican Church, and I preside as a commissioner at the Small Claims Court in Randburg. The rest just deals with legislation which I was involved in, co-presented to government in respect of business rescue, co-author of Management's Daily Guide to Corporate Law, provide assistance and advice to various public entities, and I've been involved in various due diligence and forensic investigations for various entities. While I believe I can fulfill the role of a public protector, the role carries with it many responsibilities. However, somebody mentioned earlier, they said I'm a believer, and I said I'm a firm believer and champion of equality and fairness, in helping others in need, correcting wrongs caused to others, in living a purposeful and meaningful life, in growth, development, and training, in valuing others holistically, in open, fair communication, in collaboration, in ethical behavior and authenticity. I believe that I'm armed with passion, integrity, commitment, loyalty, courage, and resilience. I believe in the Constitution. And to end it off, as I'd mentioned, I'd given a definition for ethical leadership, but I think authentic leadership is also important, and the definition, it's been said to be, is knowing oneself, being oneself, and remaining true to oneself. And I believe that I'm an authentic leader. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're done.
I am. Thank you, Honorable.
Okay. Members, there you are. Let me see your hands. please raise them because I don't want you to accuse me of not seeing you. Okay, I'm going to start from there, from Honorable Mwabe, then Honorable Swart, Honorable Kornoff, Honorable Van Dam, Honorable Masondo, do you have your hand up? No. Okay. Then Honorable Bongo, then Honorable Hon, and Honorable Tseke, then Honorable Maisela and Motab. If you could kindly take the notes, ma'am, but if at any stage, although I've given all of them the chance, if at any stage I feel that the questions are too many, I will actually give you the opportunity to respond and I can take the others in the next round, okay?
Thank you.
Over to you, Honorable Mwam.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Oliphant.
Good afternoon.
My name is Bosiso Mncwabe. Just a short question. I would like to know, in your own view, what are the current challenges or risks facing the Office of the Public Protector? And how can those challenges be addressed? Say, we recommend you for that position. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Swart.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms. Oliphant, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
You have an extensive and impressive background in law in the private sector, and I see you have been involved in forensic investigations, due diligence. In your response to the parliamentary questions, you did go into some of the aspects and challenges in the Public Protector's Office. If I can refer you to page 7, where you indicate that the Office of the Public Protector is dependent upon efficient and adequate resources, including appropriate skills, experience, financial resources, and infrastructure. Then you refer to the 4,700 matters held at the Public Protector's Office which require investigation, and you say the only inference that can be drawn from this is that the office currently lacks the capacity and resources required to meet the current demand, a situation which should give rise to concern. Now, bearing in mind that there are financial constraints, Parliament appropriates funds. Should you be appointed as the Public Protector, how would you go about to address those constraints? That's the first question. Then secondly, how would you see, you've had a lot of experience with drafting of legislation, so you must have been involved with parliamentary processes as well. How would you see the relationship between the Public Protector and Parliament, considering the Public Protector is an independent institution, but it is accountable to Parliament and the Justice and other committees? That is the second question. Just give us an indication of how you see that independence operating within our constitutional environment. And then you very kindly also disclosed an issue relating to Sun City, which I think is correct, and you might want to just touch and explain exactly what happened there, because I'm sure other members will also raise that issue, which you disclosed from your side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think Honorable Swart mentioned the Sun City incident. You know, I think it was clumsily, clumsy put in that paragraph. So I think you need to explain that a little bit more. And it's difficult for me to bring a casino and the Anglican Church, together. So if you can say, are you now properly Anglican, or are you out of the casino into the church, or where are you?
Sure.
Okay. Honorable Van Dam.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Ms. Oliphant.
Afternoon.
I think being Public Protector requires a specific skill set, requires specific qualifications, and I think you probably have those. But I also think it requires other personality traits. It requires you to be firm, to be strong, to be principled, to be able to withstand sustained political attacks. Do you think you have those personality traits? Do you consider yourself a strong person, a principled person, a person who will stand firm on principle in the face of attacks? And then also, can you give me an example of when you were under a lot of attack, but you stood firm on principle, specifically in your work life? The other colleagues have asked about the Sun City incident. Could you also just appraise us on the incident of the reckless driving charge that was withdrawn? Can you just allay our minds about that and just give us detail about what happened? Thanks.
How are we doing? Do you want it to respond to these questions or you want me to proceed, Ms. Oliphant?
I think I should respond and then move on.
Okay, let me give you this opportunity. Thank you.
If I've missed any of the questions, you can just stop me and then I'll answer.
Speak close to the
Sure.
mic. Your voice is too soft.
If I understood the first question correctly, was how can the current challenges be addressed within the office? Is that correct? The challenges which I identified and made reference to in the questionnaire was probably in respect of, was not probably, was in respect of the resource capacity and financial challenges. Much of that I know from obviously reading the news. I'd also had, I wouldn't say a detailed assessment, but a brief assessment of the strategic plan for March 2016. Those challenges were identified as training, additional training to increase investigative capacity. There was also the regional offices that had changed. And the great concern was, with those challenges and the resource or lack of resource and capacity, was the effectiveness and efficiency of the office, or the effect that it would have on the effect and efficiency of the office, which in my reading and in my assessment, I agreed that it would have a bearing on the manner in which investigations are dealt with, because I believe that there is an obligation to deal with the concerns not only efficiently and effectively, but also timelessly. And with the lack of resources, it's going to be negatively impacted upon. How to address those challenges is always very difficult when it comes to, because a lot of it's going to stem from a lack of finance or financial resources. It's always very difficult, but there's obviously in need of different initiatives. And when one has a look at the Constitution and we understand the Constitution, it's adopted to heal the divisions of the past, but it also says that our country is here for all. And to deal with those inequalities and the unfairness as a country, one of those initiatives is hopefully to form some form of partnership with business or the private sector, because it's the country as a whole that will benefit from an effective and efficient service from this office, because what we do need is the elimination or curtailing corruption, improper practices, corrupt practices, because these very practices is what jeopardizes our democratic values. It jeopardizes a stable and secure society, which we all want to prevent. In answer to, I may have addressed your first question as well. Relationship between my involvement in drafting the legislation, we worked closely at the time with Enver Daniels, the state law advisor. He was the state law advisor at the time, and this was due to various discussions that we had with the Department of Justice before the Companies Act, or the new Companies Act. We, through the firm, we proposed that we have a form of business rescue in provisional liquidation, because at the time, which was in 2003, at the time there was a high level of liquidations, and our concern was that liquidations was leading to unemployment, and we said unemployment has a ripple effect in the economy. So we put forward various proposals to the Department of Justice and to the Master's Office, and the recommendation was that we draft a bill incorporating business rescue provisions, which was lacking in our law at the time. And we were also the view that judicial management did not serve the purpose for which it was intended, and certainly wasn't putting an end to liquidations. Most judicial managements ended up in liquidations. So we drafted that legislation together with Inver Daniels. So I haven't really had any interaction, etc., with Parliament, and this is all new to me. But as far as the independence is concerned, is the office of the Public Protector, its function is to be independent and is to be impartial, but there's got to be a level of corroboration and cooperation between the various departments and spheres of government and this office, because we all wanting to achieve a common goal, and that common goal is that we all live in a society where our rights are protected, we're all equal before the law, and I believe that through consultation and participation, while still maintaining your independence, that is possible. As far as the Sun City incident is concerned, it was most unfortunate. I remain the Registrar of the Anglican Diocese. It's a position that I fill voluntarily to the church. I do that largely because my father was an Anglican priest, and when I was approached by the bishop at the time, Bishop Brian Jamont, he asked me to assist him, particularly from a legal perspective, to provide advice, sometimes to the parishioners, to the diocese as well, all part of public service. I agreed to do that. The incident at Sun City was, I had taken my daughter away and a friend at one of the midterm breaks or holidays, school holidays, and my husband and I had gone into the casino, and you go and gamble in the casino. I gambled on the machines, and there was a phone left at the machine, at one of the machines, and I picked it up after playing, and I'd given it to my husband, and I said to him, before we leave the casino, please hand it in to Lost and Found. But before leaving the casino, and while we were still gambling, one of the security guards or somebody approached and accused me of stealing or taking it, and I said, well, first of all, you're questioning exactly what happened, you questioned my integrity, and I got angry. And I suppose because I got that angry, they wanted me to sign a form which I refused to do because I didn't do anything wrong. I trust that explains the incident. Did you have any other questions, sir?
Okay. Honorable Van Dam asked a question. Yes. Would you like to respond to that one, or would you like her to repeat that question?
I would like you to repeat it if you don't mind. Thank you.
In a nutshell, I basically asked whether you think you have the personality traits required for the Office of the Public Protector, besides all the qualifications and experience. I think to be Public Protector, you need to have certain personality traits. You need to be quite firm, quite strong, be able to withstand attacks from political parties, from politicians. So do you think you have those skills, those personality traits, actually? And then also I asked about the withdrawal of the reckless driving charge.
Okay, before you proceed, it might be opportune at this stage that, because the first question that she asked you is relevant to what I also wanted to get from you. You've said Parliament is a new area for you.
Correct.
And one of the major roles or functions of the Public Protector is to be able to investigate instances of maladministration, corruption, you name it. And in order for you to be able to do that, you have to understand how government work, because all these things, if they happen in that area, if you don't understand how government works, it might actually it might impact on your effectiveness. So I think I'm just going along those lines to say, do you understand government? Over and above what Honorable Fantam has asked you, do you understand government? Do you have the grasp of government, given the fact that you've said Parliament is a new area for you?
Honourable Chair, I couldn't tell you the exact mechanics, but by my understanding, I understand the structure of government, the mechanics as to how it operates within, and what happens within Parliament. I wouldn't be able to honestly tell you that I do, because it's all new to me. I've been in public, in private practice for 21 years. In fact, the date that this office opened on the 1st of October 1995 was the day I started my articles. And I've been at the same firm since then. But I understand that we have Parliament, we have the legislation, the executive. Understand we have the three spheres of government. We look at national, provincial, and local. So I understand the structures. As far as the law is concerned, I've been exposed to law and legislation for the last 21 years. As far as investigations are concerned, we've done a fair amount of investigations for public entities, for different divisions within public entities. I don't believe I'm at liberty to make reference to those public entities because they were clients of our firm and will retain the confidentiality. But I've also done a large amount of investigations on a forensic level as well, in terms of insolvency and liquidation law, where we've had to do investigations into companies and the acts of directors in terms of the relevant provisions of the Companies Act, which is 417, where I conducted the investigations and also conducted the actual inquiry in terms of Section 417 for the formulation of claims for the estate. For those particular companies in liquidation, for the purpose of recovering monies for the benefit of creditors. So I do have those investigative skills, and as I said, I have been exposed to law and legislation for the last 21 years. As far as my character and personality is concerned, I think that I'm a person of conviction. I believe that I'm courageous, and I believe that I'm a principled person. I also believe that I'm resilient. I'm not going to back down easily, and I believe in ethical conduct and behavior and being able to distinguish between right and wrong. As I said, I do believe that I'm an authentic leader, which says knowing oneself, being oneself, and remaining true to oneself. And I think that when guided by those principles, despite the challenges and the harassment and the fights that we may be faced with, I do believe that I'll be able to overcome them. It's always very difficult because the matters that we've been involved with, in every matter, I've been involved in a lot of litigation, a lot of contentious litigation. Please bear in mind that when I started in this profession in 1995, there were very few black female attorneys, and also in insolvency law, it was very difficult getting into the profession. It was difficult being respected as an attorney in the profession, but you overcome those challenges, and the harder you work at it, and you soon prove that you're able to actually do the job, and you gain the respect and recognition over a period of time. It's very difficult to give you specific examples because my examples will relate to specific clients, but which, as I said, I'm not at liberty because of confidentiality, but I believe that I have fought every particular fight that I could fight in the best interest of my client to get the best possible result for my client or clients, yes.
Was your latter part of the question answered? You happy? Because there was that specific one on that drunk driving.
It was, no, it wasn't drunk.
Yeah,
It
that
wasn't
one.
drunk.
I think it's important. See, this is broadcast live, and I'm sure people at home
No,
want
I-
to
no,
hear
I-
what is this story.
No, it certainly wasn't drunk. It was in the middle of the day. In fact, it was about 10 o'clock in the morning, and I was on my way to fetch my daughter from school at a particular intersection. I had stopped at that intersection, but it's a dangerous intersection, and in support of that, I'd actually got a traffic forensic expert to do a report. There's a blind spot on the intersection, and I had crossed, and it's a dual road. I'd crossed the road, and I didn't see a guy on the left side, and I'd gone off to the left side, which is the slow lane, thinking that was the safe lane to be in, but because I didn't see him, I'd nearly hit him. I didn't. And there was a reservist driving behind him, and when she witnessed that, she said that it was reckless and negligent driving. I think the car conduct was a little irrational. In my view, and in my biased view, it was not reckless and negligent driving. However, she put me through the entire system. I got my reports. There was no conviction on the reckless, and in fact, there was no criminal matter. The matter didn't proceed.
No, thank you. Honorable members, I had Bongo here, I had Honorable Hon. I also have Tseke, I also have Maisela, I have Motapo, and I saw Floyd intimidating me now. I'm not sure if he wants to speak.
I was raising my hand for you to recognize me.
Okay,
It's not called
so you
intimidation.
are going to come after.
Now I'll come on the next round. yeah. It's called raising your hand. It's not intimidation. Yeah.
Okay, Honorable Shivambo, explanation accepted. You are going to come after Honorable Motapo. Thank you. Then after Shivambu, it will be you, Honorable Masondo.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I appreciate the information I find in the CV. I have few questions. One, it relates to Section 181 of the Constitution of the Republic. It says the incumbent will be expected to act without fear, favor, or prejudice. I want you to share with the panel what is your understanding of that clause of the Constitution. And the second one will be this post in terms of the Public Protectors Act. It requires that the incumbent must be fit and proper. So I want your clear comment on one, the comments by the Corruption Watch that you have about 9 active business interests. I would want your comment on that. But secondly, your comment on why didn't you put the charge on the reckless and negligent driving on the questionnaire itself? Despite the fact that it was withdrawn, why was it not generally disclosed to the committee? Because that borders around fit and properness of your candidacy. I think I can stop stop there for now. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Hon.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Yes, much have been said about your involvement for 21 years now in private practice and dealing mainly with commercial law and private law. Can you inform the committee what your understanding is of the main duties the Public Finance Management Act will place on you as the head of the Office of the Public Protector?
Nice and crisp, Honorable Hon. Honorable Tseke.
Thank you very much.
Tseke.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, Ms. Oliphant. My question relates to, in our country, we've got 3 arms of the states, being the legislature, your executive, and the judiciary. So my question relates to the legislature. Suppose you are appointed as a public protector in this country, and a complaint and allegation of financial impropriety against a public office bearer of the national legislative arm is brought before your office. How would you respond to such a complaint? And the second question, Chair, I saw you have been participating in different projects of giving back to the underprivileged communities. Can you share with us all those projects and how are they benefiting the underprivileged? And then the other issue, we are facing a very huge challenge of financial constraints in this country, and most of the regional offices of public protectors are closed down. And, majority of our people down there in the rural areas, are struggling to access the services of the public protector. And what is your response on that matter? Given the fact that we have provincial offices, but they are very far from our own communities. Thank you very much, Chair.
I agree with that question, Honorable Zeke. Honorable Meiser?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask you to explain one or two things to me. I will quote what you said, that, quote, "I have always been and remain a champion of equality and fairness, as these principles are indicative that all rules apply equally to all and not just a few. However, improving the lives of others and creating positive change is dependent upon effective, diligent, transparent, corrupt-free, accountable, and responsible administration." Close quote. I think you are familiar with these three words: freedom, equality, and fraternity. All right? That's what you are trying to say in these two paragraphs. And I thought that you know the problem of the people who eat cakes, right? Yeah, you do understand these words, freedom, equality, fraternity, were said by people who eat cakes. The question of the cakes. Oh, Marie Antoinette, if you don't remember.
You understand that cakes?
Yeah,
okay. No,
yeah.
you can proceed. I just wanted to make sure that you understand.
Yeah.
Okay, proceed, Honorable Member.
I thought that it is the question of resources, not all these nice words of fraternity, and also that brings about justice. And Marie Antoinette's head was cut in the guillotine because he said that the people who wanted bread, why don't they eat cakes? When they were saying we want bread, he said, well, he doesn't say a reason why they don't eat cakes. So all these things, I think let's not misunderstand the question of corruption busting and justice, okay? They are two different things. But for now, let it go. It's not your fault. It is a whole big question of socialization of people and understanding real realities out there, not just in the book. But it's not your fault. Like I said, you merely know all these things that have been said and that we live through, and we forget about the resources. We just say, well, if we bust corruption, how is it going to help me if I have no bread to eat? Whether you bust 100 corrupt people or 1,000, how is it going to help me when I have nothing to eat? So I don't want to say, get involved in maybe trying to prosecute some things in the back way. All I say is that let us look about the real question of what it is that will make us a cohesive nation and not different people with different aspirations and different means. So that is the major question here that I would like you to explain to me, you know, whether actually you understand what I was trying to say to you now. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was Dr. Honorable Member Maisela. Can we go to Honorable Motap?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Ms. Jill Oliphant. Honesty and integrity are one of the inherent qualities in public protector position. So, according to information at my disposal, there is this cell phone issue at Sun City, which I'll request you to unpack to this committee. What transpired, why, and so forth.
Honorable Member, that question she did answer.
She did
Were
answer.
you not happy with the response?
No, I didn't hear because she's speaking so soft.
Oh,
Ah.
okay.
I don't mind repeating the
She did
explanation.
respond
No.
to that one.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, that's
And-
fine. You may proceed, member.
Another thing is thank you, Chair. Maybe it's because she's speaking very soft. Mm. Another thing is the issue of you have qualification, a very promising legal profession as a notary and a conveyancer, besides being admitted as an attorney. And a 21 years experience in the legal field. Why do you want to leave the practicing as an attorney, notary, and conveyancer, and come to and be considered for this position of a public protector? Thank you.
Honorable Shivambu.
Thank you very much, Chair. In the responses of Ms. Oliphant to what are the key challenges that are confronting South Africa, she says primarily it's corruption and allegations of state capture. I want to know, what do you mean by state capture? Because it's arising now out of the reality that there's a Gupta family that has colonized a president of the ANC, and that is how it got to take center stage in South African society. Is that what you are referring to when you speak about state capture as a major challenge? And you mentioned a lot of business partnerships as a panacea to some of the challenges that are confronting the public sector. I'm not sure if I understood you properly. Because if that is the case, I think you're misplaced, because there's too much corruption that is committed by businesses, particularly the multinational finance institutions and corporations that are existing in South Africa. They are responsible for theft of billions of rands from our country through tax avoidance and mispricing. There's lots of illustrations that show that South Africa is losing a lot of money to that, but you seem to be leaning towards a business-driven solution outside of... Then the other issue which you asked before to other people was the issue of accessibility of the public protector. The public protector has got about 20 site offices all over the country. Now there is 54 districts in South Africa and more than 200 municipalities. So if you are a public protector, how are people of Makudi Tamaka going to have access to the public protector? They do not have internet, they are poor, they are jobless, but they can see that there is instances of abuse of public office by their local officials there. How will they access the office of the public protector when you are there? And the funding model, like when we asked the incumbent public protector about the same situation, she would point to the fact that there isn't enough money to finance the expansion to all corners of South Africa. How are you going to deal with that situation? The last issue is on the incident of Sun City. I'm not interested of what happened with the misplacement of the phone. You say you were gambling when that was happening. Do you think we would be fair to South Africa if we appoint a gambling public protector? And then we say that we're appointing a public protector who gambles. It will, maybe you must advise us, you must tell us what do we do? Sure.
Sure.
What is the point of order, member?
This morning, Honorable Shivambo has been referring to the president of this country as the president of the ANC every now and then. He is both the president of ANC and the president of this country. ANC won 62.5% in the national and provincial election. So why not recognize the president as the president of the country?
Honorable member, I hear you. Sometimes you elevate a point that would have gone unnoticed by bringing it to the notice of everyone. Can we proceed? Honorable Masondo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mine really is an slight elaboration on Honorable Bongo's question. Firstly, I just wish to congratulate Honorable Oliphant Jill Oliphant for the 9 companies. But what I like to have just briefly clarified, and I don't want the details, I just want a high-level summary of what do these 9 companies do? No, not the details, but just very, very briefly and quickly. And having got that information, it will be very useful just to find out if the observation of Crime Watch, they talk about the discrete intelligence report, and that report does not reveal any concerning risk indicators, whether she can just briefly confirm that. And lastly, whether she can say in a word or two, what will her participation, supposing she gets appointed as a public protector, what will her participation in the process of being a public protector bring to the table? Just in a few words.
Thank you. Over to you, ma'am. You have 8 minutes to respond to these questions.
Sure.
And if you can also, as you respond, towards the end, if you can leave us the punchy message that you wanted this panel to remember. Okay.
Sure,
From you.
sir.
Over to you, ma'am.
The question in respect of my understanding of what is without fear, favor, or prejudice, my understanding is simply as I identified in before, is that being true to the Constitution, being true to fulfilling the roles and functions as required from the public protector in a manner where, I don't know how clear to put it, without fear, favor, prejudice, with courage, with impartiality, without any form of bias, without any form of prejudice to anybody else, and it would simply then be in performing those functions fairly independently, impartially, and courageously. The businesses that have been mentioned, and I think it would probably address the last question as well, is the director of DMO attorneys, and there's a DMO legal company, and there are other companies of which I may still be registered as a director, and I may not have resigned, or CIPC may not have updated those records as far as my resignation is concerned, but I'm not actively involved in any other companies. I did mention that I was involved in NAWA, but I resigned from NAWA a number of years ago when we dealt with the business rescue, and when we tried to save companies. I was involved in turnaround companies, but those companies are no longer trading or in operation, and they haven't been for a considerable period of time. So it may well be that my name is reflected as a director of these companies, where the resignation has either not been put forward or has not been updated by CIPC, but I certainly don't have any shareholding or financial interests in those companies. And as far as being fit and proper to remain on the role as attorney, you have to obtain a fit and proper certificate. I recently had to obtain one of those certificates as well, because I had attended the judicial skills training, and to be eligible for that training, the Law Society has to provide a certificate confirming that you are fit and proper. I hope I addressed all the questions. In respect to the first question, if I've answered fully, the Public Finance Management Act, in my understanding, is there to really regulate and ensure the expenditure of state funds, to prevent the wasteful and fruitless expenditure, but largely also we would concentrate on, it also governs procurement processes, which is then read together with the treasury regulations, supply chain regulations. So insofar as there are any breaches of procurement provisions, as read together with the regulations, one would have reference to the Public Finance Management Act. Does that answer your question? The third lot of questions, what have I done for the underprivileged? A lot of the work that, it was actually in the form of taking on the challenge of doing the long distance marathon in Cape Town, the well-known Two Oceans. And in an effort to raise funds for institutions, different institutions, particularly for kids, for homeless kids, or fostered kids, I asked for raised sponsorships through clients and different institutions to sponsor the completion of those races. So, and I did that for raising funds for the different homes and children. The other questions that you addressed, have I answered the questions fully? I beg your pardon?
Accessibility of public protectors' offices.
I think that the accessibility has been identified as a problem by our current public protector, particularly with the closure of the regional offices, and with the, and although because there's the closure of the regional offices, there's no presence. Again, this goes down to a financial challenge that the office has, and the only way one can cure that problem is, I believe there are mobile offices as well, but that may not be in all areas. I maintain my previous view with regards to how do you address those challenges if we're not going to receive any additional funding in terms of applications or requests made, then new initiatives are required, and one may have to then, in terms of some form of partnership, join forces with the private sector or business, because as identified earlier, it's in the interest of the country as a whole to address and to be able to efficiently and effectively address the complaints that's referred to the Office of the Public Protector, and without the necessary resources, officers, capacity, and funds, that becomes an impossibility, and we may well have to partner with business in some manner or form. But as I said, in those partnerships, we will ensure that we maintain the independence of the office. We spoke freely about equality and fairness, and how do you deal with if I understood your question correctly, to approach the issues holistically. I think our underlying and our guiding piece of legislation is our Constitution, and as I identified earlier, it has been adopted to heal the divisions of the past and to establish a society that's based on democratic values and social justice and fundamental human rights. But how we achieve that is by ensuring that we maintain those principles of democracy, and we maintain principles of accountability and transparency, control over abuse of power, and improve the quality of lives of all citizens, and ensure that everybody is equally protected by the law. I've dealt with I don't think I need to repeat or give a further explanation in respect of the incident at Sun City with regards to the cell phone.
That one you dealt with it. I think it's fair.
The question was, why would I want to leave private practice after 21 years? The reality of the situation, the truth of the situation, is that I was nominated by my sister. I have a very close relationship with my sister. She knows that as a youngster, I've always said that I believe that I have the ability to change the world and make a difference. The nomination came as a surprise. What came as a bigger surprise was the shortlisting, and so it was not planned.
Very fair.
It was not a planned career move. I didn't withdraw from the process because I was uncertain, because it all came as a big surprise and shock, and I certainly didn't think that I would make or qualify for the shortlisting, particularly having seen the number of candidates on the list, which I would consider all to be very worthy candidates. So I trust that that answers your question, ma'am. I may well be misplaced in my viewpoint with regards to business-driven solutions. However, the reality is, and I think, and I don't want to sound repetitive, but the reality is as a nation, if we want to fix the challenges and problems that our country faces, and we do need the support in one form or the other from business, then without compromising the office, the impartiality or the independence of the office, there must be ways, means, and manners in which there could be a partnership or initiatives put in place for the raising of additional funding to ensure that the office is in place in a position to conduct its functions or perform its functions efficiently, timelessly, and effectively, and to be more accessible to everybody in the country, within all regions, in all districts, and within all municipalities. To address your problems such as internet, mobile offices and regional offices, it all comes down to the lack of financial resources, and I have to then repeat what I said earlier with regards to different initiatives. I must confess I have not applied my mind to a funding model. The Office of the Public Protector, I would imagine, would be life-changing in you. I would certainly not consider myself as with a lack of integrity or dishonest, because I spent 100 or 200 or even 300 rand in a casino at the machine. I'm sure many of South Africans have some form of de-stress and maybe hoping, just enjoying your hour or two in a casino. I suppose the Office of Public Protector, that would be life-changing and will be frowned upon. So it would be one stress reliever or form of fun, which would now no longer be part of one's life. Do you accept those life changes as part of the position that you fill? I think that I've dealt with the question with regard to the 9 companies. I don't have shareholding in 9 companies. May have been a director of those companies, but I'm certainly not actively involved in those companies any longer. Honourable Chair, I believe that I've addressed all the questions unless there are any more, or unless I haven't adequately answered the questions.
Thank you very much. You've also assisted the members, to understand that we did take the concerns of the members of the public seriously. You will notice that most of the people who are overtly political, even though they are very experienced, unfortunately they didn't make it on the short list because that was an unambiguous message that we received from the members of the public during that whole week when we opened it for objections. So don't be surprised that you were called in. We tried to apply those principles. And I'm glad that you had no connections with anybody. That would have concerned me if you did. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. We shall hear from us. And good luck.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you, Honourable Members.
Thank you. Members, I just want to beg your indulgence here. I was just suggesting a very small change in the program. We have, you are excused, ma'am, you don't have to worry.
I'm just going to
okay,
release
no
my
problem,
flash drive.
no problem.
If lady can possibly...
I wanted to propose that we take Ms. Kaja Ramchatan Kier, and after her we take Advocate Nonkosi Princess Cetshwayo. The reason why I am proposing so is because the other candidates that are left in the list have been booked the accommodation at the hotels. And the Advocate Nonkosi Princess Cetshwayo has to drive back home. If we, and as I said, Honourable Member, don't intimidate me, I am asking if we can make that change.
So
That's
certain.
all I am asking you. Because she is going to be driving. She is driving to wherever she lives. The other ones, they have drivers. The other candidates, they have drivers that we are paying for, who will be taking them to the hotel. Whereas she has to drive home. So that was my request. If there is any objection, are you okay with that, members? I was saying
makes
we take
sense,
Ms. Kajal from Jan Kyo, then we can take Advocate Nonkosi Princess Cetshwayo. Thank you. Thank you very much, members. You are very reasonable. Can the next candidate come through? It's Ms. Kajal Ramjatan Kyo. Thank you very much. We do get some lighter moments. It's not all doom and gloom in Parliament, you know. Sometimes we do get lighter moments amongst the different political parties. Thank you very much, ma'am. Welcome once more. And again, I need to apologize to you that we've taken you later than scheduled. But I am hoping that it is not going to impact negatively on your performance in any way. That's my hope. Ma'am, you are given 10 minutes to present your case. Thereafter, the members will be asking you questions. And I'm going to give you the opportunity to share with us what you have brought here and tell South Africans as well. As you know, this is also live. So other people at home, I can see you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kajal Ramjathan Kyo. I have a short presentation focusing on what you've asked for. Firstly, on the role and functions of the Public Protector. And in brief, the Public Protector has the power to investigate any conduct into state affairs, public administration into any sphere of government that is suspected to be improper or resulted in impropriety, to report on that conduct and to take appropriate remedial action. The Public Protector is to receive reports of maladministration and abuse in state affairs and recommend remedial orders. The Public Protector is the champion of anti-corruption and clean governance. The office or the institution is subject only to the Constitution and the law. The institution is required to report to Parliament and to account to the National Assembly. In addition to the Constitution and the Public Protector Act, there are some cases which have clarified the Public Protector's role. The most recent has been the EFF versus Speaker of the National Assembly, where the Constitutional Court clarified the legal effect of the Public Protector's powers and importantly said that remedial action recommended by the Public Protector is binding. To move on to my experience and the integrity that you were seeking from somebody in my position, I am currently the Executive Director of the Southern Africa Litigation Center, which is a regional non-governmental organization based in Johannesburg and operating in 10 Southern African countries. The mandate of this organization is to protect the rule of law and to strengthen human rights. Prior to this position, I spent 12 years at Lawyers for Human Rights, mostly in the refugee and migrant rights sector, but also engaged in detention monitoring and child rights and citizenship and statelessness. I have management experience, and this includes management of staff and projects and cases in multiple locations. I continue to oversee cases and projects in the 10 countries that SALC operates in. To give you an idea of the kinds of cases that I've worked on over the years, I'm sorry that the text is very small in this one. The Center for Child Law versus the Minister of Home Affairs is a case from 2005, where I came across a number of unaccompanied foreign children detained at the Lindela Repatriation Center. Following several months of protracted litigation, we got an outcome from the High Court which said that there was a positive duty on government departments to formulate and implement practical arrangements regarding unaccompanied foreign children found in South Africa, and that children should only be detained as a matter of last resort. There have been numerous other immigration detention cases creating jurisprudence in this area, important jurisprudence, such as the 120 days maximum period of detention, immigration detention. More recently, 2015, I was involved in a case in Botswana challenging the Botswana government's refusal to grant access to antiretrovirals to foreign prisoners. This was a successful challenge. We are monitoring the implementation currently. In 2015, I was involved in a case where my organization sought the implementation of an arrest warrant for Sudanese President Omar al-Bashir, who arrived in the country for the AU summit. This was based on an International Criminal Court warrant which had been issued for him and for which he was a fugitive from justice for failing to present himself to the International Criminal Court. The application was successful. However, the state refused to detain Mr. Bashir in the country in order for him to be arrested. I have experience of drafting submissions and reports. These include shadow reports to the United Nations, the African Commission, the AU, SADC, including AU commissioners and UN special mechanisms. I've made parliamentary submissions. I've supported Chapter 9 investigations. I have drafted some publications. I'll move on a little bit to innovation and creativity. Several years ago, I set up a project looking at statelessness and access to citizenship, which project has developed into a self-standing project, which is now leading statelessness and access to citizenship in the region. I've also, several years ago, 4 years ago, created a special Lawyers for Human Rights project to look into the situation of Mozambican mine workers and their access to socio-economic and other rights once they leave South Africa and their employment. I was co-author of an idea to set up a mobile phone technology information service for refugees in South Africa, which developed an application which is now fully operational, where refugees can register for a service, receive information, and seek advice on their particular situations. I have worked on migrants' rights, right of asylum seekers and refugees, and citizenship. I have worked on child rights and detention of children. I'm currently involved in several freedom of expression and media defense cases in Swaziland and Lesotho. I have, in my many years of public interest work, promoted constitutional rights, including the right to dignity, freedom of security of the person, and I've worked on women's rights as well, which includes sexual reproductive health rights and women's land and property rights.
You have 2 more minutes remaining.
I'm done.
Oh, you done? Oh, well done. Thank you. Okay. Members, there you are. I'm going to start from this side now. I have to be fair. Yes, Honorable Motapo, I'm going to start with you. Then Honorable Maisela, Honorable Tseke. Do you have your hand up or you are just paging through? Oh, okay. Honorable Tseke and Honorable Bongo. Honorable Van Dam, you are doing this. I'm not sure whether you wanted to raise your question or you're not sure. Oh, must I recognize you? Okay, I recognize you. Let me take those 5 for now. Then I will move to the next. You will come. Don't worry. Okay? Yes, Honorable Motapo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, Ms. What's the surname? Kyo. In your own admission on page 6, section 2, motivational, you state that you don't have you have a civil society experience, which you have is from a civil society perspective, which may not be palatable to government. Protect me, Chairperson. Honorable Breton is
Very
intimidating.
protected,
Yes.
Honorable member, and
Yes.
I would call on the member who is interrupting you to refrain from doing that. Proceed, Honorable member.
And then you continue saying, you acknowledge this, and nevertheless, you are a person of integrity and honesty. May you then elaborate on this, and why do you think you are a fit and proper person, whereas in your own admission you admit that you are not, the experience you have is not the one required for such. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Maisala.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to quote you what you have said here, and then maybe we can take it from there. For open quote, for a constitution to have a meaningful place in the heart, it must address the concern of people. That is, you're quoting former Chief Justice Sandile Ngcobo. He added that corruption, racism, violent protest, the slow pace of service delivery, and access to land were all threats to the country's constitutional democracy. I agree with this and believe these are all key challenges facing our country. Transformation of South African society is important and should seek to redress key harms of the past and develop society into a future founded on social justice. Now, as a public protector, if you are appointed, how are you going to carry out this injunction that former Chief Justice Ngcobo has just articulated and that you have quoted so aptly? Thank you.
Thank you very much and good evening, ma'am. Around last year in 2015, some of the regional offices of the public protector were closed down. The reasons behind that, it's lack of finances. And thus far, our communities are struggling to get the services of the public protector. If you are appointed, how would you make sure that our rural poor, our disadvantaged can be able to get services that is closer to them? And the other question, Chair, is on the issue of, our country has 3 arms of the state, and that is the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. And my question relates to the legislature. suppose you are employed or you are appointed to be a public protector and you receive a complaint and an allegation of financial impropriety against a public office bearer of the national legislative arm of the state, how would you respond to such a case? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tseke.
Yeah, thank you and good evening. Mine will be about my question borders around two aspects. The fit and properness, because you'll appreciate that the Act, Public Protectors Act, envisage that the incumbent must be fit and proper. But secondly, the independence, as we have also alluded to, the public protector must be independent. So mine will be I want you to share with us your view of the independence, what constitutes this independence, and what constitutes fit and properness in the light of what we call national unity. You know why I'll quote national unity is that from time to time as members of parliament, when we go outside the country, we go with EFF members, ANC members, DA members, SACDP members. So whatever we're told when we get out of the country, we're told that we must promote what we call national unity. So I want you to give a comment of independence of the public protector, your fit and properness as a candidate, in the light of the Omar al-Bashir case that you strongly felt that the state did not comply. And you must link that with your understanding of this office being an enemy of the state, in a sense that your activities as an activist of that Omar al-Bashir case. Do you understand that? And I also want to know about this NGO that you work for. Because this NGO, we see them when there are issues against the state more often. But on issues that unite the community in South Africa and so on, we don't see such organizations. So I want you to also make comments around that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chairperson. Good evening, Ms. Ramjatan Kio, did I pronounce it correctly? I think it's a good thing that you work in human rights litigation and the NGO and civil society sector is not palatable to government. We're not here to appoint a government protector. We're here to appoint a public protector, a person who fights on behalf of South Africans in the public, not government. So it's a good thing.
Your question, member.
How about whom?
The others got an intro.
Giving the member the opportunity to ask the question, she's making a speech.
Everyone else made long preambles.
Honorable
Give me my
Van
chance,
Dam,
please.
can you proceed? The floor is yours.
What I was saying is, the work that you do in human rights litigation, it does not matter whether government likes it or not. You're here to fight on behalf of the public.
Chair, on a point of order.
What is your point of order?
No. My point of order is that you have noted a set of people to speak, but he's now not answering a question, responding to what I have said. He can't respond to what I have said. He must, in principle, ask a question.
Can I be allowed to preside over this meeting?
I don't know
Can
why.
No, don't entertain that. Can you proceed, Honorable Van Dam?
You're not going to tell me what to say.
Honorable
So
Van
what
Dam,
I am
can
saying
you
is,
proceed?
if we appoint you as public protector, you're guaranteed to have a very antagonistic relationship with government, and clearly some members here are already very touched about the great work you're doing in the public sector. So how would you deal with a antagonistic relationship that you will have with government? How would you deal with that?
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Over to you.
Okay. The first question was in response to the documents I've submitted and was about my civil society background and my background as a public interest lawyer. And you wanted to know why I presented myself in this way. And to explain that, a lot of public interest work and public interest litigation is involved in challenging the state and its delivery to indigent individuals, vulnerable individuals, public service issues. These are challenging the state to deliver in terms of their commitments that they've made to the country and to the individuals in the country. That is the role of public interest organizations. It is a role which is not always well received by government because it is challenging government. And that's all I meant by that statement, is this is the background I've come from. I want to present to you precisely who I am. This is who I am. As regard to the issue of fit and proper, a fit and proper individual is somebody who is honest, who acts with integrity, who is reliable, and who has a reputation for being honest and reliable, and somebody who acts with integrity. There was a question, the second question was about transformation and implementation, and how to implement issues if I am selected as public protector. I think somebody in this position who is selected as public protector has to be true to the mandate of that office, has to be true to ensuring that they are protecting the Constitution and implementing the Constitution in their day-to-day work and the cases and the complaints that are reported to their office. Then there was the question about the closure of regional offices and financial resources. I'm not aware of all the financial arrangements around the Public Protector's Office. I think it's unfortunate that regional offices are closing down and that services are not as accessible as they should be. If I am selected, I will make a huge effort to try to attract more financial resources. I'm not aware of precisely which financial resources are available to the Office of the Public Protector, whether they can only use resources from government or whether external resources may also be sought. That could be something to look at if it was possible. I do have, working in the NGO sector means that I do have to engage in fundraising and liaising with donors. If it's possible to liaise with external non-government donors, that could be something which we look at together. There was a question about the separation of powers and the three arms of government and looking at somebody in the legislature for financial impropriety. I can't see this as a special case. The role of the public protector is to look at impropriety, financial impropriety. That is something that should be done in their day-to-day work as a matter of course, regardless of where it's coming from. And if it comes from the legislature, that needs to be dealt with the same as any other sector of government. The fourth question also asked questions about fit and proper. Who is a fit and proper person, which I've spoken to already, and also spoke to independence. And on the independence issue, independence in this context would be somebody who is independent of external as well as internal influences, including influences from government and political parties, and this includes all political parties, ruling parties, opposition parties, regardless. Independent would mean somebody who takes whose actions are independent as well as their decision making. This was asked in the context of the Bashir case and national unity. And I think it's very important to state in this instance that South Africa is a signatory to the Rome Statute. We've implemented domestic legislation in light of the Rome Statute, and we have an obligation to arrest any person for whom there is an international arrest warrant, and President Bashir was one such person. He stands accused of war crimes. Previously, when he tried to come to this country, he was advised by the state not to come because he would be arrested. He tried to attend President Zuma's inauguration in 2009 and was asked not to come. There were several options available to the state in this instance. They could have asked him not to come. They could have arrested him when he arrived. The state chose to do none of this. The Southern Africa Litigation Center proceeded against the state to compel the state to live up to its obligation to domestic statutes, its obligation to international statutes. That was what we did. This is a state obligation. The state failed in its obligation, and the Southern Africa Litigation Center was holding the state accountable. In terms of relating this to national unity, I think there are issues of national unity and political considerations, but there are also state obligations and adherence to the rule of law. And this situation was one where we had to adhere to the rule of law and ensure that South Africa doesn't become a safe haven for war criminals. I've also been asked to comment on my organization, the Southern Africa Litigation Center, and who we are and what we do. And as I've said in my introduction, we are a regional non-governmental organization based in Johannesburg. We operate in 10 Southern African countries. That is the primary focus of our work. We do very little work in South Africa, but one program area which operates in South Africa is the International Criminal Justice Program, which is precisely where the Bashir case fell within, and that's the reason why. Because it was such a high-profile case, the organization's name became known. People were saying, who is this organization? We've operated very quietly previously. Because we operate regionally, nobody's very interested in what we do and how we do it. But because we brought this case that was in the media for weeks and weeks, there were questions about who is this organization. We are a human rights organization committed to the rule of law, committed to strengthening human rights. I was also asked a question about an antagonistic relationship with government. I have addressed this already in the course of my deliberations. If you're going to litigate against government, you're going to have an antagonistic relationship with government. This does not necessarily mean that the Office of the Public Protector needs to have an antagonistic relationship with government. I can be friends with government. I'm happy to be friends with government. I'm very happy and willing to work with government. And I will bring this to the Office of the Public Protector.
Thank you. Before I give you an opportunity, can I also, as the chair, have an opportunity to ask a question? I give you a lot of chance to ask questions. I've been facilitating, now I need to ask. Okay, members, can I ask my question? One, ma'am, part of the reason why you were shortlisted was precisely because some of the members that motivated for your name was that you are bringing the perspective, the international justice system perspective. And that was one of the considerations when your name was put forward. Now, I wanted to check with you whether you are sincere. You are saying, as a Chapter 9 institution, which you know very well, you are all there to strengthen constitutional democracy. And you are now saying, yes, there may be times when you have an antagonistic relationship with the state, but you are very happy to be friends with the state. Under which circumstances will you be friends with the state? The second one, ma'am, is I just wanted to get your appreciation, especially because of the role you played in the Al-Bashir matter. If you could kindly just share with us your views, briefly, your views on your African geopolitical dynamics. Because there is that, we may have different perspectives and we just want to get that element from you. I'm just taking this opportunity because that's one of the reasons why we thought it's going to be very important for you to be shortlisted. The other thing that I also wanted to get from you, ma'am, what are your views on the international justice system? Notwithstanding the fact that South Africa is a signatory, but there has been a school of thought, and that school of thought which has been saying the international justice system has tended to be much harsher when it comes to African countries, as opposed to your superpowers from the West. And I'm just using this opportunity because you are bringing this interesting perspective, and I think it will be good if we allow you an opportunity to comment on that. I thank you. I now can recognize the members. I was very short. I'm very fair. Oh, thank you. And you are very good. Honorable Masondo, Honorable Shivambu, Honorable Swart, and Honorable Mwabe. And I'm going to close with Honorable Bradenpa. And if you can jot down the questions, this is your last round. So you will have enough time to respond and even to close with that punching marks afterwards. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member Masondo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, post 1990 almost, or 1994, if we want to be fairly general in what you want to say with respect to this matter. Funding had become a very big problem for non-governmental organizations across the country. So when we see these many organizations, including your organization, we are bound to ask many, many questions. But I want to raise a few questions, Chairperson. I try to be brief. The first one is that here's an organization that operates in 10 countries, a minimum of 10 countries in Africa. And not much is known about you. So I'll really request that you explain to us just a bit more. Who are you? Just if the chairperson so allows. Who are you? Secondly, the Al-Bashir case was really indeed a very high-profile case. Can you briefly just tell us how much the case cost you and where you got the funding from, obviously? Secondly, I'm not talking to this chap, you know.
I am protecting you, and that is why I'm intervening. You are protected.
Sometimes the arrogance of some of these individuals know no bounds. So the question I'm asking, Chairperson, is who is funding you? And who is funding your funders? Just keen to know, I mean, who's funding your funders? Is this organization foreign controlled and foreign run? Is it? I mean, I just want to know. I'm entitled to ask a question.
Member to answer
I'm
the
entitled to
question.
ask
Chair,
the
that's
question.
not correct. I mean, that's not
Come
correct.
on.
No
Honorable
other,
Swab.
but Chair, no other institution was asked those type of questions.
Okay.
Why is she being
Let
asked those
me help you with this. You know, honorable members, the good news is that the members are wide awake. And that is why we can hear every word that each member is saying. Can you proceed, Honorable Masondo?
And as I was asking the question, who are you? One of the things that really would really assist me in understanding you a bit better is what are the aims of the Southern African Litigation Center, and whether you have, do intend or do in all these other countries have political alliances? And if so, who these are? You talked about changing the state, to use your words, changing the state. Does this mean the same thing as regime change, as advocated by some people in Libya, Egypt, in relation to what has happened in Libya, Egypt, and elsewhere? And when you are to, if you were to be appointed the public protector,
Honorable Masondo.
what is it that will bring onto the table?
I want to remind you of our 3 minutes maximum rule.
No,
I think I will have to revoke that one. Okay, or he's done now. Honorable Shivam.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will assure you before I say anything that I won't ask the kind of question which were asked by the former
just
mayor of
ask
Johannesburg.
your question, Honorable Shivam.
The second last mayor to come from the liberation movement to ever could rule Johannesburg. There will never be any other one anytime soon. Now, the litigating against a state doesn't define any lawyer to be an enemy of the state. It's a very sorry interpretation. Anyone who believes that is reactionary, doesn't understand constitutional democracy and whatever. If you litigate against the state, you are not the enemy of the state. It's allowed within our constitutional right and principles that lawyers and advocates can litigate against anyone. I'm not in a, I want to test your philosophical commitment to the persecution you did on President al-Bashir. That, you know, in the context of international peace and justice, there is always an interesting and ongoing discussion of what is the relationship between peace and justice. Do you sometimes pursue justice at the expense of peace? You do not have to go very far to check how that had been experimented. Here in South Africa, there was a deliberate pursuit of peace at the expense of justice when the apartheid murderers were forgiven through a TRC process. There are lots of people who killed our people, most of whom are still not found today, who beheaded our forefathers, who are still living in our society today. But there was deliberate pursuit of peace for a transition to happen. And obviously turning one blind eye on the justice factor. But you are saying that, no, let us pursue justice even if it might invite terrorists from North Africa, from Sudan, to come and fight for their president, whom they so worship wherever he comes from. And they say, let us arrest him and we must not consider anything else. I don't know what pursuit of justice is that. What underpins that philosophically? Because there are many cases in the whole continent where certain transitions and political stability need to deal with the peace question first, and then stability of the country, then you will deal with justice issues later. And I think South Sudan plays that role. You must not be narrowly legalistic when you are dealing with an extremely sensitive issue. There's more than 400,000 people that have been killed in South Sudan. That number could have doubled if you had insisted on arresting a president of a different country here. Like in a manner in which we've argued our point before in Parliament that it's extremely narrow, ideologically and philosophically and politically and in whatever way, to could think that you can implement the Rome Statute in the narrow fashion that you wanted to pursue it. Even if South African law says that we should do it, it's extremely problematic in the manner in which it has been pursued. And I think that is one thing that you must have to look into, particularly if you are associating yourself as part of the civil society movement that cares about the interest of ordinary people. As part of the key challenges, number two, as part of the key challenges that you are identifying, confronting society, you quote Justice Sandile Ngcobo, and then you identify as well part of the issues as access to land. Would you, as a candidate, as a public protector, would you, as the South African Litigation Center, support a constitutional change of Section 25 that would say that the state should have the capacity to expropriate land without compensation and give it to all people, because currently it's still owned by those who are descendants of the colonial Madras, those who beheaded our people, those who killed everyone to take the land that they're occupying now, those that have committed land theft, they've taken everything, they've declared us foreigners in our own country. Would you support a constitutional change, a proper constitutional change, not land invasion? Someone was asked earlier, we said constitutional change, then they spoke about Zimbabwe. We're not speaking about what happened in Zimbabwe. Not land invasion, constitutional change that says we should expropriate land without compensation to give to our people. Would you support such? You said now when you're responding to the questions that you are not fully aware of the public protector's financial arrangements and how the monies work there. Why are you applying for the job if you do not know how the monies are going to be dealt with there? Because the public protector's office...
I want to remind you of that 3 minutes.
The public protector's office has to reach out to so many people. Part of the limitations which the incumbent public protector has was to reach out to as many communities and municipalities as possible. And the reason was financial constraint. So if we were to say you are a public protector tomorrow, how are you going to deal with that question? Because now you do not know how the monies are going to, you are still going to go through induction, and before you know it, most people are not getting access to the public protector. We need someone who's going to hit the ground running. How are you going to deal with that?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Swart, I do agree with that aspect. I have to be very careful, you see. That aspect on justice and versus peace, that aspect, I'm looking forward to listening to that answer. The rest, they his. Okay, thank you. Honorable Swart?
I think, Chair, just on that very issue, when we refer to 400,000 people having been killed, that surely is why you brought the application, because there's no voice for those 400,000 people. But it is very interesting as well that the response of certain members on this panel is very similar to the response of the Nkandla judgment, as we see the Al-Bashir judgment, but we're also aware that the Al-Bashir judgment is still subject to the Constitutional Court hearing. Now, you asked a question about the cost. I'd like to ask you, what did it cost the state to pursue this, where it was then found that the state acted unlawfully? And that, I would think, is something that we also bear in mind when you are an NGO that is litigating against the deep pocket of the state. Can I just ask you then, in a general context of let's talk about the public protector. Should you be appointed to the public protector's position? The issue, of course, relates to management, and whilst you're an excellent litigant, you've had a great success. The skills of managing a large office with a couple of 100 million rands budget, do you think that you are suitably qualified to manage an office and liaise with Parliament, which under circumstances which could be quite contentious, which could be quite volatile, as you experienced tonight? I think that does prepare you for such engagements as well. But management skills is a big issue that we've needed to look at. And then, as far as the financial budgeting of the Office of the Public Protector is concerned, we know they've got severe financial constraints. We as Parliament obviously need to look at that, but we've also got constraints from the budgetary side of things. What else, what other alternatives could you suggest to assist the Public Protector in meeting its needs when it comes to finances? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Swarte. That was nice and crisp. I didn't have to interrupt you. Honorable Mwabe.
Thank you, Chair.
You are still coming, Honorable Breitenbach. I'm sure you are learning a few lessons. Sharp.
I hope my 3 minutes starts now. Thanks, Chair. Greetings to Ms. Kajal. Chair, I will try to have my question not much complicated, but I will ask it. Ms. Kajal, on section 2 of your questionnaire, 2.1, where you were asked to explain why you believe you are the right person to serve as the next public protector. In the middle of the first paragraph on your responses, you explain the issue of your relationship with the international funders. And I will just quote this sentence. As a result, I know the international donor environment very well and have established good relationships with donors that may continue to be important to both the office of the PP and government, unquote. And this line makes me very worried, ma'am. Very worried. Say you are appointed as the next public protector, and obviously you continue with this friendship with these international donors, and then they fund the office of the public protector, as you are saying, they might be important to that. Now, I want to know from you, how will you handle the pressure from these international donors in case they develop interest in South African politics, especially this office that is in question? I'm asking that question because anyone who gives you something might have some conditions or some attachments to that. I'm moving from, Chair, a real story of that we all know as politicians of the economic hitman. We know how these international donors sometimes are capable of in developing countries. So that's my question, ma'am. How will you handle that pressure now when they start to have the influence over the office and South African politics? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think that aspect of your question, I like. Huh? Economic Hitman is a good book. Read it. I love that book too. Yes, Honorable Breitenbach. Thank you, Honorable Breitenbach. Can you all copy this honorable member here? When you are covered, just say, I'm covered. That's very good. Okay. Yes, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so I was asked about international justice perspective and what my views are, and the situation of my views on the international criminal justice system and the problems with the ICC in what is perceived as a bias towards African countries. And to respond to that, the International Criminal Court is not a perfect institution. There are many issues and problems which need to be ironed out and resolved within the operation of the ICC. And my position is that South Africa will only be able to resolve these issues for South Africa's benefit by remaining with the ICC. You cannot influence change from outside. The African bloc within the ICC is the largest bloc of countries. Together, African countries within the ICC are strong, but they're not using this power as a strength. And that is one thing which I would recommend for African countries to do. They say they're unhappy with the ICC, but they're not using this very strong power that they have to liaise with the ICC on the issues that they have. We have seen a bias with African countries and heads of state who are referred to the ICC. And these are not African countries, these are heads of state and individuals who have been referred to the ICC. There are 3 ways in which referrals can be made to the ICC. These are self-referrals. A country can refer a situation by themselves. There's a Security Council referral, which is problematic because a number of permanent members of the Security Council are not members of the ICC. And then the prosecutor can also take up investigations if she feels that there is a problem in a particular country. So there's the 3 mechanisms, and a number of the investigations into African situations have been self-referrals. Uganda has done a self-referral. So it's not that these have come from within the ICC. There have been requests for assistance from countries. So, and then to complain about an African bias when countries have requested the assistance is curious. There are a number of countries which are being investigated currently. There are no charges. The investigations are still at very early stages, which are from non-African countries. These are Georgia, Colombia, Israel. So there are investigations which are ongoing, but we haven't yet seen the final outcomes and whether any charges might be forthcoming. We are watching these situations. We want to see what happens. We are interested to develop international criminal justice law. We're interested to see that it does not only target African states and African countries. So these developments are encouraging. I was asked by Mr. Masondo about my organization, so I will give you more background on my organization. This is the Southern Africa Litigation Center, not the South Africa, because of the regional perspective. The Southern Africa Litigation Center was formed in 2005, so we're currently 11 years old. It was formed jointly as an initiative by the International Bar Association and OSISA, which is the Open Society Initiative for Southern Africa. And it was formulated as an organization that would support public interest work in Southern African countries in a way that hadn't been done before. So it would support non-governmental organizations, private lawyers, individuals to take on public interest cases and to support them financially and technically. So to support them in the drafting of their court papers, to strengthen those court papers so that they are strategic, they improve the jurisprudence in those countries, and in so doing, they protect the rule of law and they secure the interests of human rights in those countries. So that is the background to the formulation and to the formation of the Southern Africa Litigation Center. The organization operates in several different program areas, and I'll run down the program areas so you have an understanding of the broad overview. So there's freedom of expression work, which is looking at media defense work. So if journalists are arrested for writing articles, if they're being persecuted for working on certain media issues, we will assist them in their defense, in their issues. We work on health rights, which includes health rights, HIV, TB, a range of health-related issues within the Southern African context. HIV, of course, is the biggest issue. The case that we did in Botswana, where we challenged the government to provide antiretrovirals for HIV-positive foreign prisoners, which they had refused to do, was within the health rights context. We work on sexual and reproductive health rights. We had a very big case in Namibia a few years ago where we challenged the forced sterilization of HIV-positive women, which was successful. The government is now negotiating with these women on a civil settlement. There are similar forced sterilization cases under investigation in other jurisdictions as well. We work on women's land and property rights. So to secure the rights of women to access property on divorce, on death, in terms of customary law. All of this work operates very quietly. It's not high-profile work. The media is not interested to cover it, which is why you don't know about it. We work on international criminal justice, which you know about because of the Bashir case. We work on sexual minorities, which is promoting the rights of LGBTI individuals and sex workers. In a number of countries that we operate in, same-sex acts are criminalized, so it's very difficult to promote health access and the rights of these individuals in those countries. We had a very important Supreme Court decision in Botswana earlier this year, where the Supreme Court held that an LGBT advocacy organization must be registered to operate because they promoted health rights and welfare rights of individuals who are sexual minorities in that country, even though Botswana still criminalizes same-sex acts. This was an extremely progressive judgment coming out of that country. And generally we work on rule of law and access to justice cases if there is a huge strategic value to taking those cases on. So that is the scope of the work. Who is funding SELC? We are funded by a range of different organizations. We're funded by the Open Society Foundation. We receive funding from private foundations like the Sigrid Rousing Foundation. We receive money from the US Department of State, which funds our sexual minorities work. This is the work promoting the rights of LGBTI workers, LGBTI persons and sex workers. In respect of the Bashir case, and in terms of the question about cost, the initial cost of that first urgent application, which we ran in June 2015, incurred us zero cost. The papers were drafted by us in our offices. We retained counsel at a pro bono rate. Well, actually, I say pro bono rate, but we didn't pay counsel for that fee. It was done on a no-fee basis. So all of the drafting, our appearance, counsel's appearance for us in court was done at zero cost to the organization. And this is because we hadn't anticipated that Mr. Bashir would arrive in the country. We hadn't planned for his arrival. Once we heard that he was actually going to arrive and was in the country, we very quickly drafted an application, put it together, and filed it late at night on a Saturday evening, which also is unusual. So I can tell you that that original High Court application didn't cost us any money. However, we've had to defend it subsequently in the Supreme Court, and we will now again defend the Bashir application in the Constitutional Court on the 22nd of November. This is because the state is taking it on appeal. We were successful with the original High Court application. It has now been taken on appeal to the Supreme Court of South Africa, and the state has lost. It's now been taken on a further appeal to the Constitutional Court. We've had to seek funds to continue to defend this matter. These funds we've received from the Wraith Foundation, which is a South African foundation. So South African rands are funding the ongoing defense of this case. The Wraith Foundation is an organization based in Johannesburg that receives its money from high net worth individuals in rands. There was the question about whether my organization is foreign controlled. I'm surprised at this question, and I take offense. I take deep offense at this question, Mr. Masondo. My organization is not foreign controlled. I will say it again. SELC is not foreign controlled. We are an independent human rights organization that are working towards the constitution of this country and the constitutions of all the countries that we operate in. We are true to our mandate and our vision. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. On the question of political alliances, the Southern Africa Litigation Center is an independent NGO. We do not have political alliances in this country or in any other country. So to answer your question about who are these alliances, there are no alliances. We are who you see that we are. And then I think you misheard me when you've asked me a question about why does this organization want to change the state? I'm not finished yet. I didn't say change the state, I said challenge the state, which is very different from change the state. Challenge the state to deliver. I'm going to move on to the other questions.
Can members behave? I can hear you, Van Dam, Bogoto, whatever. I can hear you going. Keep that to yourself. Okay, proceed, ma'am.
Moving on to Mr. Shivambo's questions about my philosophical commitment to international peace and justice and pursuing justice at the expense of peace. First of all, and we are talking about Sudan, not South Sudan. President Bashir is president of Sudan, not South Sudan. I think you're asking me this question under the presumption that President Bashir is essential for peace in Sudan. That is a matter for debate. It is not a sine qua non. It's not an essential element. We don't know this. We don't know that President Bashir is essential for the peace process in Sudan. And bringing the application the way we did, we are a human rights organization that is accountable to the law of this country, to the Constitution, and we brought this application in light of those commitments. So the rule of law and our commitment to upholding domestic laws was uppermost in our minds when we brought this application. There was not considerations about the peace process in Sudan. It was a strictly legal application, and if the state were interested to avoid becoming embroiled in this difficulty, they could have asked Mr. Bashir to not arrive in this country. When we heard he was arriving a month earlier, we wrote to the government reminding them of their obligations and saying, if he does arrive, we will have to seek his arrest. They were forewarned and took no steps to mitigate against this. I won't speak any further on this. There was a question also on the peace process and about ordinary Sudanese. And I just want to ask the question, President Bashir is accused of a range of human rights violations, war crimes, genocide, international crimes, atrocious international crimes. Who will seek justice for the victims of those crimes and their families? Who will speak for those individuals? It's organizations like SALC in this country and in other countries that can seek justice for those victims. These victims cannot get justice in Sudan. It's not possible in the current situation. Do they have to wait 50, 60 years like the situation where that we've just seen in Senegal with the prosecution of the Chadian president? Those individuals have waited 50, 60, 70 years to see justice. Is this what we want to see in Sudan? I don't think so. We want justice now. Mr. Shivambu has asked me a question about the land issue and constitutional change and expropriation of land. I do not support the expropriation of land. It's not an easy answer here. I cannot give you an easy solution to this question. There were more questions about Bashir and the cost of the application. There was a question about the cost to the state. I don't know what the cost to the state is. I don't know what the state was paying its advocates to defend the matter, to bring the first appeal, to bring the second appeal. I can only imagine that there are substantial costs because they've employed senior counsel, very expensive senior counsel. However, because we have also engaged counsel who we now will have to pay for, the state will have to pay its own costs. They will also have to pay our costs. So the costs are likely to go into hundreds of thousands of rands of taxpayer money to defend this matter, which initially cost us 0 rands. To speak about the questions on my management experience, I have been managing people, I've been managing staff, teams of staff for a number of years. I have not managed the kinds of numbers of staff that are currently within the institution of the Office of the Public Protector. I've managed many teams at Lawyers for Human Rights. My overall staff complement at Lawyers for Human Rights was anywhere in the region of 25 to 30 people at any one time in multiple locations. At SALC, I manage a much smaller team, but this is also multiple locations because we operate in 10 countries, or we have ongoing cases in 10 countries. We've got to manage those cases and those individuals running those cases directly in those countries on a day-to-day basis. It does entail a good degree of management, of budgetary control, of financial management. I have also not managed the kinds of budget that the Public Protector's Office deals with. At Lawyers for Human Rights, an annual budget which I manage would be in the region of 8 to 9 million rands. At SALC, the budget, the organizational budget is in the region of 15 million rands. In both organizations, I've received unqualified audits for many years in a row. So, you know, it's a testament to those management abilities, but of course the Public Protector has much bigger budgets, which I have not had occasion to manage. And finally, there were questions about relationships with donors and international donors. I have listed some donors that we've worked with, and there was a question about pressure from international donors and preconditions and strings. And I can say categorically that I do not work with donors, or I will refuse to accept donor money that arrives with strings. If a donor says, you need to implement this program in this way, that is not acceptable. If you present a proposal to a donor to say, I want to do this project in this area for this amount of money, will you support me? If they give you the money without any strings, I would accept that money. If that comes with strings attached, I would not accept that money. I hope that is clear. I think that is it.
Thank you very much. I'm actually glad that we actually, with this committee, by the way, took a decision that we wanted to make sure that when we are shortlisting candidates, we also want a very strong gender representation. And I'm sure we have indicated now. Because we've been, we've had quite a number of women that have been coming in. And this is not saying you've done well or you didn't do well, but I'm just saying as a statement that I think it was good that we made that effort. And I'm glad. I don't think I have a frustrated expectation. Thank you very much. Do you have another question, Honorable Member?
Chair, I just wanted to indicate that some very offensive comments were made, and I think that they should be withdrawn, because we haven't treated any other person making submissions like we treated the advocate today. And to create the impression that she is foreign controlled, I think is totally unacceptable, and it should be withdrawn, Chair.
Honorable Masondo, is that what you meant?
I'll never ever.
Excuse me, I am talking to Honorable Masondo, and as far as I know, there's only one Honorable Masondo. Can you clarify that, Honorable
No, I'll
Member?
never ever withdraw. Not in this meeting, not anywhere else, because I posed a question. And that question remains.
Okay. I think, ma'am, he has posed the question, and you have responded to the question. If there has been any offense on your side, this is not the intention of this interview. As I said to you, one of the reasons why the members actually said you need to be shortlisted, it's because you are bringing that international dimension. We may not agree with your views. Get us correct. We may not agree with your views, but you can articulate your views, and you are making them clear. And I think that should be appreciated. And I thank you. We shall hear from us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Shivambo, hi. Listen, I was saying, no, let me tell you what we're going to do. We were going to have Advocate Nonkosi Cetshwayo. And then after that, we're going to break for dinner and have a nice break in between then. And then you are actually doing very well. I think you are very harsh on yourself.
Let's go for break.
You wanted to go to the ladies? Yeah. Okay, to the gents. Well, I think you are allowed to go there. Okay, no,
Chairperson,
that's
well,
fine.
we're
We are
asking
still
for a
waiting.
break.
You
We'll
can
come
go. Let's just stretch for 2 minutes.
Please.
And whilst we are waiting for the next candidate to come through. Thank you. Can we resume? Thank you very much, Advocate Cetshwayo. Once more, I want to apologize on behalf of the committee for running late. This is a very important position, and members have to be very thorough with each candidate. And I do want to extend my apology to you, ma'am, and I'm hoping that you will accept our apology. Ma'am, as explained to you, you have 10 minutes to make your presentation. And after that, the members will then ask you questions. What is? Password for the computer. We want to apologize for that as well. I don't know it, so if you can be kind and wait for somebody who's going to help us with the password. Christine, you have? Advocate Cetshwayo, I had to ask the committee to bring you forward because we know you have to drive back home, whereas the other candidates have been booked at the hotel. So that is why we had to bring you forward. I'm hoping that it did not jeopardize. It was done in good spirit. We were trying to be sensitive to your own needs, as somebody who still has to drive back home. Other candidates won't be driving themselves because we still, if you are successful, we want you to assume this position, okay? Over to you, ma'am. Thank you. assure you members, in my report, we will make sure that we include some of these Molanyana problems that we encountered so that the next process won't be as challenging as this one. Okay, are you ready, ma'am? Oh, okay. I think we can see. Can all the members see? You can make it bigger for her. Ah, I'm so glad to hear that, Honorable Shibambu, there is another skill. That's good. Did it, you know? Wow. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. We can see now it's much better. You may proceed, ma'am. Your time, your 10 minutes starts now. Thank you. On the mic and speak through the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening, honorable members. Good evening, ma'am. I am accepting the apologies, ma'am, and I also am appreciating the fact that the honorable members thought that they should consider me, especially being a female driving in the middle of the night across the town to the other side. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the consideration. The committee members requested that I make a presentation of 10 minutes demonstrating my knowledge of the role and functions of the public protector, why I believe I am the best candidate, the moral value system and experience in championing constitutional values. The functions and the roles of the public protector are provided for in the Constitution and national legislation. And fundamentally, like all the institutions supporting democracy, this office has a function of supporting and strengthening constitutional democracy in terms of the Constitution. This is what is commonly known as the complementary oversight function to advance the constitutional democracy that is underpinned by human rights. Slide 4 to 10 basically explain the specific role that this office has to play and how towards the actualization of this function as prescribed by the Constitution, the Public Protector Act, and the Executive Ethics Act. That would be slide 4. And in terms of the Constitution, specifically Section 182, strengthening and supporting constitutional democracy entails investigative, reporting, taking appropriate remedial action role against the constitutional offenses of improper and prejudicial conduct in state affairs or public administration as regulated by national legislation. Section 182 further emphasizes that this office has additional powers prescribed by national legislation. Consequently, Section 6, subsection 3 to subsection 7 of the Public Protector Act specifies the investigative role of this office as being proactive and reactive, and also against the additional offenses stated in slide 5 to slide 6. Those are the added offenses that the public protector has to investigate. And we go on to slide 6 as well. The Act also allows the public protector to bring any matter that she feels the facts disclose some criminal offense to the attention of the prosecuting authority, refer any matter to any appropriate or affected public authority, or refuse to investigate if the matter is a complaint by a public servant who has not fully exhausted other remedies that would be at her or his disposal. For meaningful and successful investigations, the Act gives this office powers, among others, to compel anyone to come and give evidence, to enter premises, search and seize anything critical for the investigation. Slide 9 to 10 speak to this. So that would be slide 9, speaking to what I've just said. And that is slide 10 on entering of premises. Section 3 and 4 of the Executive Ethics Act also empowers the office to investigate complaints on alleged breaches of executive ethics codes. The Act also regulates and guides taking of remedial action as shown in slide 8, and also reporting mechanisms. Now I am going to move on to answer a question as to why I believe I am the candidate for the position. And I would like to say that I believe I am the candidate because of the vision that I have this office that is based on my understanding of the functions and powers and roles of this office, the experience that I have accumulated over the past 22 years, and my academic qualifications. Honorable members, allow me, with the permission of you, Chairperson, to present to you a vision of the Office of the Public Protector, making a difference in the lives of ordinary South Africans, guided by its mandate as exercised in relation to the government set priorities, utilizing the proactive investigative powers while not compromising reactive ones for a meaningful remedial action when necessary, and accordingly report and account. For me to realize this vision, I have a mission that says, with the support of the Deputy Public Protector, I intend to allocate 60% of the given budget in favor of the vulnerable and poor citizens' proactive investigations, 20% to pro-poor reactive investigations, 20% to other investigations. My mission further is to provide a strategic direction and legal direction to a well-cared-for staff of the office.
Sorry, Advocate, can you repeat those percentages?
Ma'am, I said 60% of the budget would be given to the vulnerable and poor citizens' proactive investigations. 20% would be to the pro-poor reactive investigations. Reactive, I mean responding to complaints from the ordinary citizens, and then 20% to other investigations. So further, my mission is to provide strategic and legal direction to well-cared-for staff of the office, projectize and programatize investigations for efficiency and effectiveness, ensure good governance structure geared towards successful implementation of this strategy. My performance in this regard would be premised on the fact that I believe in supremacy of the Constitution, impartiality and constitutional independence of the office, respect for human dignity, respect for the rule of law, and accountability.
Advocate, 2 more minutes to go.
Also, attesting to this would be my experience, as is shown in these slides, ma'am, of Sheriff, having been in senior management positions, also supported by my academic qualifications as they appear there. And in summary, madam, I am saying in me, you get an all-rounder with the following competencies: strategic leader, public finance management, governance, project and program management, constitutional law expertise, analytical and innovative skills, which I think are very critical for this office. Thank you, honorable members, for inviting me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Just on top of my head, before I give them the opportunity, I would love for you later on, when you are answering the question, to just tell us what informs the formula that you presented. And okay, now I'm taking members. You see, I only have a very small question and I'm done. Okay, all right. Honorable Swart has just lobbied me. And I think I'm lobbied. I am persuaded. Honorable Swart, I'm going to start from that side. No, earlier on, I started from this side and I moved to this side. And now I'm starting from that side to this side. Yeah. Yes, Honorable Swart. Then Honorable Swart, Honorable Msimang, Honorable Shivambu, Honorable Kuranov, and I'm going to stop there with the first round. You wanted Honorable Msimang to start? Okay.
Thank you.
I am noting you, Honorable Bongo. You are going to come in the second round. Yes, Honorable Msimang.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm glad that, Honorable Chair, you are going to ask our applicant to expand on the formula. But even leaving the formula aside, I just want to bring it to the attention of Advocate Cetshwayo that many cases that are handled by the public protector are initiated by members of the public. So when she's given a quota for the indigent members of this land, what will happen to the cases that are brought to the public protector through the initiation of members of the public? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Advocate. And we had some engagements in the Justice Committee, if I remember correctly, where you gave assistance. That was when you were the director of the Office for Supporting the Institution Supporting Democracy. You started that office, if I understand correctly. Now, I don't want to be unfair to you, but I think you were there from 2010 to 2014, and you set up that office. But as you know, from the Justice Committee's perspective, the two institutions that reported to us, the Public Protector and the SA Human Rights Commission, often complained about Parliament not assisting them with fulfilling their obligations. And of course, that was also prior to the Nkanda judgment, which set out exactly that the remedial findings of the Public Protector were binding. I'm not sure if you were there when the Nkanda judgment, the Nkanda finding came out, but I'm sure that had you been there, you would have also been upset with the way that the Public Protector was treated by the committees of Parliament. Do you not think that that office could do more, a greater job in protecting the Public Protector? And should you become the Public Protector, what would you do to enhance the relations with that office that you helped set up, that is crucial to build the relationship between Parliament and Chapter 9 institutions? That's the first issue. Then secondly, you are admitted as an advocate. I see that I don't think you actually practiced as an advocate. Maybe you can just give us clarity when you were admitted. And then, are you still aligned with the African National Congress? I think that's an important issue. Obviously, there's an issue which we would like you to also just address. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. In the key challenges, the advocate says that the key challenge is the country is faced with low economic growth and insufficient revenue intake. And then she builds a case from there that all the other problems is due to low economic growth. I want you to expatiate on that, because even at times where there was some bit of economic growth, we had lots of challenges in South Africa. Are you reducing all to low economic growth? And there are the problems that you must speak to, because the Minister of Finance always says that there is available resources, but they're not being utilized appropriately by state institutions. I want you to give us a clearer perspective on that of what is your reasoning around that. In terms of your budget breakdown, 60-20-20, the Public Protector's Office is an institution which is given monetary appropriations. I'm sure you're aware of that, all at once. Part of it must go to operations, some of it must go for advocacy, some of it must go for expansion program to have a wider reach. But it looks like the way you've allocated it, it's inconsiderate of all these other necessary budgetary items. How are you going to deal particularly with expansion? Because ultimately, the Public Protector's Office must have a wider reach, must be existing in all the areas, not the 20 offices that it currently has. What practically are you going to do to make sure that people from Lepellenkumpi to everywhere else in South Africa have got access to the Public Protector's Office on a constant basis without the pain of having to travel long distances to reach the Public Protector's Office, particularly in line of your breakdown of the budget as presented here. And then the last question is what Honorable Swart has asked. Are you still a member of the ANC? Because you seem to have worked in the office of the Speaker for some time, and in most instances, people who work in the office of the Speaker are deployed. Are you still a member of the ANC? Aren't you going to pursue ANC narrow agenda once you have been made a public protector?
Honorable Koranov.
Thank you, Chairperson. Advocate, if I look at your employment record, you have held many positions, you know, being appointed as an advisor, sometimes in Parliament, sometimes in the executive, and sometimes in the department. But it appears that you have never practiced law as such. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Now, the independence of the public protector in decision-making is an important feature and a function of that office. Do you think you will be able to rise to the occasion and to be independent?
Thank you. Advocate Cetshwayo, I will give you an opportunity to answer this first round of questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Perhaps let me start with Mr. Korenhoff's question, and then follow with the others. Yes, Mr. Korenhoff, if you had looked at one of my slides where I had indicated that I believe in constitutional independence of this office, and that is irrespective of where I come from and where I am going to. Immediately I occupy this office, I take myself, in fact, to be expected by the Constitution to do just that. And I put a challenge to this position by accepting the nomination with that in mind, that immediately I come here. If I was a Methodist in terms of religion, this office belongs to Muslims and other people as well. And therefore, I would be expected to perform professionally. I would be expected to perform without fear, favor, or prejudice, and therefore impartiality and with independence. And yes, I never practiced as a lawyer, precisely because of my background. I know normally it is said that at this point, it's never good for us to blame where we come from, but that is the reality of the situation. I graduated after I was married, and I had responsibilities, and while I was busy with my articles, I got employment with the Constitutional Assembly so that I could take care of my children. As at that point, I became a single parent. And having, to go through the processes of doing articles and perhaps even joining the bar without any income and also without any place to live, because I didn't have any place to live at the time, it definitely would not have served me properly at that time. So when I got employment with the Constitutional Assembly, it became an opportunity of the lifetime for me. And I have had to forget about practicing and doing other things. And so went my history. Now let's move on to Mr. Chivambo's questions. Question one, it's on low revenue intake and economic growth. Mr. Chivambo, I am not necessarily saying all the problems we have are due to this. I basically was saying the challenge as I see now, as things are, it relates to the fact that we do not have lots of money. And with us not having lots of money, it is therefore not prudent for us to utilize it in any other manner that is not going to add value in the lives of the ordinary people out there. So I was basically trying to bring awareness to people that the little that you are given, please take good care of it. So that's basically what I am saying there, sir. And the allocation of the prepared budget and how I hope to deal with expansion, perhaps it might tie in nicely with your question, madam, in terms of my formula. I might want to concede and say the formula is not necessarily scientific, but as the citizen of this country, I felt that we needed to be proactive, because if you look at what I am saying, I am emphasizing more on the proactive side of the Office of the Public Protector without waiting for people to complain. And I'm even saying that it is not very clear whether ordinary people out there know that this office has also got proactive power or role to play. And I even make an example of the government set priorities, where I am saying, if we become proactive as this office, we might even prevent a whole lot of protests, including in education, and even the need for people to be complaining. So I'm saying we perhaps need to be more proactive than waiting for people to complain to us. And to me, that on its own shows accessibility, because you don't have to have a structure near a person for you to be accessible. To me, that's literal accessibility, when in fact you could be accessible in a number of ways. If you have resources, you can move on your own to people by following these government set priorities and use your proactive investigative powers and see whether the promises that that government make on an annual basis, they are following up on them. And perhaps see as to whether you could come up with some kind of creative remedial actions, even in terms of how the budgets within, individual government department is directed. Especially given the fact that we are talking about constitutional democracy and the constitution which was drafted with the poor people in the main in mind, who were excluded previously in a whole lot of things. So I guess that's basically what I'm trying to say there, sir. Mr. Swart, 2010-2014 remedial action. Perhaps let me start by saying, to me, it really didn't make sense that anybody would say remedial action is not binding. Because the fact that you are required to take action, it means that action you are going to take, whether you're not the public protector, it needs to make a difference. In fact, I was even thinking of remedial teachers. That's what I had in mind, because remedial teachers are dealing with children who are battling, and those teachers are in fact given that responsibility for them to make a difference for whatever they do, to be binding in the minds of those kids for their progress. So that is how I saw remedial action. So it really didn't make sense that anybody would say it is not binding. I was even saying to myself, perhaps what needed to be asked was whether what had happened indeed was a remedial action, rather than saying, is the remedial action binding? It is binding. I mean, it is said in the Constitution, so you can't really change it and say it is something else. Yes, sir, I know that you, as the member of that committee, you had a number of challenges with the two institutions, and at some point you even requested me to conduct an international comparative study. I forgot to give you a copy, Chair, of this, but I know Mr. Swart has a copy of this. In the main, yes, the remedial action is binding, and it is binding within the context of the South African democracy, which was also the finding of the study, that South African democracy is unique precisely because of the unique history of this country, and hence the uniqueness of the powers given to these institutions, including their mandate and their reporting responsibilities. And I even went on to make a recommendation that said, before we could start comparing ourselves with any other country, we need to be saying, who are we? And if we have to be comparing, we only have to be looking at best practices only in so far as they fit in within the context of our constitutional democracy. Babmsimang, cases initiated by members of the public. I think I tried to respond to this while I was speaking to Mr. Chibambu. I am saying we should strive as the Office of the Public Protector to be proactive. Especially, we're not very sure that the members of the public know that the law has given us, I'm going to say us, because I'm in this seat, they're not very sure of the powers that we have, that we could, on their behalf, proactively investigate these things. And therefore, if we are proactive in our approach, I'm just thinking that the balance of powers in terms of these members of the public having to come and complain to us might be reduced. That is the vision that I have for the office. Ma'am, I think I had responded to your question. I'm not sure whether successful.
Check we asked a direct question about her being a member of the ANC.
Oh,
I
yes.
am a member of the ANC.
Sorry.
That question, can you answer that question?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, Mr. Chibambo. I've done a lot of talking. I'm really sorry. Didn't mean to disrespect your question. Mr. Chibambo, I am not an active member of the ANC. That means you won't even see me even in the meetings of the ANC. I don't even know when the meetings of the ANC take place. And I'm thinking that you are asking this question because you are concerned around the issue of constitutional independence of the office and me balancing my relationships with the ANC.
Just quickly, I don't know what is an active member. You said you are not an active member, so you are an inactive member. Are you a member of the ANC or not?
Let's not ask the question as if being a member of the ANC is a crime. Can you answer the question, advocate? It's not a crime to be a member of the ANC, but you have to answer it in the way you understand the question. Over to you, advocate.
Thank you, Mr. Chibam. Sorry again. The membership of the ANC, I'm sure you would understand it because at some point you were a member of that organization. You would understand it that you are required to either pay membership over a period of 5 years or pay it on an annual basis. And because I forget, even the TV license, that's how I am. When I pay the TV license, I pay 1,000 rands. I don't even know how much is expected of me. So that's what I did, even with the ANC membership. I paid for it in I think about 3 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. So yes, I am the member in that way. So maybe that's when you were still a member
that's fine,
too.
Chair. She's a member of the ANC, it's noted.
No problem. Honorable Shivambu, the advocate has answered the question, and I don't think we should really dwell on that much because it's been answered. Can I take the next round? Okay. Basta I start this side. Oh, when you no longer want, you are foregoing your. Okay, no problem. Honorable Bredenbach, you are going to go first, then Honorable Bongo, then Honorable Hon, then Honorable Van Dam, and Honorable Masondo. In that order, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam. You have listed your qualifications and your employment history. Could you tell me when you were admitted as an advocate and in which court, of which bar are you a member? You've had an impressive array of jobs in a relatively short period of time. Could you tell me why it is that you change your jobs quite so often? And then, in your motivation, you say that you believe that the Public Protector's Office may be bloated, and you acknowledge that the government cannot afford to fully fund the office. And you say that its investigations are sometimes unfruitful and many complainants are chance takers. And you also complain about the unnecessary overlap, thereby suggesting that the Public Protector's investigations should be limited in the main to service delivery issues. And that the Public Protector should then direct her attentions away from high-level matters which are being investigated by others. So the impression that I gain, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the impression that I gain from your motivation is that you're suggesting that you would take the focus away from senior office bearers, such as the President, and focus more on municipal service delivery issues. And I find that somewhat concerning. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Pongo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Good evening, Mam Kajwai. I think I need to start by appreciating the manner in which you understand the legislative framework within which the Office of the Public Protector find itself. I think I have two questions. One, it will relate to your fitness and properness to hold on the basis of what is raised by Corruption Watch, and Corruption Watch is concerned about the fact that we have never been a practitioner. So I want you to comment on that. And if you can, you could just comment on that. But secondly, which is also a matter of housekeeping, but it was also raised by AfriForum. The reason why AfriForum rejects on or object on your appointment is the fact that you're a member of the ANC and you may be impartial. I think I want you to comment on that, but safe to say that the fact that applicants or nominees are members of the ANC has nothing to do with this specific matter. I think it will be a narrow narrative to want to raise membership of the ANC as if it disqualifies or qualifies a candidate. Because here we are responding to the Act, the Public Protectors Act. We're also responding to the Constitution of the Republic, outside party political issues. So I think that is the matter. So I want you to comment very strongly on these objections that are before me. Thank you.
Honorable Hon.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, you were very generous. I was going to start with you. Huh? Yes, Honorable Hon.
Thank
Don't
you,
worry
Chair.
about this little thing between me
Yes.
and her.
Good evening, ma'am. You listed as one of the key components or key attributes a public protector must have as a commitment to the supremacy of the Constitution. And as part of that, obviously, comes the rule of law. So my first question to you will be that whilst, and the other members must take notice, it's definitely not a crime to be a member of the ANC, wouldn't you agree that to be a member of a political party might impede the perception of the public out there, not of the opposition parties, but of the public out there? It might create the perception out there that you will find it difficulty to be impartial in practice. So it's all well and fine to state your commitment to being impartial here, but wouldn't you agree that it would be better for you not to be a member of a political party at all if you want to be the public protector of South Africa? That's the first question. The second question, Madam Chair, turns on the experience of the candidate. And it is so that you have been largely a civil servant, dealing with the administration of justice to an extent. But what, if any, experience do you have that will serve you in the investigative role the public protector primarily has? So I'm satisfied that you will be able to deal with the office administration. I'm satisfied that you understand the law, but I have a big question mark about your ability to slot in to an office as the head of an office of which the core function is to investigate. Thank you.
Chance.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good evening, Advocate Gachwayo. So you were the head of the Office of Institutions Supporting Democracy in the National Assembly between 2010 and 2014, and that was during the term of the current Public Protector. And it was also around the time that her very controversial report, Secure and Comfort, came out. I'm assuming in that office you give support to Chapter 9 institutions, you give legal advice to Parliament on issues related to Chapter 9 institutions. So did a situation ever arise where you were asked to give your legal opinion on Secure and Comfort? And what was your legal opinion at that time? I understand that there's now a court judgment which states that the powers of the remedial action of the Public Protector is legally binding. But at that time, in 2014, what was your legal advice to Parliament? And then what support did you also give the Public Protector then when the attack started? What support did you give her in that office? And then my second question, in your questionnaire, you say that because the Public Protector's Office has wide constitutional powers, it should be very mindful when approaching investigations and should focus on cases which involve ordinary people, their lives and their living conditions. What does that mean? Are you saying that the Public Protector should limit her investigations to matters related to service delivery and should not investigate anything that doesn't relate to that? So can you just explain for me properly what you mean by that? Thank you.
Okay, I take it that Honorable Masondo, do you still want to ask your question?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. On the question of the academic record and the skills that you are bringing onto the table, advocate, would you mind just very briefly outlining how you see these helping to enhance the office of the public of the Public Protector? Of course, also taking into account your own given experience. The second question is about a perception. There's a perception out there that there's been a point where the relationship between government and the Office of the Public Protector was seen at some point as being just too antagonistic. Now the question is, what should the balance be? Just an opinion from a part on this. The relationship between the Office of the Public Protector and the various spheres of government. Thanks.
I think members can allow me as well to ask a question. Advocate, sometimes we come across situations where there are narratives that are done over and over again, and sometimes they end up, presenting themselves as facts. Now, within a factual, historical context, we had Advocate Thuli Madonsela, whom at the time when she was appointed, did have an association with the African National Congress. However, when she became the public protector, we saw her moral compass taking the center stage. Given the fact that you have the association with the African National Congress, whether as an active member or not as an active member, and I said earlier on, Advocate Thuli Madonsela did have the association with the ANC. It's not criminal, okay, it's not.
Chairperson,
But
order.
what
Order.
I want, please, I
Chairperson.
have to ask this question.
But can you
Given
take
your
order on you immediately you
independence-
finish that question?
Pardon?
I want to raise a point of order on you. Immediately you finish the question, I want to raise a point of order on you. You are
You
misbehaving
may ask,
now.
you can ask the
No,
question.
you are leading, that is a leading question. You are assisting the candidate.
No,
You're not
I
doing her any
am
favor.
not
You are trying to give her
assisting.
some sense of
No,
boosting because she
no,
fumbled when she was
no.
asked about membership of the
No,
ANC.
Honorable Shivambu.
Don't do that. Don't degenerate. You're
I
doing
am
well
a
earlier.
member
We
of
cautioned
this
you.
committee.
We cautioned you that don't enter into these things. You are fumbling now. You're doing well now. You are spoiling it.
Honorable
And you are
Shivambu.
giving an unfair advantage over other candidates. You have never asked any candidate a question like that, a leading question to say, Thuli Madonsela was in the same situation like this, so that she can repeat after you.
No,
Don't do
I
that.
am
It's not done like that.
I am not leading
That is a leading question.
Okay,
It's not
can
done
I
like that.
rephrase my question, Honorable Shivambu? My question is on the moral compass of the person who is going to become the public protector and the independence of that office. I want you to give this committee your views on the importance of the moral compass in as far as this position is concerned. The second question that I have for you, member, advocate, is that, advocate, you see, there is a reality that you are going to be confronted with, and that is to balance the high-profile cases with the cases of ordinary citizens. And I will tell you, contrary to the some of the views that may be there, I do believe that high-profile cases matter, because when you are a leader, you are setting the example for the society at large. Now, I wanted to understand from you, how are you going to balance high-profile cases with the lower cases from ordinary citizens? So, and that does conclude my question. Thank you. Over to you, advocate.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Advocate, the floor is yours and you are protected. You may proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. The sheriff is in town. My questions now, you know. My first question was from Honorable Breitenbach.
Please speak to the mic, ma'am.
Yeah, Honorable Breitenbach. Honorable Breitenbach, I was admitted by the High Court of Bophuthatswana. It was called Bophuthatswana at the time. because that was before the rationalization of the High Court boundaries or so. Otherwise, it would have been Northwest, because at the time I was the regional head for the Northwest province, and I was the first regional head there. So that was when I was admitted as the advocate. Job changing. Perhaps let me start by saying 9 years I served in the Department of Justice, solid 9 years. And I think that at least shows that the hopping side of it is a bit balanced. And if you look at other responsibilities, if we start before that, those were contractual responsibilities. When the term, for example, the Constitutional Assembly, it had, a given period to do its thing and finish. And with the advisory responsibilities to the minister and the deputy president, there is something in South Africa that I'm not going to pass any judgment against or in terms of, which says if you are employed with a particular political principle, your contract of employment is aligned to them. So you can remain in that position insofar as they remain in those positions if they do not ask you to leave. And with me, I have had to vacate most of these responsibilities with the vacation of my principals, leaving those responsibilities. Perhaps when it comes to the advisory responsibility to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, I had a contract for a year with him. And my understanding when I took this responsibility was that I am going to have Cape Town, which is the parliamentary or the legislative seat, as my head office, because that's what happens with advisors. You choose either to have Pretoria as your head office or Cape Town, so that when they have to go to Pretoria, they book you in Pretoria if your head office is Cape Town. So even when I took this responsibility with him, I took it knowing that it was a 1-year contract, and with me being established in Cape Town, and that Cape Town was going to be my head office, and that when I'm in Pretoria, I would be like any other person who goes to Pretoria and be accommodated in hotels. But then with time, it became clear that we both did not have a clear understanding of this responsibility, such that we just agreed that we can part our ways in that way, because there was no way that I would relocate from Cape Town for a year's contract, because it would have meant, it would have been drastic economically for me and my children and all the like. So I think in terms of job hopping, that's the position, ma'am. I can comfortably say that, no, I'm a very reliable person and dependable. Budgetary constraints and removal of attention from office bearers. That's not necessarily what I am saying at all, madam. But what I am saying is the investigations that the public protector has to do. If you had seen the screen, there's a whole lot, maladministration, this and that, involving, including corruption and all those things. And I am saying what we need to do as the Office of the Public Protector is to be proactive in everything we do. If we allow, for example, if I may want to make an example of this very same case, that is a big one, in the Nkandla case, I am saying if we had been proactive, it might be that the expenses that, in fact, we ended up with as the country could have been prevented. So my emphasis in the main is, it doesn't matter whether it is a high-profile case, whether it is an ordinary person's case, but the issue is proactiveness. But yes, I am also saying that we need to have a bias towards ordinary people, because if we did that, we could have, for example, we could have managed to rescue some budget in favor, of all these service delivery related issues on the side. So I'm basically saying, because we have a complementary oversight responsibility, and if you have that responsibility, you need to be proactive in your approach. I'm not in any way saying that high-profile figures should not be investigated. In fact, they should be setting example wherever they are. And we need to be proactive even when it comes to the cases that relate to them. Honorable Bongo, Fitness and Proper and Corruption Watch, as a practitioner, I think this is a concern to me, in the sense that if you look at the advert for this position, it doesn't say we need somebody who has practiced. Number one. Number two, it says if you had not practiced, you must have this experience. And therefore, the challenge that I put to this responsibility is based on what is in that advert. That's what makes me think that, in fact, I am competent to take this responsibility. It is as a result of the requirements that are stated in that advert itself. My legal qualifications were put into test, as I had said, by my involvement in the Constitutional Assembly, drafting of this constitution, and therefore I know exactly where it comes from and its interpretation, therefore. And it might be that I could interpret it even better than a number of advocates that had practiced out there, because it had been for some years been my area of speciality. So I really do not understand why Corruption Watch would think that should in fact be used against a possibility of considering me for the position. ANC.
I need to come to the defense of Corruption Watch. They did their own investigation on all candidates, and they made comments, and I don't think their comments were prescriptive, but they were there to assist the committee. I think if you can note that.
Noted, ma'am. Thank you so much for the explanation. Impartiality and the ANC membership, Honorable Bongo. Yeah. I'm like saying, let me think, because I feel I've been answering this question. That's why I'm like saying, let me sit back. And if I may start by saying, perceptions, yes, count in these things. And therefore, you understand when there are perceptions. And secondly, if you look at the Bill of Rights, there's a provision there that also speaks to the right of freedom of association. I'm just raising this because when we apply for these positions, we apply moving from a society that had that in mind. And therefore, before the advert was out there, you had that freedom of association with anyone. And I'm just thinking that when we look at this question, that's also one thing that we need to think of, that we are dealing with people who are from that society and that were given these particular rights by the very same constitution that we are saying it must be protected. And also, I have emphasized that the moment you take a particular responsibility and you put challenge to it, that's the moment you reconcile yourself that here I am now serving a different audience. This is the office for the public. This is not the ANC office. It is the office for the public. It is the office that was put by the Constitution to serve the public. And I am putting this challenge to this position with that in mind, that I am here to serve the public. And besides, I've been in the positions of serving. Honorable Swartz had spoken to you before. I served different political parties. I've never had any political party complaining about my partiality or, failure to observe independence or the like. I've actually worked with politicians almost all my life, and I think they could attest to my being professional, to my respect for the position that I am given at a particular point in time, and more so, the respect for the constitutional independence that is given to this office, and serving people out there without fear, without prejudice. Honorable Sir, I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't get his name correctly. Horn. Honorable Horn. Yes, sir. In fact, what I've just said speaks to your question, sir, as well. Respect for the supremacy of the Constitution. Because the constitutional independence of this office is that which is contained in this very supreme document that I have no option but to respect. And in fact, the document that I was so passionate when it was drafted, and I was so taken up by this independence that comes after, a very long history of partiality of the judiciary that we had at the time. And that I said I was going to be the beneficiary of this constitution now, this very new constitution. And therefore, from the very word go, it's like, that's where I was breastfed, from that constitution. And as I say, this is not an ANC office. It's not an ANC office at all. It is a state office that has been given a responsibility to complement parliamentary oversight responsibilities. And therefore, I'm not the ANC employee once I take over this. In fact, I have never been in my life a party employee at all. Honorable Van Dam, OISD and the Secure and Comfort, was I ever asked to provide an advice on this matter? Yes, ma'am, except that I left when the merits of the report, in fact, at the time, the merits of the report had not been dealt with by Parliament, because I left here, it was when the fifth Parliament was coming in, because my last day was the 30th of May, and the 1st of June I started elsewhere. However, years before that, I was asked, and that was at a point where the report was referred to the presidency by the public protector and not to Parliament. And I remember I was in Seychelles when the report arrived, and I spoke to the office to check whether we have received a report, because the custom was that a report that comes to Parliament would be sent to the Speaker via the normal parliamentary channels, and the public protector would state in her letter that I would please ask the Speaker and the National Assembly to assist me in this fashion. And when I called, I had thought that we had received a report in that fashion, but the report had not arrived in Parliament, and nobody had the report. And the office finally got the copy of the report from the Joint Committee on Ethics. So there was a copy that was sent to the Joint Committee on Ethics. So we then asked the committee to give us a copy. But then there was no report that was sent to Parliament officially for the National Assembly to act on it at all. However, Ms. Mazibuko wrote a letter to the Speaker asking the Speaker to set up an ad hoc committee to deal with the report. So the Speaker requested us to advise him. My advice to him was, Speaker, I don't know how we are going to address this, because we have not officially received the report. And we don't know what the public protector has in mind, because in terms of the law, she has a right not to give us a report unless we ask for the report. So I said to him, there's no report to us from the public protector that has requested us to do anything about it, unless we can officially write to the public protector and say, can you provide us a copy of the report? So then my advice was then to the Speaker that I would advise that you advise Ms. Mazibuko that we have not officially received the report. So that basically that was the summary of my advice, that we just advise Ms. Mazibuko that we do hear about it from the media, but officially we have not received it as Parliament. What support would I have given to the office? When I came back from Seychelles, having noted that we have not received the report, I phoned. It was on a Sunday. I remember when I called the public protector, but her phone was on voicemail. I then called the CEO. I asked him that I believe you have not given us a report. Should we expect any report from you? And the response from him was that we have deliberately not sent a report to Parliament. And then I said to him, does that then mean you're not expecting us at this point in time to do anything about it? And then he said, yes, we are not expecting Parliament to be doing anything for us at this point in time. The CEO. The CEO. The wide powers. The wide powers of the public protector.
Okay. Honorable Van Dam, you want to probe that further?
Yes,
I don't like that discomfort on your face.
Yes, okay. So there was this report which was in the public domain, because I'm assuming at that time the public protector had a press conference, the document was available publicly. Did you not think then that what you should have done, because the document was available publicly, it was a highly controversial document, it involved the president, did you not think then that you should advise the Speaker that this document is publicly available. It is an issue which Parliament should have oversight over. Should we not then Google this document, find it, and deal with it as Parliament? Would that not have been the better legal advice, knowing that this document was in the public domain and Parliament was under obligation to deal with it? It's not enough to say the CEO of a public protector said, oh no, we're not sending it to you, okay, then hands off. As Parliament, we have an obligation, a constitutional obligation to deal with these matters. Shouldn't your legal advice have been then, the document is on the internet, we just need to Google it, we'll find this document and let us deal with it?
No, ma'am, we didn't have to Google it at all because we had a copy. As I say, we finally found a copy from the Joint Committee on Ethics. So we didn't have to go Google the report at all. The point that I'm trying to make is, in as much as Parliament, we have this oversight responsibility. There also are mechanisms in place as to how that should be done, which in fact were applicable in this case as well. If you're looking at the legal issues, when you're dealing with a matter, you look at procedural matters and see whether they are in order, and then you go to substantive matters and then see whether they're also in order, and then deal with your issue. If your procedural matters themselves are not in order, you, as a lawyer, you always cautious to say you do not want to be tackled on any technicality when you are dealing with a matter. As I said to you, I phoned and asked as to whether they wouldn't think that they must give us a copy of this. But the feeling on their part was that, no, we have deliberately not given you the copy. And as a lawyer, you then say, procedurally, my responsibility is to wait in as much as, in terms of the merits, I can sit and look at the report that I have now and wait for the procedural side to have been complied with. I think that would be my answer to that. White powers, ma'am, when I talk about white powers...
You are winding up, hey?
Yes, ma'am, I'm rounding up. It's her last question, and then Honorable Masondo.
Okay, no problem, ma'am.
Yes, her last question was on the public protector's wide powers. Even here, the point I am trying to drive home is there are a number of institutions supporting democracy, and all of them are looking at human dignity at the end of it of all. So now, when we carry out our responsibility as these offices, you need to be very clear that you are focusing on your mandate. Otherwise, you end up with what is said, the forum shopping. It happens to other institutions as well, not only in this office. And for an example, as the public protector, I don't think it would be proper for me to investigate a matter that is labor-related. A matter that where I would end up, making a finding of unfair dismissal, for an example. Even though it is a matter of the rights, but there are other, structures in government that have been given the budget to deal with matters that relate to that specific thing. So in fact, that is basically what I was trying to say, that we need to focus on the mandate that we have given for the enhanced value of the budget that we are given the scarcity of the resources that we have as the country. Honorable Masondo, academic record. Yes, as a lawyer, and in fact a constitutional lawyer who has also been involved in the Constitution, I'm able to interpret the Constitution, and with all these other management qualifications that I spoke to you about, project and program management, governance. But those, in fact, those two you would want to say some of my areas of speciality. And there was also a question on investigations as to how I hope, you know, given the fact that in my experience there's nothing that says investigations. When I was summarizing there, I said, in me, you get an all-rounder, and the last one was analytical skills. If you investigate, if you're an investigator, you've got to be critical of what is in front of you. If I am investigating you, say, for an example, I cannot just take a decision on the basis of what you say. I need to go deeper to what you say to me, in as much as I have to be going deeper to what is being said by the complainant. So I think investigations are all about that. And secondly, as the public protector, I would be having a team of investigators that would be specialized in various areas that I would only have to be giving, you know, that strategic direction to. Thank you.
You've covered every aspect that you wanted to cover.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We thank you for your patience once more, and we will be informing you in due course once all the processes have been completed. We thank you very much, and drive safely. Okay. Honorable Shivambu?
No, Chair, I wanted to raise an issue with regards to the person who's next in line as we release her, because I don't think we should interview the advocate Malunga in light of this confidential letter which you gave us when we started here, because it categorically says that he does not meet the security requirements for the post applied for. So it would be a futile exercise to
Honorable
interview such a person.
Honorable Shivambu, I hear you, sir. But in terms of how we've been getting the information, some of the information came after the shortlisting had taken place. And I don't think it will be fair to say, Advocate Malunga, we are not going to interview Advocate Malunga because of those reasons. I think we do need to interview Advocate Malunga, and we also need to ask him the questions that we've been asking. With all the different candidates. It depends on what matter, you know, is propping up, and then we ask those questions. If you don't mind, Honorable Shivambu, I think we need to stick to our program.
Chairperson,
I understand you, Shivambu, but
you have not listened to my argument now. If that is the case, why did you distribute this letter then that he is not suitable? Because it says he is not suitable. Why do we interview people who are not suitable? Who are not meeting the security requirements?
Just hold on
What
a
is the
sec,
use of
Honorable
doing that?
Shivambu. Honorable Shivambu, just hold on a sec. Ma'am, you are released. And we are sorry that we started deliberating on another candidate in your presence. Thank you very much, ma'am. You may leave. If we can just...
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, honorable members. And thank you, Mr. Chivambo, for your IT skills that assisted us.
I think we should give Honorable Shivambu a round of applause. Okay. Members, we have your dinner ready outside. And can we just briefly clarify that letter that was circulated? Every record, Honorable Shivambu, that all the information that we're getting on every candidate, we made sure that that information was distributed to all the members of the panel because we wanted this to be a process that members engage on, as much as they could. So that information that was circulated to you, it was not a mistake, it's the information that we received, and we then had to distribute that information. Now, the reason why it's important to go through that, it's because from the questionnaire of the advocate, that information is not in sync with that information that you have there. So it's important for us to establish facts when he comes here so that we can know exactly what is happening. I'm not sure if I answer your question, Honorable Shivambu. Honorable Swart?
Chair, shouldn't we now just have a discussion with him? Because remember, this is now on live television, and he might not have this information, and it might change his view of applying for this position if he realizes that we've got this information in front of us. So surely we should engage with him maybe informally beforehand and say this is the information now at our disposal.
I'm not sure. Is that the same information that we are talking about?
It has
Talking about
wide
that letter.
Chair, it has severe implications for his present position. It may have implications for his present position as well.
Yes, and you know what? I think, we've dealt with all sort of, I'm not sure why are we making an exception with Advocate Malunga. Number one, we must remember, when he was shortlisted, the view of the committee at the time was that let us shortlist Malunga because he is currently the deputy of the public, and you suggested. And I don't think it is fair not to bring him in to answer the questions. We have been doing that with every other candidate. And that will be my submission, my humble submission, members. Honorable Shivambu, Honorable Bongo, and Honorable Mwabe, sorry.
Chair, a letter from State Security is very different from the letters from the attorneys that came to object to the process. If there was a set criteria on who gets shortlisted, I think this could have been taken into consideration. And there's no speculation. It decidedly says here that he is not suitable for the position that, unless if we are undermining state security
let me
and say that Mafaba is not relevant.
Can I come in again? I said it to you, the information that we were getting, some of the information arrived much later on. And we made sure that all the information that we received went to the members. That information came after we had shortlisted, and that information came after even the arrangements for him to come had been done. So I don't think we should make a fuss on this one. We need to establish facts with him, irrespective of the fact that this is coming from the South African Security Council. I still believe that we need to go through the same processes, because we may actually find that he may actually have a different case. But it was important for us to give you this information. We could not hide this information from you, because this process is your process. This is a multi-party process, and every same of facts that I have as the chair, everyone else must have. Okay. Honorable Mwabe, you do want to say something, sir?
No, Chair, I'm
did
covered.
not you, I am, or you are covered?
I'm covered about what you
Thank you
said.
very much. Yes, Honorable Bongo?
Chair, I think there is no matter about this one. I think there are generally accepted principles of what we call natural justice. So he too must be afforded what we called audi ad temporem rules, where we have the other side of the story, we may have to get the other side of the story for the purpose of if he has a different version or a dispute over those matters. But we have a right as a committee to listen to his version of the stories. And I think that's what we've done with all other candidates. I think we must continue with that line and not waste more time, Chair. Can we break for the
I
big
am
lines?
now
Thank you.
making a ruling. Members, can you have your lunch and enjoy your lunch? Stretch. We have 25 minutes.
Lunch.
For who? For him. Okay, it's not a problem, thank you. Honorable members, can we reconvene? Bonani, if you could come this side. Thank you very much, Advocate Malunga. We are really, really sorry about, and you will understand these kinds of processes. No matter how much you try to stick to time, it's the members wanted to make sure that they get the best public protector. So they have to probe all candidates, and it is my duty as the chair to ensure that not a single member leaves this room feeling that they were deprived an opportunity to put questions to the next public protector. Having said that, I hope you do accept our apology. It's an ungodly hour to have an interview, but these things happen, and we hope that you will forgive us for that. Advocate, we sent you a letter, and in that letter, we requested you to prepare a 10 minutes presentation, and though we gave some kind of guidelines about what sort of areas you may cover, but ultimately, it is you making your case to South Africans and to the members here, and I'm going to give you that opportunity, and your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you, honorable members, and thank you, Dr. Koza. I appreciate this. This has been a long time coming for this institution in terms of where we are taking this institution forward and where we are taking South Africa forward, where we are taking Southern Africa forward, where we are taking Africa forward. I am Kevin Sfiso Malunga, currently Deputy Public Protector. I was born 42 years ago in Guabulawayo, in what was then Rhodesia, the son of a liberation fighter. And I have had a very long history of agitating and fighting for justice. I have had a very long and multifaceted career in government, academia, and supporting the judiciary and the private sector. And of course, the requirements of a deputy PP, as you know, are the same as those of being a public protector. So if you are a deputy public protector, you must be able to be a public protector in terms of what the requirements are. And of course, I have a very solid understanding of all levels of state, which is a critical requirement of being the public protector. And I've acted as PP 30 times in the past almost 4 years. Now, what is my role as Deputy Public Protector? What does this entail? Now, basically, you are the next level of authority at Public Protector South Africa. You provide strategic and administrative leadership to all branches of the institution nationally. You provide strategic leadership and direction of the Administrative Justice and Service Delivery branch. You lead investigation teams in conducting investigations of all state organs. You chair alternative dispute resolution sessions between complainants and state organs. And of course, I've led investigation teams, some of the most demanding. And of course, I'm a pro-Africanist, quite naturally. I'm a pro-Africanist. I love this continent. I love what we're trying to achieve. And of course, just last week, we were approached by the AU Advisory Board on Corruption, who wanted to get our counsel as to how we are doing this as Public Protector South Africa. Now, what does the mandate of the Public Protector entail? You recall that the Public Protector is explicitly mentioned in the Chapter 14 of the National Development Plan. We exercise complementary oversight with Parliament over the executive. And in terms of Section 181, the Public Protector must investigate alleged impropriety in state affairs. The Public Protector is independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law. And the Public Protector must be impartial and exercise their functions without fear, favor, or prejudice. And in terms of Section 182, we investigate, we report, and we take remedial action. And the courts have clarified that very clearly. They're very wide terms in terms of the mandate of the Public Protector. It's not a nebulous concept. It's very clear in terms of what it requires. Maladministration and alternative dispute resolution in terms of the Public Protector Act. And then, of course, there's the enforcement of the executive ethics under what we call EMIR, the Executive Ethics Members Ethics Act, and the Executive Ethics Code. And of course, there's an anti-corruption mandate as conferred by the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act. There's whistleblower protection under the Protected Disclosures Act. And of course, we investigate on our own initiative or upon receipt of a complaint any alleged abuse or unjustifiable exercise of power that results in improper prejudice to another person. I won't stay long on the issue of vision, mission, and organizational purpose. This particular presentation can be found and distributed to honorable members. Now, how do we operate as an institution? Now, the constitutional mandate of the Public Protector to investigate and report on improper conduct or improprieties in state affairs translates to a multi-pronged approach in handling complaints. And we seek to correct transgressions by organs of state. And of course, here we ask for questions. What happened? What should have happened? Is there a discrepancy that constitutes maladministration? And what is the remedy in question? And you'll see that there's a distinction between service failure and conduct failure. And conduct failure is what the public is more aware of in terms of our investigations. Bribery or fraud, favoritism, nepotism, and so forth, conflict of interest. Now, but by far the greater number is in service failure. Now, why do we need an effective Public Protector? Now, the jurisdiction of the Public Protector over all state organs places the Public Protector in a unique position to prevent and correct maladministration, abuse of power, etc. Now, obviously, the importance of a high-impact, highly accessible Public Protector will address service delivery challenges, conduct failure challenges, and economic and socio-political implications of maladministration and corruption. Now, you recall that litigation is out of the reach of most South Africans. It's financially prohibitive, and of course, we are also an anti-corruption agency. And the stats tell a story here in terms of why there is a need. In 2014-15, we finalized about 20,231 cases. In 2013, the load was over 37,000. And 39% of matters involve undue delay, 29% maladministration, and so forth, and so on. And this is what ordinary South Africans have to contend with. And tender and procurement irregularities, fraud and corruption are, I would say, one of South Africa's biggest threats in terms of its economy and its socioeconomic stability. Now, what do you need for a Public Protector? the ideal characteristics. Personal integrity. And it's something that I am constantly thriving, and I believe I'm a person of integrity. I'm an eternal optimist. I believe that I will learn from my own mistakes and those of others. A constant renewal, institutionally and personally. Now, you've got to have a full understanding of how the state works. You must be comfortable in the public eye. You must be able to...
Excuse me,
Yes.
Advocate,
Yes.
you have 2 more minutes to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You also have to be able to inspire public confidence. Now, you also have to have strong negotiation and mediation skills, human management skills. I'm fluent in terms of effective communication skills. I'm fluent in about 5 South African official languages spoken and written: Zulu, Ndebele, Swati, and Xhosa, and Sotho and Tswana. You've got to have a strong grassroots appeal working with ordinary people. There's a fit and proper requirement. The courts have clarified what it means to be a fit and proper person. And I'm a duly admitted as an advocate of the High Court of South Africa and have no impediment to practicing as such. And of course, a citizen of the Republic of South Africa. Now, this is not an office job. I put up some pictures there. I won't have to have time to talk about them. But you get out there. You know, there's a picture there, up there, with the informal community of Kennedy Road, in the middle of a service delivery protest, in the middle of a burnt-out school in Kopela village, there in the middle of the community of Esgodlweni in Eastern Cape, at the bottom there with an old age pensioner at the city of Johannesburg who had a complaint, giving back to a house to a pensioner in Hammanskraal. Those are the things that we do. And what will I do differently if this is given to me? In addition to the corrective interventions of the PP, we will also prevent bad governance practices. We will also, I intend to have a good governance manual within a year of taking office, which will ensure that we also insist that state organs make sure that they don't make the mistakes. In other words, ahead of time. We increase collaboration and referrals with other institutions supporting democracy. I actually am leading a project with what is known as the FISD, where we are going to have a united system, a data sharing system, a case referral system, and so forth. Of course, the other issue is obviously I will insist on saving money. In other words, we've been criticized for not optimizing our resources. In other words, not using our resources optimally in a manner that is, and of course, I will professionalize the training of investigators and so forth and so on. Case management is one of the challenges that the institution faces, and we really need to get that right. So I stand for continuity, stability, institutional memory. I've done this for almost 4 years as Deputy Public Protector, and of course, my allegiance is to this document here, this Constitution, nothing else. This is what I will answer to, and this is what I've been doing. And of course, we will ensure that there is a smooth transition, that staff morale is maintained or enhanced, because the essence of being a public protector is about...
Honorable Malunga,
Okay,
Advocate Malunga.
Thank you.
Your 10 minutes actually is over.
Thank you.
But I am going to give you 60 seconds on a point of privilege just to complete your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. That is very gracious of you. I'm saying that I'm a continuity candidate. There's institutional memory. The public protector has never been what it is today. And partly it's because of the ability to galvanize and energize that team. And once that goes, honorable members, I can assure you it will not be the same. So I'm asking you that you give me an opportunity to take this institution forward, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you very much, Advocate Malunga. Last time, members, remind me, did I start from the right or from the left? From which side am I starting now? From this side now, that way. Okay, members, at least we are together. Huh? Okay. Honorable Motapa, Honorable Bongo, Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Tseke, Honorable Van Dam, Honorable Masondo, is your hand up? Then I'm done. Okay. You have your hand up? No. Oh, then I have Honorable Maisela. In that order, members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, Advocate Malunga.
Good evening, Honorable Matapo.
How are you?
Oh, ngiyaphila, ma'am.
No,
Yeah.
thanks so much.
Yeah.
Advocate Malunga, on page 10 of the questionnaire, 3.4, do you have it?
No, I don't have it, but I do remember.
Okay.
You can go through it, yeah.
Yes. There is a question relating to your previous place of employment.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes, but what you have written here, you marked yes, but the facts here differ from what appears in Business Day that you were dismissed based on something related to a probationary period. So the position of a public protector require honesty and reliability. So by not fully disclosing these facts, are you not trying to disadvantage yourself so that as a committee we don't take you as very, very reliable and honest?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson.
You're done. Honorable Pongo?
Good evening, sir.
Thank you, Bongo.
I have a few questions that I just want you to generally to make comments. And I must say this, that some of these questions arises from the public comments and from other stakeholders that we might have interacted with. I think the first one is at a general level. I want you to share with us your understanding of the independence of the public protector. I'm asking this question because it is expected to act without fear, favor, or prejudice. And we have had views as members of parliament and so on about binding nature in the past and so on, but we have never seen your real position when I said deputy. You were just lukewarm about your position in terms of where the office is going. Secondly, the questionnaire that we're given, section number 3.1, it requires that you provide the committee with any circumstances that you may have. They may be financial or otherwise. I see you have a business interest in Mbube, a company called Mbube. I want you to share with the committee your relations with respect to that. There's a general complaint about your movements. Born in Zimbabwe, studied in Swaziland, and studied in the KZN, and later studied in some university in London. I think I want you to share with the committee around that. And under 3.1 again, there's a matter that was raised about you. It's a matter which was withdrawn in a court, but you were charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. And that was in 2012. I see it was subsequently withdrawn, but it is not a matter that you disclose to the committee. And you know very, very well yourself, as a matter of fact, that the Public Protectors Act requires that the person who must take the office must be fit and proper. That will include, among others, being honest, disclosing all material facts, and so on. I think, Chair, I will stop there for now.
Yes, Honorable Glenis Breitenbach,
Advocate Breitenbach.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Malunga. Good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Breitenbach.
How are you?
Very well, thanks.
Good. I have a couple of questions. The first one is the circumstances under which you left WITS.
Yes.
You chose not to disclose that. I'd like you to explain why, and why you thought that you shouldn't disclose it in the interests of full disclosure. Latching on to the Honourable Bongo's question about fit and proper. Okay. Then I see that you've been busy with your doctorate for some time. It sounds very impressive on paper. Candidate for a Doctor of Juridical Science from the University of Wisconsin, the Madison Law School, USA, but that's been quite some time now, and it doesn't seem to be much closer to completion. If you could just update me on that.
Okay.
And why it's taking so long. A bright young man like yourself. And then finally you made some rather contentious comments about particularly opposition parties dashing to the courts. Why else would they shows the weak state of opposition politics in South Africa. I take it that was before the 3rd of August. Why else would they constantly abuse...
2008 or so.
Yeah. Why else would they constantly abuse what is a critical branch of the government to settle political scores? I'd like to know if you still hold that view, and whether you held that view when we dashed to the Constitutional Court on the Nkandla issue. So if you could clear that up for me, please. And then finally, in your motivational section of the questionnaire, you seem to be suggesting that that the public protector is not the pin around which the office of the public protector revolves, and you seem to be a little miffed that that she got more attention perhaps than other people. And if that's not so, then you must explain that paragraph to me, where you have in capital letters, we have been able to create one of the most trusted, credible. Public protector is not in capital letters the product of one person. So explain to me what you meant by your emphasis. And you seem to suggest that only you can be the next public protector to ensure continuity. Now clearly if you remain as the deputy public protector, then you'll be there to ensure continuity. Or are you suggesting that you wouldn't support a new appointment? Okay, thank you.
I think it was me.
Yes? Honorable
Second.
Van Dam. No.
Is it not
Oh,
Seki?
is it Seka or Van Dam? Oh, Honorable.
I think it's me. Oh, thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, Advocate Malunga.
Good evening.
There's a complaint filed against you that needs agent intervention by the South African Roadies Association in respect of Section 3, subsection 13 of the Constitution. Can you comment on the matter? Hence, we are taking the inputs of the civil society into consideration. We've got documents that proves that. And the other issue, Chair, it's during your tenure as the DPP, there are a lot of offices that have been closed, the regional offices that have been closed, and I regard those offices as being closer to our communities, especially the rural communities. And I understand that you had a lot of financial constraints in the Public Protector's Office, But my view is that those people, the rural poor, the disadvantaged, cannot be able to access your services because they have to, drive. Others are not having cars, but they have to report these cases far away from their areas where they're staying. I'll just want to give an example. There was a regional office in Siabuswa in Mpumalanga, and that office was closed down. And imagine a person staying in Kachibane, which is plus minus 400 kilometers away from your provincial office in Nelspruit. How would you respond to that matter, Advocate Malunga? The other question is relates to if you are appointed actually as the public protector, how would you respond to a complaint and a financial impropriety, an allegation actually of financial impropriety against a public office bearer of the National Legislative Arm? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Fanda.
Thanks, Chair. Good evening, Advocate Malunga.
Good evening.
In 2012, May 2012 to October 2012, you worked as an advisor for the then Minister of Justice, Jeff Radebe. And one of your tasks was the Traditional Courts Bill. You also drafted legislation, wrote speeches for the minister, formulated policy. How involved were you with the drafting of the Traditional Courts Bill? Chair, can you please indulge me? Can I ask that he responds? And then I have a follow-up. Whether he was involved in the drafting of the Traditional Courts Bill, yeah.
Were you involved in the drafting of the traditional?
We were trying to present it to this house, actually. So
the question is, were you involved?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Right, okay. So if I remember quite clearly in 2012, that bill was then tabled in the NCOP. And it was a bill that was hugely at odds with the Constitution. How do you think we can trust you to be the public protector if you will oversee the presentation of legislation in Parliament that is at odds with the Constitution? But as a public protector, you're required to, as part of your duties, to protect the Constitution. So how can we trust you if you bring legislation to Parliament that is hugely at odds with the Constitution?
I'm with you, Ms. Van Dam. Can I respond now?
Not yet. She wanted if you can jot down those questions. There is just something that I think is going to be very important for the committee, Advocate Malunga. If you could just give us the chronological sequencing. I'm trying to do a map on your life as presented here, and some of the facts that have subsequently come to our attention. I see that in 1998, you completed your bachelor in law at the University of Swaziland, right? Then in 2000, you did your LLB at the University of Natal, South Africa, and if you could kindly assist us with that, because as you know, there were two campuses then. Are you a graduate from the Durban campus? Because I'm a graduate of the University of Natal, so I just want to get that clarity from you. Is it from Durban or Pietermaritzburg?
Pietermaritzburg.
Okay, all right, thank you. But then this is now 2000. Then you were I'm assuming that you were already in South Africa in 2000.
Yes.
You were actually a full-time student there.
At Natal, yes.
Am I correct?
Yes, that's the year of completion.
Oh, okay, all right. Then, that's your year of completion. And when did you actually go to the University of Natal?
99 and 2000, yes.
Oh, it was so you finished in 1998 in Swaziland?
Yes, 99, 2000, it's a 2-year LLB.
Or, so in 1999, you came to KwaZulu-Natal, where you did your, in Maritzburg, where you did your LLB.
Yes.
Thank you. Then in 2001, you then went to the University of the Georgetown University Law Center. And I assume that is in the US?
Washington, D.C.
Okay. And in 2002, you were still in the US?
Correct.
Okay. And
On
then-
study leave from the University of Natal.
Okay, all right. No. Now, I am trying to reconcile that chronological sequencing. We have an information here that is coming from the state security, where they are advising us that you were born in Zimbabwe.
Yes.
And you entered the Republic of South Africa in February 2005.
No, that's incorrect.
And that is what we have here. And you were naturalized in November 2010. Now, if you could kindly clarify that aspect. And again, I also wanted to know, do you have dual citizenship? Because the last time I knew, Uncle Bob did not allow that, or you've denounced your Zimbabwean citizenship. This has serious implication, I advocate, and it's going to be very important that you answer this question as honestly as possible.
Yes, no, correct.
Thank
yes. Yes, no, I denounced the Zim citizenship, and of course, I will have to follow up if that was approved.
Did you denounce it, sir?
In 2010.
You denounced it in
Yes,
2010?
yes, I did.
And when did you get the South African citizenship?
2010.
You got the South African citizenship in 2010?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All
So
right.
I have
can
family on
give you
both
the
sides.
opportunity
Yeah.
to respond to the first round of questions. I just wanted that chronology for the record.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, advocate, before I give you the opportunity to respond, can I take Honorable Maisela? I'm so sorry. That head of Honorable Motapo does injustice to you, Honorable Maisela. Okay, Honorable Maisela. Okay, no, that is fine. No, these questions were more as a matter of record because
absolutely.
I wanted to clarify the chronological sequencing of events because I
Absolutely.
was getting confused as I was trying to put together all your facts that you
That's
put
fine,
forward.
madam.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, advocate.
All right, thank you. Honorable Mutapo, you'll have noticed that the declaration says yes. There's no denial, right? There's no denial. And actually, that was the best thing that ever happened to me as a person. Now, I remember Honorable Floyd Shibambo was SRC president during those period. And he ran in with a lot of the administration at the time on the lack of transformation and all those challenges. And I was a bit of a lone ranger at the time to say, look, and we had lots of run-ins at the time to a point where most of it was about the Hlophe issue. And eventually I lost interest and I set up my own consultancy, which Honorable Bongo has alluded to, Mube Consultancy, which is not active currently, by the way. And eventually it was, unfortunately, a parting of ways, which I think was not the tidiest and the cleanest. But in hindsight, it's the best thing that ever happened to me in the sense that I was able to move on to other things and do the best for the people of this country, do the best for public service. Now, there was a time when we were actually being told how to think, you know. This is not the law we teach. And people used to say, black man, you're on your own. I don't want to racialize this, but people used to say, black man, you're on your own. And we came through, I came through a lot at the time. And, you know, sometimes some things come as a blessing in disguise. You know, Oprah Winfrey was told she will never make it on TV. And
Responding to which question?
I'm responding to Honorable Mutapo.
Oh, okay.
And I'm just highlighting why. So I didn't want to give you a composition. I just gave you a background. And what I'm highlighting is the fact that I think, in hindsight, maybe I should have made a longer disclosure. But I didn't want to go into. All I said was, okay, let me declare yes. And of course, that answers Honorable Breitenbach's issue. At the time, and of course, what the Business Day journalist, Fiona Ford, doesn't say. By the way, Fiona Ford is the journalist who told the country that Kgalema Motlanthe has a child with a 24-year-old in 2009. And of course, I'd love to see that child.
Keep to
But the point is,
let's keep to the relevance of the questions
but
you
the
are asked, Advocate.
yes, the point I'm making is there has been, that was a very vicious attack on me as a person. And when that journalist called me, she said she doesn't have any mandate to say anything good about me. But anyway, let me proceed to Honorable Seke.
Hold on a sec, Advocate. Members, when they are beginning to hurtle me, I must listen. I'm
Yes.
so scared of these members.
Yeah.
Honorable Bong and Honorable Breitenbach, I hear some noise coming there. What's that?
No, Chair. Oh, can start.
No. I wanted to make sure because they wanted my attention. I give you the attention, Honorable Floyd, and when you asked for my attention, and I could see they wanted my attention, and that is why I had to interrupt Advocate Malunga.
It's late, and we've been here a long time, and to not curtail the answers, but if Mr. Malunga could restrict himself to answering the questions,
Okay.
it would be very helpful.
Okay.
The members are requesting you to stick to the
Okay.
relevant answers.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Honorable Chair. My apologies, Honorable members. I had to give you the background because sometimes people see the face of something and they say, oh, okay, this is what I'm reading. And Honorable Breitenbach, with the SJD, I decided to link it to the current work that I'm doing in terms of the administrative justice work that I'm doing, and my supervisor agreed. So I'm hoping that this year, hopefully, finally, this can be my year of completion. And of course, with regard to the issue of the courts issue, when I was interviewed for Deputy Public Protector, the late Dean Smuts and the Honorable Schaefer pulled out that article to say, but are you going to be objective? And at the time, of course, I must say, I even conceded back then that, look, I think perhaps I was a bit too presumptuous because now it's part of the system where people go to court and of course, it's a democratic right to do so. And even before she passed away, she said to me, you know, I think you were right. You really stuck to your promise. And it's something that we actually discussed back then. If you look at the record of that interview for Deputy Public Protector, that was raised. Yes, and I think Honorable Swart can confirm that. And Honorable Seke, the South African Roadies Association is a long-standing complaint in the institution of the Public Protector, which basically involves the Roadies Association and their application for funding. It's been a long, protracted issue. We managed to I managed to unlock 1 million of funding per year in writing. And under successive DGs, DG Kaba, Minister Paul Mashatile, but the roadies were still not happy. They were still not happy, and of course I had to bring in Honorable Tom, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Arts and Culture, to determine, because what I was saying, and the first complaint was actually sent to Mr. Romano. He can confirm. He is, as secretary of the Portfolio Committee on Arts, on Justice, where it was, they were complaining to say, we are not happy with the money we're getting. And we said, we can't budget for you as public protector. So eventually, the Portfolio Committee got involved, and it's a work in progress. Mr. Nyatela is quite a very colorful complainant, and sometimes doesn't understand that state funds cannot just be dispersed just like that. And Honorable Seke, I also agree with you regarding the issue of closure of regional offices. I'm very, very much concerned about reaching out to the ordinary masses. That's something that I have been doing. In fact, that is what I do when I lead administrative justice. And it's very important that we manage that space quite importantly. And if I am to succeed in this role, we will actually go out in terms of outreach. Outreach is one way of saving money. You go out there, and then you bring the issues back to the office. And of course, and back to Ms. Van Dam's question, the Traditional Courts Bill. I must say, ma'am, that was one of the most difficult projects I've ever had, partly because you had to reconcile two competing interests. There was civil society on the other side, baying for our blood, saying, but you can't push this. And eventually it failed. I do concede, it did fail. But what we were trying to do, at least at the time, was try and salvage it. We're trying to at least, and even right now there's that gap, that lacuna, in terms of managing the issue of how do you manage the relationships and of course, Honorable Bongo's question regarding the travel issue. You know, to travel is to see. Now, I just want to highlight the fact that I've got family both in South Africa and Zimbabwe, and I travel both places very frequently. So if the South African Security Agency doesn't understand that, I feel sorry for them, because that is the policy of Africanism, the African Union. We are a free country. You know, people can, if for example, someone was traveling to Germany, would they raise the same issue? Would they ask the same question if I was traveling to Ireland every other week? So those are some of the challenges that we need as Africans to love ourselves. We need to get into that space where we take this institution forward and take it as a proud African value that says, what do we want to see going ahead in this institution? So I travel overseas to study, to open my eyes. And it was a great experience. And I will continue traveling, because that's basically something that enhances me as a person. It edifies me. I learn through various cultures and so forth. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm very proud of that.
Thank you, honorable members. Is that a follow-up question?
I'm not answering.
Honorable Shivambu, you are going to wait. Let me just take these members. Honorable Van Dam and Honorable Bongo, they seem to have follow-up questions.
My question's actually a clarity-seeking question.
It looks like everyone who has a follow-up question
It's not a
on you,
follow-up.
on
It's
you,
not a follow-up,
Agumani.
it's to you. It's to you.
Yes.
Mine is a clarity-seeking question from yourself, Chair, and maybe the legal advisor. Now, the state security says Mr. Malunga did not meet the requirements. he only applies for top secrets. He only qualifies for confidential, and what he needs is top secret. Which legislation requires the public protector to have this clearance? On what basis is this done? I just want to know which legislation says this.
Honorable Van Dam, part of the reason why we are probing Advocate Malunga, it is because the Constitution specifically mentions the issue of citizenship, that you have to be a South African, hang on a sec, a South African citizen. In as far as these specific issues that the security agency is referring to, at this stage, I do not have clarity on those answers. And part of the reason why I actually wanted to get Mr. Malunga on record on these matters, it's because after this, we will also have to get clarity as the committee, because some of the statements that are made here are very, they are very difficult to really ascertain, you know, what exactly do they mean. We never, and you must remember that Advocate Malunga was shortlisted on the strength of him being the current public protector. This information only came up long after we took that decision. So that's where we are standing right now. Okay, are you happy with that?
I was not asking about his citizenship.
No, you are asking about this whole thing about top secret. It's related to that, and that is why I am saying to you, these are the issues that we have to engage going forward, having received the information from Advocate Malunga during the interview. Is that clear, member? Kind of. Okay,
Thank
no
you,
problem.
Chair.
Yes, Advocate Bongo?
Thank you, Chair. I think the reason why we had allowed Advocate Malunga to come, we need to test this information with him. We test this information against what he says. Later on in the deliberations, we'll take a position and a posture on what is the committee's view. But my questions are not answered, Chair. I've asked specific questions that.
Okay, I was getting to you.
Let me repeat for your convenience. One question was that the non-disclosure of material facts. One, it relates to a driving under the influence, which was in 2012. And the questionnaire requires you to disclose under subsection 3.1. That disclosure is not there. A disclosure in terms of what Honorable Mutapo has raised. We don't want a narrative of what has happened, but we want to know, because we're just testing the fit and properness of the of your candidates in terms of the disclosure, because this position needs an honest person, a person with integrity, and a person whom the public can rely on.
Okay.
Honorable Bongo, you have made your point.
Okay, can I respond to Honorable Bongo quickly, ma'am?
You have a point, Honorable Bettenbach?
It's really the same point as Honorable Bongo. I asked a question about why the reason for him leaving WITS wasn't disclosed, and that was also not been answered. So
okay.
while he's
And
answering that,
can I also remind members that sometimes candidates do not respond to the questions that we are asking them the way we expect them to respond. And of course, it does work to your disadvantage, and maybe you will have to try and make sure that you listen carefully to the questions and answer the questions accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Honorable Bongo, first and foremost, sometime in 2012, I was stopped at a roadblock in Joburg by a police officer who then sort of winked at me and said, you know, the cold drink, mentioned cold drink and so forth. And I had an altercation with him. And I said, you know what, I don't pay cold drink. I don't do cold drink. And even up to this very day, I don't do cold drink. Hence, what you mentioned, that it was dropped because there was nothing. And that's what it is. It's not the first time it has happened to me. Even earlier this year, actually, I had an incident of that nature. So I didn't feel the need to highlight something that doesn't exist in law because it's of no consequence. And of course, we get that all the time as motorists going on the road. I don't have a criminal record. Simple as that. The issue of Honorable Breitenbach, I've highlighted Breitenbach, the kind of environment that, yes, and of course, I must admit, it was an oversight not to provide detail, and that I'll concede, but at the end of the day, what I want honorable members to understand is the fact that we are coming from a very, very conflicted history in terms of these institutions. And it's something that has improved quite drastically, I must say. And I personally, the other thing that I will concede, Honorable Breitenbach, is that I was partly at fault there, but in terms of my responses at the time, because it got so aggravated and very nasty. But if we don't listen to some of these things that are happening in higher institutions of higher education, come 10 years from now, we will have those problems over and over again. So I was just one of the people who fell into that system at the time, which is quite toxic and difficult. But I hope I've answered some of the questions, most of the questions. Thanks.
I would like to proceed, members, because even myself, the more I'm trying to listen to you, the more I get somehow lost. It's either you are speaking above my head or you are speaking far below my head. Honorable Shivambu, Honorable Swart, and Honorable Mwabe, and finally, Honorable Kuranov. In that order, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening, Advocate Malunga. Sure, thanks. I'm not much concerned, Chair, about the going-ins at Wits University because most of these liberal white institutions have got an institutional culture that is resistance to black progress, whether it's students or academics. There's a culture of paging black people who seem to be making progress. So even if there's no case from, or there's a case from Wits University, I would believe any black person who says that it was a racist activity, because that is what they do in UCT, in Tekis, in Stellenbosch. All these universities that are historically white are mostly racist. They've got an institutional culture that is resistant to transformation. But I think that we are egg-walking around the advocate here. And I think we cautioned earlier when we started, Chair, please allow me to indulge you a bit that it's the day of the interviews and then you circulate the letter from the State Security Agency that says that he is not suitable to occupy the office of the public protector. He is not afforded an opportunity first to deal with that substantially. And you establish here that some of the issues that are mentioned in this letter from the State Security are not necessarily factual. And it's not our responsibility to dispute a security clearance process. It's a different platform that deals with that. That is why I initially proposed that perhaps we should not interview him because there's a state security letter which is extremely prejudicial. Like it disadvantages him altogether from even being considered for this responsibility because we have circulated the letter without giving him a fair hearing, because this is something that could have been challenged in court to say that some of the things that you have said here is extremely prejudicial. It disadvantages him altogether from fairly participating in this particular process. Either the state security agency is irresponsible or those who circulated the letter are extremely irresponsible. It's one of the things that we have to admit that it's wrong. If there was a set criteria on who do we interview here, we should have said that let us do the security clearance for all the people, and then we tell them that you are not shortlisted, we are shortlisted, but there's a security issue around you. Can you please clarify it before we interview you, so that we do not get into clashes on issues of suitability to occupy office, because it says confidential and it says no, some of the issues that require him to occupy the office of the public protector are top secret. Basically saying that we do not know what are the other reasons that are being given that Kevin Malunga cannot be a public protector. So even if we ask questions to him of how is he going to deal with issues of continuity, he's prejudiced. He's extremely prejudiced in terms of him occupying the office of the public protector. Nevertheless, I wanted to, the only issue which I'm worried about, I asked the advocate Mamiki Goodman about the public differences with the sitting public protector when you are a deputy public protector. Because we must never ever undermine organizational harmony, particularly of a Chapter 9 institution that must be held in high regard. Once a public protector and a deputy protector are disagreeing in public, it will weaken the faith that people have in such an institution. I know in the past he had differences with the public protector when he was a deputy public protector. What was the context of your differences, and why did you choose to go in public to disagree with a sitting public protector? Where was the wisdom in that? When you know that it opens up space for so many wrong elements that had characterized the office itself as reactionary, as CIA agents, as agents of counter-transformation, counter-revolution, and all sorts of things. And in the middle of that, you say, no, we're disagreeing with the public protector. Where was the wisdom in that? Like, I think that is one of the things, that is my concern about him. Otherwise, we can talk about the other issues of how do you expand access to the public protector, but he's extremely prejudiced. I do not know how we're going to help him. Maybe he must resort to a different process of clearing his name, and then we then have an engagement on how we deal with these issues. We must not egg walk around him and pretend like all is well. Mahlobo is saying there's a problem. What do we do?
Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I similarly have these concerns as expressed by Mr. Shivamba, because if you go back to Advocate Malunga's interviews for the Deputy Public Protector's position, none of these issues were raised then. And surely the screening is as relevant then as it is today, because a Deputy Public Protector would have had to have the same screening. And so it seems very strange to me that suddenly on the 4th of August we get this letter that says he doesn't qualify, and he's the front runner for the Public Protector's position, and that is why we recommended him to be shortlisted. So it is a major concern. If at the stage when this Parliament appointed Advocate Malunga as the Deputy Public Protector, he had to have a certain screening, why wasn't it dealt with then? 4 years ago, he's already acted as the Public Protector 30 times. Now at this very last moment, there's a concern about his security clearance. And it just doesn't seem right to me. On the second page of this letter, it indicates that there's the appointed candidate should complete a Z-something form in order to conduct the necessary vetting. So maybe, Advocate Malunga, you can help us. Have you done any security clearances? Just, you know, and again, you need to consider your position. But my concern is when we, as the Justice Committee, interviewed you way back then, help me, but I seem to recall this issue was never ever raised. Why then Did the State Security Agency not raise the issue then with all the candidates? Because what would have happened if the public protector had have resigned and you had to be appointed as the public protector as an interim measure, as you've done 30 times? Surely then you'd have access to information that would require this clearance. So, Chair, we are in a bit of a dilemma. I hope I've given you an indication of our dilemma that we are faced with. And to be fair and just to Advocate Malinga, how can we expect him to respond to this at this last minute? But maybe that is something for you just to think about, particularly our last, and I think I'm the only member here that was there then, and I do not recall any of these issues being raised 4 years ago. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Swart, I think definitely we will have to take issue the same way as we've afforded all the members, all the candidates, where there were allegations and there were issues that of concern that were coming up. We brought them to the attention of advocates, of the candidates. And I think there is going to be a process because we also need answers from the State Security Agency, because this has wide implications. I agree with you 100% that we have to establish what are the real issues here. And that is why I was trying to establish the facts from his side, so that when we engage with them, at least we can ask them, then why didn't you raise these issues before? Because this came later on. Probably even shortlisting him, we shortlisted him, and I don't think we were wrong when we did so. We applied our minds on the basis of the information we had then. Thank you. Honorable Mncwabe.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to Advocate Malunga Mhlekazi. Chair, let me first comment on the issue of the security clearance. I want to caution members that we do not discuss this matter so much to an extent that it might prejudice Advocate Malunga's right to take this matter further. Because since it has been disclosed to him, he's got all rights to take the matter further. And on our side, we can continue with our job. And maybe towards the end of the process, we call upon the state security representative to come and clear some certain confusions to us. But now that it has been disclosed to him, he's got all rights to take whatever route if he thinks that he might be prejudiced. But let me come back to my question, Chair. Mhlekazi, I'm looking at your CV, and we have done a lot in such a period of time. And I'm confused in other areas where you spend 1 year, the next year you are this, you are overseas, you are in Ethiopia, you are in Accra. But I'm concerned with your legal practice experience. Yes, you are admitted as an advocate, but it's not indicated whether did you serve a pupillage where, under which advocate, are you a member of which bar? Obviously, it's not clear whether you practice as an attorney or serve articles of clerkship. That's my only worry, because as I see your CV and listen to you speaking, I mean, honestly, I can sense why my colleagues are somehow confused. You speak like a pure academic, and your questions are pure academic. And one has been trying to follow your analysis or interpretation of the law. Well, I get left behind. Maybe if you can clarify to me your legal practice. You are a product of which man? Because lawyers will tell you I'm a product of this, of that. I can also tell you I'm a product of Comforting Gidi and Teaching Madonsela. Maybe one can be, Chair will be interested to get that part. I've got the academic one, and I think it's powerful, but the practical interpretation of the law and looking at the nature of the office that you are contesting. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Kuranov.
Thank you. Chairperson, just to get back to this letter, There's one sentence here that says, this post requires a security clearance to the level top secret. But that's not in the Act. Now, I want to know, and maybe I'll pose that question to the legal advisors when we meet again. They must tell us, where does this come from? So we need to know that. At least we need some clearance. My question to the advocate is, you say that you get about 26,000 complaints a year. I want to know how many are outstanding and what's the reasons.
Honorable Van Dam, you wanted to go back to the issue that's got to do with this letter.
Honorable Conroff is asking the exact same question I asked earlier.
No, but that question has been asked.
It hasn't been answered, actually. Can the legal advisor then tell us then which legislation?
No, I
requires-
said it to you. I said it to you. This is going to require a follow-up with the legal advisor. We need to get all those issues together. His matter will have to come before the committee at our next meeting. Because nobody is going to have those answers tonight. Because I also did not have the answers prior to us coming here. Because it came very late. And I didn't know what to do with the information. Okay, thank you. Members, Honorable Maisela.
Other things, I've just got a general. All right, so, advocate, you said that service delivery here manifests themselves in various ways, and so it's either there is defective service delivery or no service delivery at all. And these challenges that recurs in government should be that the national, provincial, and local government, it is a challenge that recurs in government, that is national, provincial, and local government. The state has a huge budget to deliver services to the people, but this continue to be a host, this continue to be a host of challenges which ultimately show through instability such as service delivery protest and destruction of property. Why didn't you investigate the service delivery flashpoints before they ban? It would have been very useful, for example, to investigate the act of omission on the part of NSFAS that resulted in countrywide student protest. It would have been interesting again to know that remedial action could have resulted in favor of the poor students from such investigations, given the fact that education is one of the current priorities of the country. Instead of public protector's office being turned into a tool of crime busting, it would have been a useful tool of service delivery investigation. If you are appointed, what would you prioritize? Crime busting or service delivery investigation? We must learn to prioritize priorities. Thank you.
Okay, Advocate Malunga, I think we will just give you the opportunity to respond, but I still do want to register my concern around the chronological sequencing of most of the information that you've presented to us. Some of it, to me, it's not necessarily academic. It is simply doesn't tally that well. And maybe it's something that you may have to look at some stage. But there's also another thing that I think maybe in your answers you will have to respond. I do tend to avoid politically correct statements for whatever that it is worth. The issue here, and I think we have to be fair because all candidates that we seem to have had an issue with their employer or whatever, we needed to get exactly what actually happened. Wits University, whether it's a liberal university or whatever,
We can give it whatever name. They terminated you during the probationary period. And when you are terminated during the probationary period, it's very important for you to disclose what, because most instances, I've been CEOs of companies, I've been CEOs of organizations. When we terminate somebody during the period, during that probationary period, it's either we cannot verify their qualifications, or there is something that is of material importance in the records they provided to the institution. It is usually have nothing to do with performance, because at that time you are still adjusting. And I would like you to find a way of responding to that so that we are consistent. We've done this with other members, other candidates. It's not just for you, so it's not a prejudicial thing, but it's very important for us to establish those facts from you, since you did not mention them, or as you said, you ought to have probably gone further in explaining them in your disclosure.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, just to clarify, Chair, it had nothing to do with the integrity issues. Nothing to do with qualifications. It had everything to do with a dispute over, firstly, the nature of publications and the amount of publications, and then also obviously we had an issue with the Hlophe issue. So it had nothing to do with that. And then, of course, I didn't challenge it because I was already running my own consultancy. I had already found something else. And so I think maybe in hindsight, I probably should have been more active in challenging, but I didn't see the need because I already moved on. I had already made up my mind that I'm not doing this. And I actually then succeeded running my own entity at the time. So that's basically it. It's a publications dispute. And then with regard to Honorable Shivambu and Swat, I really also didn't know anything about this. But what I can confirm is that, I'm a bona fide South African citizen in terms of the laws of this republic. And to the best of my knowledge, there's no impediment for me serving in any responsibility. And it's in the spirit of that, and so forth, that I am doing what I do. And then, Honorable Mngcwabe, you are correct. I am an academic. And of course, I've had some consultative matters here and there, but I'm an academic, and of course I've worked in government more. Set up the Office of the Chief Justice. I worked under Chief Justice Ngcobo, who assigned Chief Justice Chaskelson and Langa to supervise me in setting up the Office of the Chief Justice. That document was partly written by myself, assisting a committee which was headed by a number of luminaries at the time. So, and of course my strength is more because remember, in this case, you also have to write reports. You have to have a keen eye for writing reports and so forth and so on. So obviously, my apologies if I sounded a bit academic at times, but you have to actually write reports. And of course, my 4 years doing this work has closed many of those gaps, because you have to sit down, you have to be a skilled negotiator as a public protector. Many people think that the public protector needs to be constantly fighting departments. That's not the case. You sit around the table and you resolve issues. And then, sir, with regard to the issue of the outstanding cases, I had my slide open, and of course I don't have the password for that currently. I have the stats on the PowerPoint. But I do know that it's a sizable amount in terms of, it goes to the thousands, and we are constantly trying to resolve that backlog in terms of how do we manage aging cases older than a year. That's the threshold that we have. And of course, one of the biggest challenges really is ensuring that the vulnerable person, who we call Gogo Dlamini, is not prejudiced, or Gogo Erasmus, as it were, is not prejudiced by undue delay with their SASSA grants, undue delay with their IDs. Home Affairs, I must say, has done well, and so forth. And of course, a big backlog relates to refugee issues, immigration issues, and so forth. And then, of course, there is Honorable Maisela. I agree with you that service delivery is something that we should be taking more seriously, and we do. The larger number of the complaints are actually relating to service delivery. But the media, members of the media sitting there, they love the juicy stories. So the juicy stories are actually more under the conduct failure investigations. They relate to these Nkandlas, the SAPCs and so forth. Those are the so-called conduct failure ones. But the larger number of investigations, honorable members, are service delivery issues. It's a huge branch nationally, and we're trying to make a change there. And any public protector, whether it's me or someone else, must get a sense of that. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Advocate. I just want to make sure you had, earlier on before we started, you gave me your ID. And did you get it back? Because I didn't want you to give me a document that you want me to identify. I don't identify documents. I just want to make sure that you got it back. Was the intention to make the copy for the members? I don't know. I don't know what was your intention. Hence, I actually ordered
Yes,
the
I
staff
think it's
to
please
return
make
it back to you.
a copy for the
just
members.
Just as an advocate, I just want members to understand that I don't do things on the side. I want, if your intention was to table this document, I didn't like the fact that you were tabling it to me quietly on my own here. I wanted you, if the intention was to say how you would like to make it available to members, and make it available to members. That's all I wanted to say to you, sir. Okay.
But Chair, I think also the way you're addressing Advocate Malunga is extremely problematic. I suspect you are the one who deliberately submitted this letter to prejudice him. You are extremely problematic. What is wrong with someone saying that if people are doubting my citizenship, here is my ID? What is wrong with that?
Honorable, you said we must not interview Advocate Malunga. That was your position. And I objected to that. And I said we cannot prejudice Advocate Malunga because Advocate Malunga, we shortlisted him and we brought him here. And the reason why I want to make sure that he got his ID back, it's because he gave me the ID here before we could even start, and I didn't know what to do with it. I want to make sure before he leaves that he has his document, because I cannot be left with his ID document.
Chairperson, you must be cool-headed.
Honorable
Don't
Shivambu.
shout. Be cool-headed, and then you must illustrate to you. You made the blunder of circulating this letter. This letter was given to you.
It wasn't given to me, Honorable Shivambu.
But you are a chairperson of the committee.
It was given to Bonani, and Bonani forwarded the letter to me.
But
It
as a
didn't
chairperson
come
of the committee,
direct
there can't
from
be a
the
document
state
that is circulated here without your knowledge. It's basic logic. I mean,
We had, for
you
your
can't
own
allow a
information,
document to be circulated
for your
without your
own
knowledge.
information,
Order,
It
Chair.
was Honorable Breitenbach at our last meeting who made it clear that documents that are meant for the committee must come to the committee. I do not have the right to say this document must go and this document must not go. I don't have that right.
Then
And
you-
that's
then you
what
don't
we
know how to be a
agreed
chairperson.
on,
You don't know
and
what the
that is
chairperson of a
what we
committee
agreed
is.
on. If you think I'm not good as the chairperson, that you are well within your rights to have that
Yeah, we'll have to
opinion.
write to the speaker
Thank
to say
you
he must be
very
removed
much,
because he
Honorable
take reckless
Shivambu.
decisions. It's going to
Thank
collapse the
you
whole
very
process.
much, Shivambu, Honorable Shivambu, I exercised my discretion and I gave you the information because I felt it was important for you to get every document that came through me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Advocate.
Because many people are interested to find out, is it confidential or what is the status of this document?
The thing is, in my view, maybe Bonani, you can actually, first of all, let me say this. This letter here is not addressed to the chairperson of the committee. It's addressed to the acting manager, Protection Services, Parliament of South Africa. And it says, dear Mr. P. Lebeko, I do not know the status of this particular document. Before this document was circulated, I asked Bonani, my secretariat, to say, what is this? Because I do not understand it. And he then said, this is the information that we received. All the information that we received, in fact, it's not only on him, it's also on other people here. It doesn't only have, it's not just written about you. It is written about all the different candidates that had applied. And this was the part of the vetting process. So it was not just about you. Yes, Bonani?
Chairperson, order. We're not going to be
can
addressed
I-
by secretaries of parliament. This is a committee of members of parliament. I don't know where does that come from.
The
You take
vetting-
responsibility for everything else that happens here. I'm hearing it for the first time where secretaries must address us about letters which are supposed to distribute here. You take responsibility for each and every document that enters the meeting. Since when do we get addressed by secretaries of parliament?
Let me explain, Honorable Shivambu. This committee agreed that there will have to be the screening of qualifications, of everything, and we then requested the Parliament to run with that process. And that process was run through Parliament. This information came through those channels. And we requested it as a committee. It wasn't the information for the chair. And Honorable Bongo, I'm not sure if you wanted to go forward with this, but I want us to close this on this note because I do not want it to be accused of anything. I have no sinister motives. Every single information that came before me, I made sure that all the members have it. And this is not just about Advocate Malunga, it's about other members if you read this letter carefully. It's the same as the information we got from Corruption Watch, which members have been quoting. I made sure that it goes to all the members. I thank you. Is there anything, Advocate Malunga, before I can release you?
No. Thanks.
Thank you very
I think
much.
that there were some members who had their hand up, but anyway, that's fine, ma'am. Thanks.
No, that is fine. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. We will inform you as soon as we have processed all the information. Thank you, sir. You are excused. Oh, you agreed that you got, you see, you're only getting it now. Because I was worried, because I gave it to somebody else to give it to you, but I'm happy now. Thank you, Advocate Malunga. Thank you, bye-bye.
No, I don't think we should go on to that issue because I've explained it over and over again. It's the committee decision that decided. Honorable Shivambu only came today and it's his first time to this meeting. Honorable Mwabe, do you have something to say?
It was still on this one, Chair, on this paper.
On
Because-
which one?
No, I would like to urge members that this paper should not be something to be debated in front of the candidate. As far as I'm concerned, what report is here is not binding to us. It was just information, and it means also we are not consistent because some of the candidates have already been queried on this. For instance, Advocate Mokoditwa, the senior citizen, was there. We asked him about this judgment of Standard Bank, and he disputed that, and we continued.
Yes.
And let us not debate it as if it is going to be, is to invalidate our work. It's not binding.
No, one of the things I wanted to make clear, it's because I've been accused, Honorable Member, that I leaked this thing deliberately. And all the things, members, since this morning, they've been quoting this very document. Unfortunately, there was the information on Advocate Malunga, and I want you to know that this information was distributed in good, I had good intentions for it. Members, we have to move to the next candidate.
And we advise you first, Chairperson, you must manage your temperament. You must not shout at us here. We're not your children. You must calm down and debate issues properly. We're cautioning you that you did not have the wisdom
Honorable
that is
Shivambu.
required of a chairperson to distribute a letter of a state security, because state security letters, they disqualify people
Honorable
from occupying
Shivambu,
positions.
can you give me-
You must calm down.
Honorable Shivambu, you can give me that lecture at some stage.
But he was also
Right now,
managing
I
his
don't
anger,
need your lecture. And you cannot be my child. Thank you.
He must also manage his anger, Chairperson, himself.
He has
He's
to.
the most angry person in this meeting.
And he has
You
a
see?
tendency when he
Yes.
doesn't agree with something, he
He's
wants to
very
throw
angry.
tantrums.
Yeah.
And we are not going
And so
to
he
allow
responsible
Now,
statements.
I can't be angry when I've just
Political
hung municipalities
juvenile.
26.
No, you are just angry.
Just
You know
hung
these
26
political
municipalities. I can't
juveniles
be
who are
angry.
still
How can I be
excited
angry?
about all
Angry
the
from
policies.
And people are begging. Your leaders are begging. They are on their knees now.
Okay. We've had a lot of
problem
talk
of
about political
bringing up-
juveniles. Can we recompose ourselves and get on with our business?
Yes, please.
The next person that is going to come before us is Mr. William Andrew Hofmeyer. Good evening, sir. Brace up for a very robust engagement. Contrary to what many had believed, they thought that by this time members will be tired and they will not be speaking. We do have tempers flare up from time to time, but we come back together. This is a multi-party process, and it's very important that, you know, from time to time there will be that. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't necessarily impact on how you are going to present your own information. Like I've said to other candidates, we would like to apologize for having kept you for so long. And unfortunately, the nature of these processes are such that you have to do a job, and members must be given an opportunity to ask questions. And we are not barring members from asking any question. Without further ado, Mr. Hofmeyer, you were told that you were going to be given 10 minutes to make your case before this panel. And as you know, this is broadcast live. And so when you are making your case, you're not only making it to the panel here, but you are also making to the viewers at home. So it's
Over to you, Mr. Hofmeyer. These members are still wide awake, and I have to keep on telling them not to disturb you. Go on, Mr. Hofmeyer.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the honor of being nominated to appear here before you. It really is a great honor also to be with so many other eminent South Africans who've been nominated with me. The current public protector has certainly taken this office to a new level. And I think the challenge for us is, for whoever is successful, is to try and build on what she has achieved. I believe strongly, though, in general, that we can always do better than what has been done before. And in this document, I will try and set out some of my vision about what I think can be done by the public protector, both by working smarter and by building capacity. I'm obviously not going to be able to say everything I want to say in 10 minutes, so I hope you will ask me questions that will allow me to expand on some of it. I have a fairly good idea of how the public protector works, both because while I was a member of Parliament, I worked on the constitutional provisions for the public protector as well as the Public Protector Act that came to the Justice Committee at the time. At both the Asset Forfeiture Unit and the SIU, I worked with the Public Protector on a number of cases. And frankly, I was also investigated, or my staff was investigated by the Public Protector when certain people that we'd acted against made complaints against the Asset Forfeiture Unit. I'm glad to say that nothing was found wrong in what we had done. I applied for this position because I believe I have the right skills and experience for the position. But also it's because it's a position I would be proud to fill. And where I believe I can make a real impact and difference to the scourge of maladministration and corruption in our country. My passion has been to make a difference to South Africa and to help to better the lives of ordinary people. And I've tried to do this both of my previous life as an activist and a human rights lawyer, but also in the work that I've done at the Asset Forfeiture Unit and the SIU. I do have good knowledge and experience of state institutions at all levels. I've got a good idea of what works, what doesn't work, and what can be fixed and how it can be fixed. Especially from my work at the SIU and its investigations and recommendations for remedial action, which is quite similar to what the public protector does sometimes, but also for the strategies that we help to develop at the anti-corruption task team and from the corruption cases done by the SIU. I believe that the public protector should be doing broadly 4 kinds of cases. I think the first one is the ones we're probably most familiar with, the very big individual cases that matter because they involve large amounts of money and the waste of public resources. And they also impact most on the perceptions that the public have about corruption in our country. Secondly, I think there are other areas in our country where there are big systemic problems that affect many people, but they aren't big transactions. I'm talking about issues like bribery to get driving licenses, traffic fines that disappear, very often for RDP housing or for jobs. People are required to pay bribes. And then I think another area that I would like to sort of highlight is cases that impact on the future of our country. I think the sale of jobs in schools, for instance, is for me something that really has the potential to have a very negative impact on the future of our children and the country. I think there has been some debate about whether the public protector should play some role in government's anti-corruption strategy. And while I think it's important that it must remain independent, I do think there are areas where it could cooperate with a more general anti-corruption strategy, and that we should explore that. And finally, I also think it's important, there's a lot of concern about social justice issues in our country. I think it's important that some of the issues that are taken up impact on that, and in conjunction that we try and improve access to poor people to the services of the public protector. I have learned in my many years in the state, it's now 17 years, that we can do more by working together in partnerships with other institutions. As I said, we have worked, or I have worked with both the AFU and the SIU with the public protector, and I think one can build on some of those collaborations for the future. And I think it is difficult in the government. You know, we even battle to have a policeman and a prosecutor driving together in the same car because of insurance and accounting officer issues. So working together is not always easy, but I think the anti-corruption task team has shown what can be achieved by a really structured working together, and I think that I would like to explore. I myself have, I think, built up a good track record of developing strong partnerships with other law enforcement and other bodies. And really by doing it through well-structured and formal relationships that benefit both partners to achieve their goals, and by sharing the credit for the work that has been done, which is often a big issue. In terms of my skills and experience for this job, I have considerable experience and skills in managing large and difficult investigations. And I think that is a big part of the job for the public protector as well. Most of my experience has been as head of the Asset Forfeiture Unit, the SIU, and the Anti-Corruption Task Team. I have managed some of the biggest white-collar crime cases in this country. Mr. Phillips, you will have read about in the meantime. The LeisureNet collapse, the Fidentia collapse, Mr. David King, Shabir Sheikh, the Bosasa case, Gauteng Health, and a big tax crook called Hendrik Delport. In all of those cases, we have frozen and in many cases seized assets at the Asset Forfeiture Unit. I've dealt with also with the very extensive civil litigation that happens in these cases because the crooks seldom want to go on trial. They want to fight all sorts of preliminary battles in court. I do think that I have the integrity to deal properly with these big and difficult cases. I believe resilience is very important in dealing with such cases. You will have seen from my disclosure, I've had faced criminal charges that's been laid against me. I've had many nasty press reports and so on. And I think those are things that are part of the job when you take on the big and powerful. I also do have some diplomatic skills, and I think I'm fairly good at trying to minimize those sort of fallouts and attacks and trying to deal with cases in a way that does not cause unnecessary sensation. I do have some other challenges that I raised in my questionnaire. I don't have the time to deal with all of that in the presentation now. Another area where I have good skills is in the sort of smaller systemic corruption areas that I alluded to before. The bribes for housings, RDP